Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours. Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the CGL Summer Splashdown here. Marvel Rivals, everyone. We continue this tournament here on the EU side for the first time on stream. We've got our top 4 bracket here this morning. Or I guess it could be the afternoon, depending on wherever you are. Double elimination top 4, round 1 coming up soon. Nessie Theory versus Nessie Vision, a bit of an intergroup rivalry there in the top of the bracket. And then EC Fusion versus TY Legends, which is the matchup we are going to be rocking through here this morning. Exciting stuff. EU finally on the docket. This is going to be an interesting one, everybody. I am excited to bring you through it. I'm going to be a glorified co-streamer here this morning, everyone. We'll see how this is going to go. I'm just going to try and make it as fun as possible for everybody watching. Let's get a look at our rosters, though, just because we know the players are ready and willing to get into the game. Fimsek, Reze, Igris, Mogul, White Reaper, and Yimp Pigeon on this EC Fusion squad. On the other side, looking to keep their tournament life in the upper bracket, Timbotus, Tilito, Misto, Batfan, Eric, Duffman, and Emeth doing the same. Our first map going to be this Burnin T'Challa here for map number 1. The first time for me that I have not seen a team decide to take us to Hell's Heaven, which will be an interesting thing for me to see at the very least. I'm excited. The 2 versus the 3 seed here in this upper bracket. Like I said, the first time that the European region has been on stream here this weekend. Excited to bring this to y'all. Of course, this first round will be a first to 2 still. For the rest of the tournament after this game, though, it will be first to 3. So, I've just been informed that winners finals will also be first to 2. So, I'm a liar and an idiot and stupid and probably stinky too. All right, getting ready to head into this first map, EC Fusion versus a TY Legends, getting ready to hit our first ban phase here in just a few moments. Getting ready to head in here. Maybe, eventually. One of these days we'll head to Wakanda. All right, everybody, first bans coming through. You know, you're going to be looking for, especially in these first couple of bans, some of the impactful strategists, namely Gambit. Gambit has been a Cyclops ban. Okay, I haven't seen Cyclops be played yet this weekend, let alone be banned. So that'll be okay. Well, with Hela and Cyclops banned, that leaves some really, really powerful characters to be protected in this first protect phase, and we're gonna get the protect on the Gambit by TY Legends. So, I mean, this is the risky run when you do not ban that Gambit on the first run through. Gonna get a protect on the Magneto on the other side. Rogue is out as well. No power couples in this side, or in this map, I should say. Second band or protect phase starts off with a very quick thing protect. So ground and pound seems to be the name of the game here for TY Legends here on Burnin' T'Challa. Little bit of poke action looking to be the name for ECF. Final bands coming through as the Namor gets the protect. Elsa Bloodstone. And one more for the road. Drum roll, everyone. It's gonna be the Cloak and Dagger ban. Okay, ban phases completed. We've got Cyclops, Rogue, Elsa for the side of ECF, and Cloak and Dagger, Daredevil, and Hela banned for the side of TY Legends. Seems to be a bit of a cheeky poke versus a run and gun brawl style composition is going to be what the difference between these two squads is going to be. I'm interested to see the difference of opinion of these compositions, how they're going to work out. I'm getting a quick look at our teams here, and interestingly, the reason that Gambit is banned every game is because, you know, teams don't want to deal with it, and if there is a Gambit in play, both teams are usually playing it, but ECF opting against that Gambit, instead opting for an Invisible Woman and a Luna Snow here. Moon Knight on both sides. The second duelist is also different. It's that more divey protect hero in the Namor for ECF versus the Spider-Man of TYL. Getting active here now. Egress poking from a long way out, something that Luna Snow particularly strong in doing. You see Mogul on the objective essentially alone as Pigeon is up there on that Strange trying to take care of the high ground players. Dives coming through as the Emma Frost slam comes down, low HPs, and it is actually gonna be Tilo that is going to open up this first fight with a pick on to the very person who is meant to stop them. So it will be the first fight here belonging to TY Legends. This poke composition with the Gambit already proving to be very, very effective. Getting pretty close to this Fist of Khonshu here is Eric. Throwing those blades in there, getting the bounces. There is going to be a very, very brutal ultimate here coming in very, very soon. Here it is, Fist of Khonshu down, finds the one, cuts off the rest, makes it an uncomfortable engagement here as Emath is going to actually throw up one of their own invisible barriers. And there was a pick there, a couple of picks onto these ECF players, but it is TYL being able to force back this engagement for the moment, not really trying to let anything get past them here in this staircase area. At some point, I might prefer to see a bit of a rotate in from ECF because this staircase push is really not going very well for them. We do see the Horn of Proteus coming down to collect on it to Duff as Fimsick aggressed with that invisible barrier. So now, finally, it does seem that they're going to be able to break this hold, but not before overtime begins for TYL. Coming up on a couple ultimates here. Meteor M and that Raging Royal Flush from Batfan. Here is that Royal Flush coming out from the Gambit. Meteor M from the other side, but it will be Pigeon picked out early. The Meteor M will not connect as Timbalist is going to throw it down their own. The Thing from Erpsey trying to find some kind of value, some kind of purchase in this fight, but will not do so. Mogul extremely low. It's going to be up to this Kraken Impact to get the touch in from the Bucky, but will not be able to get there. A very, very strong first round from TY. Able to hold this ECF squad at that choke point for such a long time. It kind of felt like
30 seconds before you attack.
I don't know. It kind of felt like you needed to rotate a little bit sooner before this TY squad got that those powerful ultimates online in that such a small room. Because Fist of Khonshu is like, it's not. At least in my opinion, it's never been like this world-breaking ultimate. But when you're in such a small area, there's really nowhere to go when that ultimate comes down from the sky. And Urko took a perfect advantage of that fact, especially with the ricocheting nature of the Moon Knight. So now ECF coming back out here on our second submap. Urko with that Fist of Khonshu. We've also got, well, the spectacular spin is what I was about to talk about, but Tiltio is able to get rid of one and now two with the pick onto Fimsick. Urko going after the Black Panther is what Pigeon is now on. Doing a good job keeping up with this Black Panther on the outside as the rest of the ECF squad falls over here. Invisible barrier ready to go for Emiath. Quite a few ultimates actually coming up. Fist of Khonshu and that Psionic Seduction. Fist of Khonshu actually does come down from Urko, able to help to take down a Mogul. There is a Thing in the backline that maybe requires some attention as the Black Panther is swiftly dealt with as well. TY Legends looking very, very strong here on Burnin' T'Challa so far. Coming up on that Royal Flush, Clobberin' Time, and Darkchild on the other side. The only real tools that ECF are going to have in this next early fight. Looking for some kind of investment. Reze is so low and dead, can't even get that Darkchild out. The Clobberin' Time does come down, but without any kind of follow-up, there's just nothing ECF is going to be able to do with that ultimate. They're going to come back in dire straits with the Meteor M, the Kraken Impact, the Soul Convergence. I mean, they're going to have a lot of tools here, but the question is, will they have the time to use them? Spectacular Spin, Meteor M, and Raging Royal Flush available for the TY Legend squad, and Reze cannot get to the objective 100-0 on the Imperial Institute. 2-0 on map number 1 for TY Legends. Absolutely spectacular by this TY Legends squad. And, you know, as we look at our stats here, it's really hard to argue that this map was not extremely dominant for the side of TY Legends. And the stats do reflect that quite heavily. Batfan and Urko not even dying a single time. Absolute masterclass from the TY Legends squad, able to basically break everything that ECF tried to do with their composition. You look forward to map number 2. You got to reset, right? It's not easy to come in here and get kind of smacked like that. But, you know, this is top 4. All the teams are going to be extremely strong, right? You can't allow yourself to fall into the mentality of oh, they just beat us down on map 1. You gotta take them to where you think that you're going to be the best and go from there. Cannot let them be too down on themselves. We have got at least one more map on the horizon here. EC Fusion will have the selection of map here, as it will be, I believe, Convergence or Convoy. I know it'll be one of those, but it will be up to the side of EC Fusion to take us there. But I can't really give enough superlatives to TY Legends on their first map here. Absolute masterclass from start to finish. I really don't have anyone in particular to bring up. You know, Urko was the MVP on that first map. I'm looking at the stats right now. The Moon Knight taking such strong advantage of the close quarters fighting of, you know, especially that first sub map on Burn into T'Challa. That ricocheting primary fire, absolutely brutal to deal with when, you know, you're playing a composition that wants to be stacked on top of each other. That damage racks up fast. The only player in the lobby with over 10,000 damage. Urko 24-0 on the first map. Just so good. Now, as we await this map selection from EC Fusion, we do know where we're going to go. It's going to be Spider Islands, and I would be hard-pressed to tell you anything about Spider Island because this is the first time I've seen it this weekend. It's all been going from Hell's Heaven into one of the New York maps, either Midtown or Lower Manhattan. This is the first time this weekend that I've seen Spider Islands. Could be just a difference in the play styles between North America and Europe. So we get ready to head in to our ban phase here for Spider Island. Just waiting for the teams to get ready here. Of course, TY Legends did take map number 1. You're looking toward potentially the dive compositions here. We did see a lot of potential dive characters from both squads, really, on map number 1. Spider-Man for TY Legends. We saw a little bit of Black Panther on map 1, a little bit of Magic on map 1. So I expect to see still, potentially Magneto going to be super, super impactful for the perpetuity of the series. The one thing I really do expect is a very, very swift Gambit ban on this second map. Of course, did not get banned on map number 1, and yeah, Gambit very, very oppressive right now. So not even a little bit surprising that he's on his way out here first on map number 2. But we will see the Cyclops protect, so TY Legends will be wanting that Cyclops in play here on Spider Islands. Waiting out this second protect. Gonna want that Namor. I couldn't agree more with that protect. Need to keep the Namor in play. Gives you your best opportunity to kind of protect yourself from the more divey compositions that TY might want to play. Another hero that we didn't really see on map number 1, but is pretty strong in general, the Penny Parker. Very, very good at controlling large splotches of area. Very, very strong right now, but will not be in play here for map number 2. Get ready to see our last couple of bans here. Emma Frost, which makes a lot of sense. She is kind of a nightmare to deal with at times. So out of the way now.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
All right, we have our bans. It'll be Gambit, Penny, and Emma for the side of ECF, and Invisible Woman, Daredevil, and Hela on the side of TY Legends. So we'll get to see a bit of a different look here on map number 2, Spider Islands, getting ready to head in here momentarily. We've got Magneto on both sides, of course. The Vanguard differences are that Pigeon is on the Angela versus Timbo on the Devil Dinosaur. Moon Knight's still in play, of course. Invisible Woman on both squads, still incredibly powerful. No, that is Cloak and Dagger. I am insane. I am a little bit dumb. That is Cloak and Dagger because Invisible Woman is banned. What's also true is that Erpsy is dead here to start this first round in Spider Islands. The dominance will continue here early in this first fight. Gonna switch over to that Cloak to get away. Is Femsick backing up back into spawn, and I mean, again, this is just got to be ECF looking for some way to break through this hold.
A nice deep freeze. Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Posturing, waiting for some kind of opportunity as the Angela hits the skybox here for Pigeon. Gonna pick a couple of guys up, but swiftly dealt with. Pigeon not really even having an opportunity to escape in that scenario. The Punisher in play for Erpsy now off that Moon Knight. A lot of ultimates coming up here for this TY Legends squad. Kumiho, Invisible, Boundary. There will be the Soul Convergence to answer the Fist of Khonshu here.
I promise you will reach the web.
But this is going to be a fight win for ECF. All the picks coming through for our attackers. Well, Timbo on that Devil Dinosaur going for a ride with the Angela here. Not much going for our Devil Dinosaur player. Now actually opting to go over to the Doctor Strange as the re-engagement comes through. Yeah, that's a bit of a crazy ultimate there with the Bat Fans Ruby Rage. Great retake there with the Kumiho as well for TY Legends as the hold begins anew. Pigeon extremely low, and I mean, Batfan is actually able to pick it up again, and now ECF is down to 30 seconds left without a Vanguard here, waiting for Pigeon to return from the spawn. And a great assist there on to Reze, who has gone over to the Elsa Bloodstone here. We see Timbo dropping in from the skybox for TY Legends. Has the Eye of Agamotto ready to go in just a moment. That is an incredibly strong ultimate to have in these overtime scenarios. Meteor M goes wide. Eye of Agamotto here prepared as overtime begins. That hits two players and both will be collected upon. Urko cleans it up with the Fist of Khonshu as Urko from the off angle looking for the cleanup picks. There will be no more picks, but there will be no more push here for the side of ECF. Was able to break out of the spawn hold, but could not finish through the end of this first objective. Gotta look at our stats here. And, I mean, again, this is just TY Legends' game to lose right now. Playing exceptionally well are the TY Legends. Little bit of a different approach here on the defense. Well, I say a little bit. This is just basically a completely different composition. 4 heroes are different now for ECF as they switch it up. They're bringing out the Thor, the Ultron. We've got the Winter Soldier and the Mantis coming through here for this ECF defense to try and get the fuller hold here. 113.93 meters where they were stopped. Pretty much the same strategy for the side of TY Legends, though. Timbo back on that Devil Dinosaur. Looking for this first engagement around the first main corner here on this map. We're looking at this Timbo jumping on to the back line. They know where this Devil Dinosaur is at, a little bit split out, and unfortunately Pigeon is incredibly split out, alone in the back line on that Thor. Not exactly where you want to be alone, you know? There's so much damage. Reze is actually able to get a trade onto the Moon Knight, which is pretty strong, as a Mogul is going to be picked up and brought a little bit further in than is probably comfortable. But Reze is actually going to be able to bring this fight together for ECF. There wasn't really a fight, though, until well into this first push, you know? It's kind of a brutal place to win the first fight, as good as it is. And now, I mean, getting very greedy is ECF. They don't have the space to give up right now. They've got a few ultimates coming in. Kraken Impact, Soul Convergence, ready to go. Meteor M on the way as well. There is that Soul Convergence, and will be actually good for Duffman. You see Kraken Impact answered by the Ruby Rage, and Reze will be good for 1 with the Kraken Impact, but it will not be nearly enough. Fist of Khonshu ready to come down onto this objective as TY Legends comes within 20 meters of completion. Pigeon goes down. This is all about stalling and distraction here. Fist of Khonshu going to deny a lot of space for the moment. Meteor M, gotta find something with this ultimate. Will not wide on the White Fox there of Duffman. And 0.94 meters will put TY Legends into the upper finals here of the EU region. From start to finish, just an absolute masterclass from TY Legends. ECF, EC Fusion, they did have their moments. It's just hard to it's hard to deny the strength of this TY Legends squad, and EMF is looking at the rest of the team and laughing, calling them dumb and idiot and stinky. No deaths for the strategist player of TY Legends. Hard to kill that Cloak and Dagger, as we can see on the other side with Femsick as well. But once again, I mean, the stats just, they don't lie, right? start to finish, this game was TY Legends to lose, and they put it away expeditiously, as fast as they could. I mean, I gotta give props to this whole squad. You know, you look at Urko with these Moon Knight highlights, a lot of them are going to be Urko. I mean, Urko put out so much damage on map number 1. And ECF really did kind of, I think, feel the fact that they did not have somebody prepared to play the Gambit on map number 1, which is unfortunate when you decide not to ban Gambit, right? That's kind of the risk you run when you try to ban something else out, is that kind of oppressive character does get the opportunity to be protected, and TY Legends were able to set the pace with the help of Gambit on map number 1 and kept it going on map 2. To be honest, map 2 was kind of more of a team effort. Nobody in particular stood out as excessively dominant on map number 2. So now we look at our bracket. We wait to see which Nessie squad will be moving through to the upper finals, and which Nessie squad EC Fusion is going to see in the lower semis. Yeah, I mean, I really don't have a whole lot more to say, to be honest with you. It was just a very, very dominant performance from TY Legends. So for now, y'all, we are going to cut it to a short break. When we come back, we're going to move down to the lower bracket. We're going to keep with EC Fusion, see if they can remain in this game for as long as possible, see if they're going to be able to rebound from this tough loss. Mentality going to be everything. We will get to that match as soon as we get back.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories.
Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. 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 I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. 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 I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall.
Our inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why
right, everybody, welcome back. We moved down to our lower bracket here in the Summer Splashdown. It'll be our 2-seed EC Fusion going up against Nessie Vision here after going down to their sister squad, Nessie Theory, in the upper bracket just a few moments ago. 2 versus 4 here for this matchup. And you know, if you're wondering why we aren't in the upper bracket right now, it's just we only have 4 teams here in this bracket, and we want to give everybody a little bit of a chance in the spotlight. Both TY Legends and Nessie Theory will have their moments to shine on stream. So we move down here. So nice little elimination game here for one of these teams. It will be the end of the road. We just saw this squad go head-to-head with our 3-seed TY Legends EC Fusion. Reintroduce Femsic, Reze, Igris, Mogul, White Reaper, and Pigeon for this squad. The number 2 seed coming into the bracket had a bit of a rough time going into that TY Legend squad last round. Looking to get it back on the other side of this matchup. We've got a representative from Nessie Vision, Shmooby, Mid, Anders, Galacta, J-Hams, rather, and Soundwave in this matchup here, looking to try and rebound. And I actually, it's really new to me is this first map. Celestial Husk. This just in, y'all. I don't know if anybody is reading chat. This weekend was the first time I have been brought on to Cast Rivals, which conceptually the gameplay is very similar to what I'm used to. What I'm not used to is a lot of these maps are pretty new to me, right? I've played on Burnin' T'Challa. I've played on Hell's Heaven. Celestial Husk is one that I am not too familiar with. So let's have this learning experience together, I guess, as we get ready to hit map number 1. This should be an interesting matchup here. I'm super interested in how EC Fusion comes back as the 2 seed. They kind of got dropped like a bad habit last match. So need to keep that mentality strong. Of course, we did not see what happened in the Nessie mirror. That match was also a 2-0 though, so both of these squads looking for a comeback here as we get ready for our first map, bans. Ban phase up first. ECF playing the dangerous game by banning Invisible Woman first. And now with Black Panther out of the way, these protects could go toward a Gambit, which we saw that ECF was not willing to play last match. These protects could be really impactful. It's actually going to be the Loki coming through. So now ECF has the opportunity to get rid of that Gambit now, as we see who they're going to go ahead and protect. It's going to be the Magneto. Always going to be a very strong pick no matter where you go. They must be counting on the fact that Nessie doesn't have a Gambit player themselves. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll just have to see, right? Is usually, if it's going to be banned, it's one of the first characters to get banned. Black Cat out of the way. A very, very powerful dive character in her own right. Looking toward our final protect phase, Magic will be out of the ban pool. Going toward one more protect, one more ban for EC Fusion. And Gambit has a chance to make it through this first ban phase of the series unscathed. Okay, Daredevil. No longer available to be played. Emma Frost, the final ban. Our bans will be Invisible Woman, Penny Parker, Daredevil, Emma Frost, Black Cat, and Black Panther. Nessie Vision very clearly against the idea of some of these extremely divey characters, particularly the Black Cat and Black Panther, as we get ready to head into this series. Here very soon. I got a little bit of information based off of what I'm seeing. We do have some slightly divey characters for the side of Nessie Vision. We got the Venom and we've got the Magic. A little bit more of a pokier composition for EC Fusion. They do actually have the Gambit, though. Something we did not see them play on the first map of last series when he was protected. So we're going to meet on top of this first objective. Shield tanks getting up into each other's faces. This Venom just explodes before the overhealth can be applied. We see Galacta in this backline looking for some kind of opportunity. A little bit of poke damage coming out. Residual, I should say. First flip will very nearly go toward EC Fusion. And I mean, Nessie Vision, that health pool is looking a little bit suspect at the moment. There will be a trade here. Rogue for Magic as Reze comes in. Was the particular standout player in the last series for me for this EC Fusion squad. Able to put EC Fusion in control here. A little bit sad, I'm sure Pigeon is. Gonna get up there with the help of that symbiote.
It seems we have company.
Looking to see if we can get a nice little pull. Unfortunately, the only person that is available to be pulled is the one who cannot be pulled. Anders able to get away with it because they are on that thing. Complete immunity to crowd control. Galactus Twin able to cut down Reze. Now going to pull up the opposition. Connor's able to jump in on that thing, pummeled down Mogul. And it's going to be Hams this time getting the better of that Winter Soldier duel. Do see a couple of ultimates ready to go here. For both sides, really. Got that Raging Royal Flush and the Kraken Impact for the side of ECF on. We're actually going to see Rogue built up here. Very, I guess now with that Heartbreaker. Actually going to be damn near 6 ultimates for both teams here. I mean, Reze just single-handedly takes over the round, and Pigeon able to find that uppercut on to the Magic and just absolutely slaughter this Nessie Vision squad without the use of any of their ultimates. So if you've ever complained about visual clutter in any video game ever, be prepared. 12 ultimates online coming into this next fight, middle of the round. This is going to be a bloodbath coming up here very, very soon. Hell, I hope I can keep up. Alright. Here we go. Engagement on the low ground. We're going to see the Jubilee with the investment. Kraken Impact will not be invested. And actually, somehow, some way, I mean, we did see the Heartbreaker be used in response, but the Firework Finale, the only thing that the Vision really needed. I was expecting something insane, but no. My expectations are shattered. A great fight from Nessie Vision, but you can't go down there. That is a travesty of a spot to die in here. We're going to see the Kraken Impact from Game Pigeon. Going to get the reset off of the Loki clone. Pigeon trying to find something else. No resets coming in any more than that, though. Meteor M will collect on to Soundwave, who did pop the fate between both worlds. And Nessie Vision is actually going to be able to bring this fight through with the help of their very, very strong ultimates. And that was all 5 out of EC Fusion. Overtime begins as the portal enters the fray. Immortality will be invested here. Shmooby comes through huge with that explosive power from the Doctor Strange, and at 99% and overtime counting. The first submap here of Celestial Hand will belong to Nessie Vision. The underdog in this series comes out swinging. Spectacular. Spectacular job from Nessie Vision. I mean, paced out their ultimates so beautifully there. I was expecting something closer to, 5 or 6 of those ultimates to be used in that one fight, but it was just the Jubilee's Firework Finale that puts Nessie Vision back in control of the objective, and it assists them with the propulsion into the first submap win on Celestial Hand. So, I mean, incredibly well done by Nessie Vision with their ult economy. Now we see ECF opting for no longer playing that Gambit. Maybe seeing why they didn't want to play it in the first place. Don't have someone that's particularly comfortable on it. See a little bit of poke coming through. We do have another firework finale ready to go. Saw how impactful that ultimate was in trying to collect on a fight win, but mid is actually going to just open it up with that primary fire and not an ultimate invested by either squad. Not like ECF really had a chance to invest in ultimate, but we do see Nessie Vision getting the first fight win without investing their firework finale, which you always like to see. Patience. Playing slow. Rivals generally considered to be a very, very fast game. It's okay to take it slow every now and again, you know? Pigeon, though, starting this out early with that pick onto Anders on the thing. And we will see the final judgment come out from Pigeon, helping to take down Shmubi, but Hams is able to send in some great damage to get rid of it. Clobbering Time comes it down, and really not much to be said there. That stun lasting, you know, for such a long time. Cannot get away with it. But now, we come into this next fight. The ult economy is so heavily skewed in the favor of Nessie Vision. It's going to take everything in ECF's bag to keep this point under their control. We saw what Nessie Vision could do with one ultimate. We know that EC Fusion is good enough to deal with it. Meteor M comes it down. Eye of Agamotto, good for nothing, unfortunately, as the fate of both worlds comes out to keep the fight going. We're going to see Kraken Impact invested, and Jay Hams good for the picks, and Goddess of Death was actually invested here for Reze. A bit of an unfortunate one. Hams does actually go down, but not too consequential as Reze gets cut in half there, awaiting Ham's return. But now, the only ultimate in play is the Dark Child coming up on a final fight territory for ECF. Anders so low, needs to back down, will get out, but mid will not be so lucky, so you know, already back to a 5 versus 6, and now Reze comes back in with a vengeance, finding, I think that was 3 picks for Reze in that fight, now 4, as Femsic doing a good job staying alive, keeping these other players in the fight, and no ultimates needed in that fight. Of course, the Dark Child was not used either, so it was a completely dry fight from both squads. Looking at this Hella now. I mean, a very, very aggressive play by the Loki there. Will not be able to get away as Reze is coming alive here in this second submap on the Hella. Headshot after headshot for the Hella player. Ultimates coming online for this ECF squad. The Kraken Impact and the Clobbering Time. We're going to see the portal. Clobbering Time comes out, knocks a couple of players up and into a trance. Galacta able to find the pick with that Dark Child. Need to find something with this Meteor M, though. Will throw it directly into the shield, however. Femsic throwing down a great ultimate there to control the point as Reze comes through with 3. Reze is absolutely fragging out right now on this Hella. Coming back after a bit of a disappointing first submap on Celestial Hand. Celestial Vault belongs to ECF off of the back of some clutch plays by some clutch players. So many headshots for Reze on that Hella. And I mean, the stats reflect the dominance of this Hella player. 31 and 4 with 22 final blows. Only one other player in the lobby is above 10. Absolute masterclass from Reze on that second submap. The rest of the squad able to stay together, keep up with the Nessie Vision squad on the other side of them. Namor now in play for the side of EC Fusion, Gimp, Pigeon. Throwing down those squids. Galactus Twin under a little bit of duress by these squids in the tridents of the Namor here. Nice headies here for this Namor player. We're going to see the, well, we see the firework finale, but it is beautifully responded to by the Goddess of Death from Reze, who adds another few eliminations to that already impressive resume here on map number 1. And it will be first flip collected here for ECF. Few ultimates ready to go for Nessie Vision. The only ultimates in play for ECF are going to be that Fate of Both Worlds for Igris, but I mean, Reze continues to be an absolute nightmare to deal with on this Hella. I mean, not even needing any ultimates to win this second fight outright. I mean, you've got to think... Wow. Okay, God of Mischief coming through from Soundwave. Can't quite tell. It's the... it's going to be the Jubilee. Not actually a chance to use that firework finale on the Loki. I have Agamotto ready to go for Shmooby, but needs to get active now because there is not enough time to retake a fight even with the teleporter. Meteor M good for 2, the Horn of Proteus good for 2, and just like that, snap your fingers. The map is over. Celestial Husk belongs to EC Fusion. Momentum completely in ECF's favor after that first submap was very, very strong from Nessie Vision. I mean, it's not a surprise that statistically Reze is the MVP. 48 and 4 from the Hella player. Also a particularly strong map for Mogul, Fimsic, Igris, both having around that 20k damage range. We did see another person break 10 final hits in this map, but nobody even close to Reze here. The absolute standout on this map. Cannot say enough good things about Reze. Essentially, with this Hella, ended fights before they could even begin. Great follow-up from the rest of the team. Great follow-up on the rest of the team, I should say, with those final blows. Everybody softening everybody else up to let Reze do the flashy work, you know? Not everybody can be in the kill feed constantly. But the rest of this ECF squad more than happy to let Reze do the work in order to keep them in this tournament. Some great backline support from Fimsic, Igris, Mogul in particular, I think, stood out as well on the Magneto, basically assisting with the end of the last submap with that Meteor M. I mean, very, very quick end to this second submap here, or first map. Yeah, first map for the side of EC Fusion. A little bit of a slow start. It doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you finish, as long as you don't let that first round loss get to you, right? Just a bit of a masterclass from Reze, and I think I know who the first hero to be banned is going to be. Headed into map number 2 will be Nessie Vision's map selection, of course. Already on elimination point here in this tournament, though, unfortunately for Nessie Vision, they're going to have to reset themselves mentally in order to move forward in this series and in this tournament. Got to be able to keep the Hela in check. And I think I know where the Hela will be going before this second map. Straight into the trash. Straight into the garbage. Locked away so that Reze cannot touch the Goddess of Death. As for other bans, you know, you're potentially looking at Magneto. Penny has been banned at least once by EC Fusion today. Gambit, always one that you have to watch out for in that ban phase. We did see a little bit of Gambit be played in this first map, but neither team particularly seems to be comfortable on the Gambit right now. So will be surprised if we see somebody waste a ban on the Gambit. The one time we did see Gambit come out from EC Fusion, they actually lost the round. So I can't expect too much Gambit to be played. So we look toward the other characters. You know, Magneto. We've seen a lot of, you know, Magic potentially could be a target. We do know our second map here, though. It's going to be Midtown for map number 2. Bit of a pokier style map. Potentially some dive to come through. We do know that this EC Fusion squad is hopping, ready to get going, trying to keep themselves alive in this lower bracket. East on the other side, Nessie Vision need to find some footing after losing the momentum late last map. They did prove that they could step to this EC Fusion squad early. I mean, the first 2 submaps were particularly close. That last submap got away from them a little bit. Reze started to run away with the headshots. But we've seen that they are more than capable in this series so far. Getting ready. Headed into our second map, the Empire of Eternal Night, Midtown, New York. Bans come through, and that's dangerous. That is so dangerous not getting rid of the Hela early here. Because if ECF is smart, they will just go ahead and protect this Hela now. Yeah, I can't say I agree with the inaction from Nessie Vision to not ban the Hela. So I'm sure that was a conversation on ECF's side. Was hey, this Reze just kind of took over the game on the Hela. Surely this ban comes through, and so we're gonna have to think of something else for Reze to play. But now Hela is just available. Magneto protected as the Invisible Woman gets banned. Look over toward the other protect on the other side. So we know our protects. Hela, Magneto, Magic, Loki. One more potential ban from either side should they so choose, and in most cases they do so choose. Gambit does finally hit the ban list. This music is crazy. So intense. Doctor Strange getting banned out here finally by EC Fusion. Penny, Parker, Invisible Woman, Doctor Strange, Gambit, Namor, Black Panther are your bans for map number 2, Midtown. But the most impactful thing is what's not in the bans, I think. We did not see the... I mean, I guess we did see a little bit of BP from EC Fusion in their first series. But it was not particularly powerful for them in that upper bracket versus TY Legends. So, get ready to head into our second map here of Midtown. A pretty standard comp here from the side of ECF. Reze, of course, reprising their role on the Hela, allowing that character to get through, to slip through the cracks. Nessie Vision getting pretty pokey here with the Magneto, the Emma Frost, and the Punisher. Still looking for a first pick here. And it will be Reze actually kind of stealing that first kill from Soundwave, making it a trade instead of an outright advantage for either squad. Vision does come through with the energy from the punch dimension to get a pick out there on it to the side of Nessie Vision. You see Lowbite coming in, trying to keep these Vanguards alive, very close to that ultimate, the Soul Convergence, or rather the Eternal Bond. My bad. Soul Convergence would be Mantis' ultimate. J-Hams doing a great job following up on all this damage. Damn, bro, it's not that serious. Okay, Goddess of Death actually being invested here from Reze. Will be able to break that Goddess of Death out and get the objective capture. I mean, it's a pretty powerful ultimate when you're in the mid-fight, but when everybody can just turn around and click directly on your head from behind cover, maybe not the smartest. That's one of those situations where third-person gameplay could actually help you. Like, play from behind cover, but you can still see around it. Eternal bond by both sides, as well as the Meteor M. You know that both of these Magnetos are looking for the respective Cloak and Dagger players on the other side. It's just this magic left on the objective for Reze to headshot once again. It'll be a nice little hold here, but still a very impressive 3-minute 40-second time bank for the side of ECF. Or rather, Nessie Vision to attack. A little bit of poke from the Cyclops on the high ground. Just not much wow. Yeah, Pigeon just from this high ground looking pretty unstoppable, low-key. That punch dimension coming in kind of clutch. It's Game Pigeon this map. That's kind of the standout for ECF. Egress and Pigeon coming together to take down Hams in a very, very awkward spot. Got that Ruby Rage ready to go. Well, we've got a bunch of ultimates coming in here as Pigeon. You can't see it right now. I'm pulling on my collar a little bit because, good God. Pigeon with that Ruby Rage able to kill, I think that was 5 final blows for Pigeon with the Ruby Rage. Spectacular. And, I mean, it's just an unbreakable chokehold for this ECF squad. There's really nowhere for Nessie to go as Reze gets aggro, finds the last couple of cleanup kills. This monumental, almost 5-minute time bank now dwindling. 90 seconds on the clock. A little bit of healing coming through. The Hela having to invest the Goddess of Death to stay alive in the backline. And we'll do just that. We will lose out on Reze here. They are able to take care of that Hela, but not before the damage had already been done. Galactus Twin able to come out with the headshot on the Femsic, so if they're quick, they need to take advantage of the fact that down 2 players are EC Fusion. Eternal Bond comes out. Meteor M invested a very powerful ultimate out of the way. Fate of both worlds ready to go for this Igris. Lunar Snow. Not even going to need to invest it now with 3 minutes left on the clock. Or 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be down to these 3 ultimates for Nessie Vision, where ECF has 4. Firework Finale. God of Thunder on the way as well. Goddess of Death. Meteor M. Clobber in Time knocks down a 3. Will there be a touch? The answer is yes, there will be a touch. Overtime will begin, but Clobber in Time is more than enough to put ECF in control of the fight. These last couple of ultimates, nothing more than some flourish at the end of the round. Nessie Vision will go no further than 91.86. meters. I mean, the stats, again, speak for themselves. A lot of the stats from the side of Nessie Vision coming from those first couple of fight wins that they had to collect that first objective. Cannot get them through the end of the map, though, unfortunately.
Before you attack, get ready.
I'll never turn down a shield.
Ever miss the days when we were just carefree teens, saving the world between classes?
I'm not going to comment too much on ECF's composition right now because they are still in the attacker spawn, but we do know that Nessie Vision will be rocking out on this
The battle starts in 5, 4.
essentially a kind of a poke bunker comp with the Groot in play. Going to get value out of the Rocket Raccoon. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier now in play as well for that damage boost mid-fight. Just with some good poke. Unfortunately, not able to knock back that thing with the alternate fire of the Magneto. Reze comes through, now no longer on the Hela. Able to cut down J-Hams, who does end up coming back as a result of that Rocket Raccoon resurrection. But ultimately, it's EC Fusion pretty effortlessly rolling through that first fight. Gonna have to be a really strong hold here at the end of this first objective. It's just like, it feels like they can't even get close right now. And now only 60 or so meters separate this ECF squad. And as these picks continue to come through, there's still no contesting on the objective, and I'm hard pressed to find a way out for this Nessie Vision squad. A bit of an underwhelming end to the tournament run for Nessie Vision, unfortunately. But they need to hold their heads high knowing that they made it to the bracket stage. This is where we bid adieu to Nessie Vision. And it's Pigeon this time with the MVP. Another extremely dominant win for the side of EC Fusion. Yeah, Pigeon stood out very well on that Cyclops. 30,000 damage almost is ridiculous. That's not to say the rest of the team did not step up. I did talk about Reze a lot on the last map, but I do want to give props to the entire team. Mogul, Herbsy, Femsick, and Egress. Talked a lot about Pigeon and Reze, but the other 4 players on this squad played phenomenally, did their jobs phenomenally. And sometimes doing your job isn't as flashy as the duelist player who ends up in the kill feed 3 times a fight, And that's okay. All of these players came together here to keep themselves alive after a pretty devastating loss in their last series. So, stave off elimination for the moment. Do this ECF squad. Incredible job to this ECF squad. And now Nessie Vision on the other side, though. they did make that first map pretty close. Just unfortunately, it kind of felt like ECF were able to figure them out after those first two submaps. About a submap and a half. Where ECF were able to kind of figure out the play style of the Nessie Vision squad and bring it through, you know? Just phenomenally done. Can't say too much more. We do know that they are moving on. And what we also know is that EC Fusion will get another shot at TY Legends in the lower bracket. Nessie Theory moving into the grand finals here of our Summer Splashdown in the European region. Await to see who their opponent will be. No matter what, of course, it will be a rematch of sorts. Not too surprising there. I mean, it would really kind of have to be with a 4-team bracket. But yes, EC Fusion moves on. We bid adieu to Nessie Vision, though their sister team will stay alive representing the organization in the grand finals. Next up, we've got our lower finals moving to a 1-to-3 format. TY Legends versus EC Fusion, a rematch of our upper semifinals. Get a better look at these teams in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Summer Splashdown continues here in the European region for the first time this weekend. We move into our lower bracket finals. It's going to be a rematch of our very first match of the day. TY Legends versus EC Fusion, this time in a first to three format. EC Fusion looking to get their get back. Looked great last series against Nessie Vision. TY Legends not looking so hot up there against the number one seed Nessie Theory, coming down here into 0 fashion. Still has not been a third map here today so far. We're guaranteed at least 3. EC Fusion up. We've seen them the last 3 games in a row. Pigeon, Fimstick, Igris, Erpsy, Reze, and Mogul. Looked very, very powerful last game. Need to stay in that form if they want to step to TY Legends. After that first game against them earlier, we've got TY Legends, Timbodas, Batfan, Toledo, Misto, Emeth, Duffman, and Urko for this TY Legends squad. As I said, guaranteed a third map. I guess I should say extra maps we have not seen today. Hopefully this game goes a little bit further than 3. You like to see it, make it a little more interesting, of course, as we saw in the first matchup between these two teams. Burnin' T'Challa, the first map to be played here. And in that first map, the last time, the prominent hero was that Moon Knight. So, as we get ready to head into our first ban phase of the series, that's kind of where I am looking. TY Legends had the more impactful Moon Knight player in such a tight quarters map as Burnin' T'Challa. So we will just have to see if the ban comes through. We do see the Hella dealt with Reze sobbing in his chair right now. TY Legend's not going to make the same mistake as Nessie Vision did in the last game. Protect phase up. I'm going to get rid of that Cyclops as well, which, you know, a little bit surprising, but with how dominant they were on Midtown, they're not gonna... Huh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Choosing to just not protect a character. You see a conversation going on the left side. I see the word crashed. Bad time for that to happen. Daredevil banned out here. Will be the Cloak and Dagger ban on the other side. Now protect. Surely the same mistake does not happen twice. No more. No more. TY Legends basically getting more of what they want out of this. That's truly unfortunate. And EC Fusion seems really, really hesitant to ban out this Gambit, which will be protected here at the end of the phase by TY Legends. Luna Snow, the last to go. Bars. Final band coming through here in just a couple of seconds. Be Devil Dinosaur. Sure. Why not? We did see a little bit of Devil Dinosaur on Spider Island when ECF took us there. TY Legends did break out the Devil Dinosaur. So, sure, why not? Get rid of the Devil Dinosaur. That, you know, the bans are often more impactful than the protects in general, so losing out on a protect, I guess, is not like the worst thing in the world. It would feel a little bit bad if you wanted to ban something out but weren't able to. Essentially would have given TY Legends a free protect, but nope, it's 3 bans from both sides. We got Cyclops, Cloak, Devil Dinosaur, Luna, Daredevil, and Hela are your bans. Little bit of familiarity here from this ECF comp thing. And Magneto, followed by Gimp Pigeons, Winter Soldier on the other side. The Vanguard situation is going to be Magneto and Emma Frost. Of course, Urko reprising that role of the Moon Knight from the first series of the day. Was exceptional on Burn and T'Challa on that hero. Under a little bit of duress by this Elsa Bloodstone, who they're trying to chase down Reze on that character. Able to get back down to the health pack. The flip will come through because TY Legends was a little bit tunnel visioned on that Elsa Bloodstone, but the pick did come through. Batfan does end up going down. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Nice little lock up there. Helps to take down Tiltio, who's on that Spider-Man right now. A little bit of poke coming out here. Trying to build up as much as possible. Doing a little bit of poking with that sword for the Magneto. We're going to see the Soul Convergence coming out from Egress. And that ultimate comes and goes without anything of note particularly happening. Sword comes back out for some poke from Mogul. Invisible Boundary invested here by Emiath. Gimp Pigeon, though, able to find the trade. Spider-Man trying to find something as the Raging Royal Flush comes down. But not much more than that right now, as TY Legend does come through onto this objective. Very long, drawn-out fight where TY Legends flipped in the middle and was able to keep control for the perpetuity of the fight, and then ended up winning the fight as well. looking for this Moon Knight. They have converged onto Urko. Reze able to take care of the job. Clobbering time down. Duffman on the receiving end of all of that damage. Uh-oh. You don't really love to see that, unfortunately. They did end up winning the fight here for EC Fusion, but Kraken Impact goes nowhere fast for Gim Pigeon. A good job converging on the lonely Moon Knight. I guess Moon Knight's never really lonely, huh? He's like 4 guys at once. Timbo pulled in by that Winter Soldier. We're going to see some mind control come out. Fist of Khonshu is going to come down and follow up on that Emma Frost Psionic Seduction. Gim Pigeon does find a pick out here. Flip does come back through. Soul Convergence has to find something here fast. Overtime it does begin. But TY Legends, with their exceptionally long and drawn out last fight, just able to exert so much control over this objective. Meteor M needs a pick here. Will completely whiff, unfortunately. And the portal does actually come through in time for ECF to get a late touch, but the health pools just aren't there. They do get the immortality from the Loki, but fantastic spin, not even needed. Spectacular spin, sorry. Not needed from the Spider-Man there. Isn't that crazy? We got a video game. We got a hero shooter with Spider-Man in it. That's awesome. This game's so cool.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The mighty Magneto. We have much in common.
Alright. Yeah. I mean, the stats don't really tell the story here, to be honest with you. ECF, I mean, it does tell you who ended up actually winning the round, but ECF did actually run that very, very close. A lot of those fights were super, super long where, I mean, TY Legend was able to find picks, but, like, not actually win the fight until, you know, 90 seconds in. So, I mean, despite the stats, an incredibly close first round. Looking here toward the second submap here on Burnin' T'Challa. There's the spectacular spin. Nothing going here for EC Fusion as Toledo going to be good for 2 with that pick and puts it in control of TY. Strong start here on our second submap for TY Legends. Fist of Khonshu comes down, controls a lot of space, and Urko is more than happy to follow up on that ultimate. Right now, a bit of a close hold. I mean, again, EC Fusion kind of being figured out and picked apart late in this map now. Got a couple of those EC Fusion players coming through. Feast of the Abyss comes out. Does not find much of anything, though, unfortunately. See this Venom trying his damnedest to figure this out, but now at 70% just about for this TY Legends squad. Kind of leaving ECF scrambling to figure out what they need to do. 3 ultimates for either side here. Kraken Impact and Soul Convergence invested here. But with the Raging Royal Flush, more than able to withstand the assault of those 2 ultimates. The 2 ultimates didn't find much, but the guns by themselves might have. 2 picks coming out to trade. And Herbsy will be good for the last 2 picks here in this fight to put ECF in control. Meteor M, Fist of Khonshu, Igris. A little bit of a spawn camp going on, but will be able to withstand for the moment. Reze cannot die, but the Spider-Man too oppressive in the spawn room. Alright, we're going to see Gim Pigeon able to take down Timbotus with the help of the invisible barrier. Looking for some poke from the low ground is this Namor. Trying to build up to that horn of Proteus. Spectacular spin out. Not going to find a final blow, but I can imagine all that damage did help out with the picks on to Igris and Gimp Pigeon. Meteor M will not connect, though. Still super far behind in this fight right now is ECF, now also losing out on their Magneto. The flip comes through in the middle of the fight here for the side of ECF. They're going to throw down the portal, now pulling up with the invisible barrier from the Invisible Woman of Emeth. Won't be enough, though, unfortunately. The Fist of Khonshu coming down right in front of where that portal was invested. TY Legends will once again take Burnin' T'Challa in 2-0 fashion. Map number 1 in our first to 3 series goes to TY Legend, and once again, ECF were able to fight back late in the round. Just, it's never an easy thing, especially in a game like Rivals, where the ultimate economy is so majorly important, right? That you never like going behind that 99-0 deficit. Even if you're able to get the flip like ECF were in that second round, able to get up to something like 50% or so on the objective. Unfortunately, once that 99% hits, you're giving your opposition the opportunity to just build up to 6 ultimates and invest all of them whenever they should so choose. This first submap here on the Institute was incredibly close. And ECF never really gave up, which I can respect a whole heck of a lot. Just that ultimate economy becomes so impactful late round when you're just able to chain these ultimates together. You saw, I mean, the invisible barrier into the Fist of Khonshu, into the spectacular spin. It was always going to be very difficult for EC Fusion to come back from that deficit, and to their credit, it It was very close. But it was TY Legends, of course, bringing out map number 1. Looking forward, it will be EC Fusion's map selection. And the last time they were in this position, they took us to Tokyo 2099 on the Spider Islands. Now, looking elsewhere based on the information that I have at my disposal, does seem to be the Midtown selection here for the side of EC Fusion. Yeah, so it'll be Midtown Empire of Eternal Night for map number 2, and a little bit of a difference of where they took us during the last time that these two teams met in the upper bracket. Sorry, I unplugged my headphones briefly. But it feels like they know that TY Legends knows kind of what they wanted to do on the Spider Islands, even if that was more of an out of left field pick. Spider Islands, I feel like, is kind of a pocket pick in terms of map selection. Doesn't seem to be too terribly popular amongst the players. In this tournament specifically, I should say. So, opting to go over to the Central Park, actually. They lied to me. Still Empire of Eternal Night. Still New York. Just going to Central Park instead. Same thing applies, though. Wanting to shake it up a little bit. Especially because, you know, they're not on match point anymore, right? This is a 1-to-3 series now, whereas the first round of the tournament was a 1-to-2. So they had a little bit more time to play with than they did before to try and feel out this TY Legends squad. Of course, you never want to go down 2-0. Reverse sweeps are always very, very difficult to pull off. So, EC Fusion hoping that after 4 maps now playing against TY Legends today, they can figure something out to beat this squad. Getting ready to head into our ban phase now. Headed to Central Park. Conchu, be damned, Moon Knight will not be available, and Hella will not either. TY Legends certainly making sure that Reze will not get to play that comfort pick of the Hella. Cyclops doesn't come out, so I can imagine Urko is just saying, you know what, I can't play Moon Knight, let me play Cyclops instead. We did see Gimp Pigeon play exceptionally well on the Cyclops in the last series, so could be an option for both teams here. Gambit does end up being banned here on map number 2. Cyclops, Magneto were the protects. I don't think I said that. As the Daredevil leaves the pool of play for the foreseeable future. Last couple of hero protections. Coming through here for these squads. It's no more for TY Legends. And the Winter Soldier here. Bucky Barnes protected for EC Fusion. Couple more bands to go. ECF making sure the Devil Dinosaur is not an option, and a very, very quick and telegraphed ban from TY Legends, not protecting the Invisible Woman does ECF, so out the pool she goes. Always an extremely powerful pick whenever she's available, so. Susan Storm, not available. Now, coming in to map number 2, EC Fusion has not been able to find a strong foothold against TY Legends all day long. Both series that they have played against this team have not been able to pick up a map just yet. Looking for it now here on Midtown. Oh, Central Park. Sorry, not Midtown. A bit of a tough choke to get through here on Central Park. Very defender skewed, of course. Reze back on the magic here in this second map. Going to try and find some damage in here. Breaks through reality to get away now on the flank side. I didn't even notice the Squirrel Girl. That's pretty good. Honestly, I understand the pick a lot when you're trying to hold on to this choke here on Central Park. Chained together are those two players as Reze goes into the back line. The Cyclops of Batfan kind of being a nightmare in the front line. A lot of damage coming through. Hold broken on the choke, but nobody's on the objective. So, like, if they pick up a couple of staggers, there won't be a fight. But if the disengage comes through, there could be another engagement here. Looking for another engagement. There will not be one as the Beast enters the fray. What's that animal's? I don't know. I don't know. Alright. Here we go into the second objective. Timbotus is able to drop one there. There will be a trade, however. As the fate of both worlds comes through. The Stampede enters the fray, a little bit of annoying. Ratatosker, by the way, if anyone was curious. Tilito is able to lock down this second objective here for the moment for TY Legends. Still a lot of time in the time bank, though, for this ECF squad to break. Eye of Agamotto, good to pick up the pick on to Erpsey. Just a lot of poke right now that's just not going the way of EC Fusion at the moment. We're actually going to see the investment from the Bass Descent. Pigeon will fall though. Will be another fight win here for TY Legends. Meteor M. And the Seduction, the Psionic Seduction, ready to go for Erpsey, but not even getting a chance to try to use it. Goes down before that ultimate can be pulled out, and so too is Gimp Pigeon on the Cyclops. TY Legends finally harden up the defense. Four ultimates ready to go for just about either side. I'm gonna see the clobber in time, and man, you see the investment of that Psionic Seduction, but will not be enough to turn the fight for ECF. The two ultimates, the Ruby Rage and the Clobber in Time, invest from TY Legends. Keep them in. Will be a little bit of a poke battle here for the side of these teams. Magneto coming in with that Meteor M. Gonna drop it right on the dome of Emiath, and it will be EC Fusion attempting to break through.
Consider yourself conquered.
Only 60 seconds left.
Our enemies are next to the beast.
Alright, only a minute left on the clock for the EC Fusion on their attack. They've got some pretty strong ultimates here coming into what could be the final fight. Kumiho invested by Duffman, as well as the Horn of Proteus from Urko. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, only one. I was going to say only one engagement remaining for this ECF squad. I have to imagine that... No, it's going to be Mogul switching over to the Doctor Strange. Okay, wow. Wow. That is absolutely brutal. We're going to see the Kraken impact. Sorry, I was a little bit silent there. That was like a meeting of the minds, a whole mind game between these two Doctor Strange players. Tilitio is going to be the one that comes out on top of that, sending their opposition straight into the abyss. I mean, Mogul getting a little bit exposed in that scenario. Pause coming through. A nice hold at the end of the second objective for TY Legends. It actually... I mean, I think that was the best that ECF has looked all between the two series, between these two teams. I think that this is their best opportunity to take a map here, get a couple of replays rolling. And some nice plays by both squads here. Unfortunately, ECF falling just a little bit short again. That's kind of been the story of their bracket run here against TY Legends. They've been playing actually rather well for the most part, but when it comes down to these final fight scenarios, it's always kind of been TY Legends who's had the upper hand in terms of the clutch factor, I guess I'll say. The abilities coming out from TY Legends just so impactful here. Back into the game now. Nothing much. A lot might change, actually. Now that I'm looking at these lineups, we're seeing something very, very different here. A backline of the Rocket Raccoon and the Adam Warlock for ECF. A lot of burst healing with that Adam Warlock, not a lot of sustained healing over time, you know? We're also seeing the Phoenix come out, and the front line essentially staying the same as it was for most of the attack, with the Mag and the Emma Frost. A bit of a brawlier composition here from TY Legends. Thing Strange, the front line, the back line, Jubilee, and that Cloak and Dagger. Pulled in, slamming down on this thing right now. Urko with the micro missiles actually able to take care of a player. In all my time playing Iron Man, I don't think I ever got a kill with the missiles, so could be just because I'm bad. But it is fun to see every now and again, as it will be the point capture here for TY Legends. Emeth actually able to find the pick onto Egress with the you'll have to excuse me, I don't know what that ability is called, but the blind for the cloak. Unibeam good for the pick on it to Femsick. Angela over here for Gimp Pigeon. And now all of the momentum in the hands of TY Legends, as Egress seems to disconnect here. So, does seem like we're trying to get in, figure something out. Okay, so unfortunately here, guys, I didn't want to ruin the grandeur of our second map, but with the second DC of this map, it will be declared that ECF is actually going to have to forfeit the series due to some outside circumstances. This was always going to be the case, but it does come through a little bit early as a result of these DCs. It can't waste any more time, unfortunately. So we do have a rematch of the upper bracket finals in the grand finals. TY Legends versus I'm gonna go insane. I don't actually remember the name. Nessie Theory. Thank you to the guy in my ear, in my head, always talking to me. Nessie Theory in the grand finals, of course, got through TY Legends in the upper finals. Able to make it through. It does, in all fairness, it did seem like the series was skewing toward TOI Legends there, for the most part. Took map number 1. If that DC didn't come through, they were very, very close in a winning position on a map number 2 with, you know, almost 4 minutes on the clock, just about. So, did it seem like it was their map to lose, but having said that, I do wish that, you know, and I'm sure the players wish that we could have all just gone ahead and finished this series. Just some things you can't control. This play was really, really unique. The mind games between the Doctor Strange players, always really, really interesting to see. But we do have the map number, or the final match of the tournament all lined up for y'all. Nessie Theory, TY Legends, and you know, it's insane that before this series I said that we still hadn't seen 3 maps in the bracket stage, and going into the finals we still haven't seen 3 maps. That's insane. That's insanely funny to me. But with that forfeit coming through, as unfortunate as it is for EC Fusion, we do have our grand final matchup set and loaded. TY Legends versus Nessie Theory on the other side of this break. When we come back, we will determine our European Summer Splashdown champion. All right, everybody, welcome back here to the CGL Summer Splashdown. One match remains in this tournament. 4 teams have been whittled down to 2, and it's a rematch of our upper bracket finals. We've got Nessie Theory versus TY Legends in the grand finals. Of course, this will continue the trend of being a first to 3. Surely this time we do get at least 3. Hopefully not jinxing anything. But nary an extra map played throughout this upper bracket. Of course, I don't really know what went on in the Swiss stage. I'm sure someone went to 3 in the Swiss stage at some point. But regardless, TY Legends trying to get their get back on what happened in the upper bracket against this team. Nessie Theory, Unnerva, Dread Mambo, Just a Loser, Kaneki, Addicts, and Seppuku for this Nessie Theory squad. Has not dropped a series yet. The number 1 seed in this tournament, and proving exactly why. On the other side, coming up from the lower bracket, looking for revenge, trying to hand Nessie Theory their first loss of the tournament, TY Legends. Timbotus, Batfan, Lito, Emeth, Duffman, and Urko looked so strong in both of the series that we've seen them play today. Fell short against Nessie Theory 2-0 in the upper finals. For the first time today, since it is Nessie Theory with the first map selection, we're not going to see Burn-In T'Challa, which was TY Legends' comfort pick. We're actually going to the far more conventional Hell's Heaven here for map number 1. Pretty brawly in general, not too different. There can be a couple of ways to play this map. The one Vanguard that I am kind of fully expecting is going to be the Magneto. Magneto, extremely prevalent. Doesn't matter really what map you're on, you're probably going to see a Magneto. The other places I'm looking are the Venom could be particularly strong here on Hell's Heaven. A lot of cheeky places to dive from when you've got a hero that can crawl on the walls, or stick to the walls, I should say. But a lot of the compositional choices will be down to just who gets banned and who gets protected. Ban phase on the horizon now. Of course, our number 1 seed, once again, Nessie's Theory, is the one who brought us to this map and will also get the first ban here for map number 1. It's going to be a Black Panther ban. Adamant that this Black Panther does not get selected. And now leaving TY Legends the opportunity to protect the Gambit, should they so choose. It's going to be Namor picked out here as the first protect for TY Legends. Human Torch actually could be kind of cheeky. Could be some cheeky fun. Mix it up with the Jeff potentially. Cyclops banned out for TY Legends, followed up by the Emma Bloodstone. Or not Emma Bloodstone, Elsa Bloodstone, I should say. Emma Frost is not the same character, believe it or not. Second Protect comes through. Will be the Moon Knight for TY Legends. Going to give Urko that opportunity to be on that comfort pick for the duration of Hell's Heaven. Magneto, the final Protect of the first map here. That's kind of cheeky, I guess. And just for good measure, we know that TY does like to bring out the Gambit on occasion. Had the opportunity to leave it in the pool, decided against it after some deliberation. Will be the final ban. The Squirrel Girl ban got me a little bit confused, I guess. Not really all that prevalent in the current format. But, you know, could be something cheeky that TY has maybe brought out against them in the upper finals here on this map that made it a little bit harder than it needed to be. Who knows? The only team that knows why Nessie Theory does what they do is Nessie Theory. All right, everyone. Momentarily getting ready to head into map number 1 of the grand finals here in the summer Splashdown.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The grand finals begin now in the CGL summer Splashdown here on Hell's Heaven. It is Super Soldier Factory as our first submap here. The poke begins on the objectives here. Star-Lord from Batfan under a lot of duress, and it will be Kaneki dropping that Star-Lord out. Will be a slam in from the thing here of Dread Mambo. Taking some damage, but nothing too, like, backbreaking just yet, as it will be a first fight win here for Nessie Theory. They do lose out on a player, so they'll get the flip, and the comeback potential is very much in play. Nice little cheeky spot for the Loki to be healing from. Drops down now off of the high ground after they did see that Moon Knight up there on the high ground, as Kaneki finds another early pick. Batfan, having now gone over to the Namor, finds another pick here in this fight to put TY Legends in a position where they can win. You're going to see Sarah investing. Well, I guess both Invisible Women are going to invest the Invisible Barrier. Soul Convergence, or Eternal Bond, rather, coming out for the side of Emeth. And it's going to be enough to put TY Legends in control of the objective exactly at the 50% mark. Batfan having gone over to the Namor. Really annoying for Kaneki, who was on that Spider-Man momentarily. So, not a surprising swap to see, with those squids being super duper annoying to the Spider-Man. We do see the switch over to the Winter Soldier in response as well. Fist of Khonshu comes out, as well as the Clobber in time. And Kaneki will be able to find a hat trick here in the middle of this fight. No problem here for the side of Nessie Theory on the Super Soldier Factory thus far. Well, yes, you are. Okay, 3 ultimates from either side. But Kaneki opening it up again with another great pick. We're not even going to need to invest any ultimates here to win this fight for Nessie Theory. And I mean, we're going to see the Ankh drop there for Urko trying to expose Kaneki, but able to escape the range of that ability. We're going to see the Devil Dinosaur actually invest that Devil Beast Rampage to try and enter this fight. Horn of Proteus comes through. The unfortunately, Bubble is going to protect that Namor, so not quite going to be able to collect on the Kraken impact, but more than happy to just chase down the kill. Super Soldier Factory belongs to Nessie Theory. Great first sub-map there for Nessie Theory. A little bit of fight in them, but you can see just based off of the stats just now, just edging out this TY Legends squad. Nessie Theory able to take that first map. Kaneki playing exceptionally on the Winter Soldier. Is the MVP right now, but I mean, you look at Dread Mambo and Unnerva, both having 8,000 damage respectively. Only players in that range as of the end of the first round. All right, map number 2 here on Hell's Heaven. I'm gonna throw the squid down. Just trying to prove annoying to this Human Torch potentially. One of the permaflyers in this game. Devil Dinosaur under so much pressure there. Timbotus explodes after dropping into that fight. Will not be able to get out unscathed. Will be a couple of great cleanup picks here for the side of Nessie Theory.
I have a shield, but no complaints.
A nice job here for the side of Nessie Theory. Just a loser. Playing very well actually on this Human Torch as well. Forcing the switch over to Thor. Clobberin' time comes out, lands onto 3 players. Batfan actually able to take advantage of the players out of position. Getting rid of the flyer. Unfortunately for Urko, shoved into the corner by that alternate fire of the Magneto. Able to press the advantage here. Alright, keeping it going. Has the Meteor M. We're going to see the Eternal Bond in from Emiath. But the Meteor M is actually going to collect on 2 players there, unfortunately, for the side of TY Legends. Batfan is able to get a trade, so it is a 2-for-2 trade in the spawn door of the TY Legends. So that advantage is always going to be theirs, a little bit overexerted in the face of adversity there for Nessie Theory. We'll be able to back them down for TY Legends. We're gonna see the Human Torch get active, able to get away with the help of that bubble and some healing from the Magneto. It's gonna be God of Thunder in for Timbotus. good for one, as well as the Goddess of Death, good for a couple as well. They're going to lose out on their Invisible Woman of Toledo, but still a fight win. Going to be able to bring this one back to about the half-century mark. Waiting for this re-engagement here now. Few ultimates ready to go for Nessie Theory. Just as many, though, for TY Legends. We're getting armed and dangerous. Getting the resets off of the Loki. Oh, it's not Loki clones. I didn't quite see who that Kraken Impact was able to kill. But it did kill a guy, so I guess that is all that matters. The invisible barrier not lasting as long as they would have liked on the side of Nessie Theory. We're going to see the Supernova come out. Clobbering time as well. Good for the knockdown on a Batfam, but this Thor still proving to be kind of a menace here late in this fight. Able to bring it back to about 99%. Portal comes through from Urko. Duffman able to get the pick on to the Invisible Woman. Going to see the Kumiho out from the side of Emieth to try and help lock down this fight. The Spider-Man is in from Kaneki, but it will not be enough to get another touch. Frozen Airfield belongs to TY Legends. The decider now, Eldritch Monument. Alright. Yeah, very, very even fight now. Just not a lot of deaths for Nessie Theory in that first sub-map, so still a little bit ahead on deaths, but everything else is pretty much even. So, here we go. Eldritch Monument. The third and final sub-map here on Hell's Heaven. Getting some good poke in with that sword from the Magneto. Nice poke coming through for the side of Nessie Theory. We're going to see the God of Thunder out from actually Timbotus to try and get this fight started. The flip does come through for Nessie's Theory, but just based off of the damage from that God of Thunder, we're looking at an advantage toward it in TY Legends. Well, that would be the case if Kaneki wasn't in the backline uppercutting everybody in sight. Kaneki good for one more on the edge. Here's the spectacular spin, taking down that White Fox, and it's just Timbotus who tried to keep TY Legends in the fight, but just barely could not get there. Good, strong fight win from Nessie Theory. And it was long and drawn out, so they got to 50% off of just one fight, which is absolutely brutal. A nice poke coming through from Unnerva. The Meteor M ready to go. Here is the Psionic Seduction from the Emma Frost, trying to keep it at bay. Unfortunately, can't do it forever. That shield does not last very long from the Magneto, so Psionic Seduction enough to get some people turned around, no longer shooting. Good to get rid of it, but at 76% and 5 ultimates in the bank, Nessie Theory do have the tools that they need to get active here. Not to say TY Legends doesn't have some of their own. Spider-Man there of Kaneki. We're going to see Psionic Seduction actually from the other side. Going to not quite connect, unfortunately. Horn of Proteus invested, as well as the Kraken Impact from just a loser. Will not be able to get any resets on it. As TY Legends does come through big with the ultimates of their own. The Invisible Barrier, as well as the Kumiho and Horn of Proteus able to stabilize the fight, and got all but the duplication out from that Nessie Theory squad. The God of Mischief. That's all they have coming into this next fight. Of course, God of Thunder is all that TY Legends has. They are building up to about 50% of this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, God of Thunder is a pretty good ultimate in that scenario. Good for 2 picks and putting TY Legends in a position to just outright win this first map, to give this Nessie Theory squad their first loss of the bracket. There will be a touch based off of the virtue of a portal. But the Spectacular Spin is just in there, prepared early. Urko, though, able to come through huge. Unfortunately, not enough, as it is down to just Urko to take this fight. Timbotus is alive as well, but now cut off from the objective. The portal does come back through. 4? Okay. Okay, yeah, this fight is getting absolutely scrappy here. The Psionic Seduction did get them turned around. The Horn of Proteus comes through. Kaneki able to find one there in the midst of the fight. TY Legends in control of this fight. Addix tries to get in there, but with Kaneki being so damn low, and now especially with the Yarn Amplifier out, there's just nothing that Nessie Theory can do there in the end. Eldritch Monument, and as a result, Hell's Heaven belongs to TY Legends. Already off to a better start than they were in their last matchup with Nessie Theory. First map loss for that Nessie Theory in the bracket stages. They can bleed, everyone. Very, very, very close game indeed. Just barely able to bring it home, though. I don't really have anything to complain about. Both teams played super well on that map. It just felt like TY Legends had the better game plan late game. The Thor, actually, from Timbotus is something I want to highlight. In those last couple of sub-maps, didn't see it on the first map. Was, of course, as you see, playing that Devil Dinosaur on Super Soldier Factory. But once that Thor came out, it kind of looked like a completely different team for TY Legends. Timbotus, while not, like, it wasn't exactly a hard carry, but it was a strong enough performance on the Thor to take the pressure off his teammates, to put them through the end of this map. And the God of Thunder ultimates were like always consistently finding 1 or 2 picks, which you'll see here. 2 picks through God of Thunder, not usually considered an ultimate that's going to find that much value, but it was more than enough to push TY Legends into the lead here in this grand final. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff from TY Legends. Nessie Theory now, for the first time, having to play from behind. The benefit, though, they're going to get this first map, or this next map selection, right? As is the privilege of the losing team of the first series, of the first map. I guess any map, really. Unless it's the last one. Awaiting the map selection. We do know where we're going, though. The Museum of Contemplation. I'm hard-pressed to say what they're thinking, but will be interesting. I've never watched this map before. I've never even looked at this map before. It's gonna be super interesting for me, at the very least, to see how this is going to go. Museum of Contemplation in for map number 2. Exciting stuff indeed. Getting into our hero bands here expeditiously. See what these teams are going to ban out. Water is super good, y'all. Drink your water if you haven't. I know you've been seeing me drink energy drinks all day, but I got my water too. So drink some water, guys. This is your reminder. First band is going to be the Namor. Second band is going to be the Daredevil. I think this Protect will tell us a lot about what TY Legends and Nessie are going to be planning on this second map. Cyclops is the protection from a TY Legends, and Spider-Man going to make it so that Kaneki is good for that hero. And I mean, it provides excellent synergy with the fact that they banned out Namor first and foremost. No chance to protect that Namor for TY Legends. Black Panther and Bloodstone bans are next. Now, on to the next protections. It's going to be Squirrel Girl. So, it does seem that TY Legends does have some kind of strategy related to Squirrel Girl coming into a matchup against Nessie Theory. Want to keep our acorn chucking friend in play. And by virtue of not banning out the Gambit, we are going to see the Gambit here on map number 2. Guaranteed there is a protection of the Gambit. Final bans now coming through will be 2 Vanguards, Rogue and Thor. Nessie Theory respecting that Thor in the end. knowing it was one of the factors that led to their loss on map number 1. All right, everybody. Map number 2, Museum of Contemplation. They really be thinking in there, huh? Getting ready to hit this second map up here very, very soon. Composition for TY Legends Symbotus going to be over to the Groot now that the Thor is out of rotation, with the other Vanguard being that Emma Frost. Pretty pokey from the other side, NS Nessie Theory. Pokey Vanguards with some pretty heavy flanking dive duelists here. School bus moving around this first major corner, but it's going to be Urko that finds the first pick, so the bus will stall as TY Legends begins to get a little bit more aggressive with that pick. Seppuku going to go ahead and switch over to that Iron Fist off the magic. These slashes dealing so much damage for Anerva. Just so much damage from this Magneto. They see the low Cyclops, and we're able to get rid of Batfan here. We're going to see these Eternal Bond as the Meteor M will be invested. That'll find a pick, yeah. Yeah, shoved into a corner. There's not really anywhere for that invisible woman to go. And with that Meteor M finding out one of the most important backliners in the game, it will be Nessie Theory rolling the school bus through the first objective. Minerva playing super well on this Magneto. Be able to block that blind as they try to assist with the dives of the Spider-Man and the Iron Fist, who coincidentally also both have their ultimates. There's a spectacular spin going to be responded to by the invisible barrier, and with that invisible barrier, they're actually able to take care of Kaneki. Psionic Seduction invested, gonna try to keep that in. We're going to see the Chi unleashed there from Seppuku, but will not be able to find a pick with that ultimate. Batfan is able to clean up the fight with that Cyclops. Now, Nessie Theory coming in with a heavy ult advantage. I mean, that will be the Raging Royal Flush. Eye of Agamotto comes down, gonna try and take care of the Magneto, but Dread Mambos is going to find the better purchase. Only landed on that Magneto of Anerva. Did that ultimate, so just ultimately leads to more value coming out of Dread Mambos. You're gonna see a retouch here at the end of this first objective. Very, very close to giving that up. We're going to see the Meteor M come down. Will not connect, unfortunately. That Iron Fist trying to find something in the way of a pick. I mean, has not been super impactful this round, that Iron Fist. Trying to find some sort of purchase. A Nerva good for 2, and with 2 players going down to that blade, that magnetic blade there of a Nerva, will almost certainly be an objective capture for Nessie Theory. Batfan does get off the Ruby Rage. They're trying to keep this fight in check, but not much in the way of HP. Okay, wait a minute, hang on. The invisible barrier, good to keep them alive. Urko with that, oh wow. Yeah, I mean, an incredibly well-timed ultimate by Toledo. That fight was all but lost had that invisible barrier not come through. Even with the picks that they had, they just had no health. Alright, here's the spectacular spin. Good for the 1. And then the Raging Royal Flush leads Vic to killing 3 more on the way to capturing this objective. Objective 3 now here for the side of Nessie Theory. Eye of Agamotto, Meteor M, ready to go for them. Psionic Seduction, Eye of Agamotto. Basically Vanguard ultimates ready to go for both sides, building up pretty close to a couple of the strategist ultimates. Dread Momo going to throw in that Eye of Agamotto. Only connecting onto Urko, but there is follow-up enough to take care of that Hela. Gonna see Eye of Agamotto come out in the backline. Unfortunately, this Meteor M will not be able to connect. We're gonna see a Slamdo onto the Magneto. Got a couple of players left alive here on this last objective. Only ultimate here is going to be that Psionic Seduction from Duffman, as this fight continues to drag. Will be forced to disengage due to Nessie's Theory, waiting for these players to respawn. Urko pretty low now, dead there at the hands of the Spider-Man. Here is Ruby Rage. Good for the pick on to Seppuku. We see that this I mean, they're trying to put out a lot of damage in this front line with the Doctor Strange, but Dread Mambo cannot get it done there. Now with 25 seconds left, it's going to be up to these ultimates of TY Legends to keep this game at bay. Kaneki extremely low. I mean, the good thing is that Kaneki is on Spider-Man, so we'll get back fast. The bad news is that Kaneki's dead. Won't be back before overtime. Eye of Agamotto taking down the Gambit right after that Raging Royal Flush. Gonna see Goddess of Death from Urko to try and assert this defense. Seppuku building up to the Living Chi here very, very soon. Till ETO, though, able to keep this going. We're going to be seeing that Living Chi going up to everyone that they can. Unfortunately, it is just this Iron Fist for Seppuku left alive on the objective. Too much healing to deal with. This this Iron Fist is doing absolutely everything in their power to keep the fight going, but TY Legends will be able to stop them at 81.72 meters on this third and final point. And now I introduce to you Mataneva coming in here to help me finish the grand finals, much as I helped him on Friday.
Yes, I gotta return the favor, of course. We are here for the grand finals. First to 3, of course, nothing too crazy, nothing too special. Looks like TYL already up 1 series, and I did just catch the very last, like, overtime fight, and I did, in fact, see that Iron Fist going absolutely buck wild in that last engagement, as you called out.
Well,
and I'm excited to see any swaps. Do you see any swaps of note going into his next round here?
Well, Seppuku is over to the Magic. I do want to note that that was kind of the only thing Seppuku was able to do on the Iron Fist throughout the first half of that map was that contest at the end. So I do like the switch. I wasn't really a big fan of the Iron Fist. Nessie's Theory were good enough, even without like the super impactful duelist to get through to the third point, but I do think it hindered more than it helped.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Iron Fist is one of those characters where it's just like either you get all the value in the world or you're literally just tickling the back line and no one really cares. Like that's kind of the dichotomy of that character. I am loving the fact that we're seeing Gambit though, only because I think Gambit is so strong, of course. But you've already lost Seppuku, who's again on that Magic instead of the Iron Fist. Then you also lose Kaneki, so you're down both your duelists here for Nessie Theory. So it's a matter of, hey, back up and you have to basically reset entirely or be a victim of the Legends' aggressiveness right now. Yeah.
Oh man, this is a change of pace for me. I've been talking about everything. I'm not used to the abrupt change, but I mean, TY Legends looking so much stronger in this series than they have in the last couple of their last one, because they did lose to this team in the upper bracket 2-0. So looking very strong here. Unfortunately, Timbotus caught out in no man's land on that Doctor Strange. There will be the pick onto Emeth in the back line, as it will be a complete team wipe for the side of Nessie Theory right at the end of this first objective.
Amazing. And I will say, unfortunately, I did see Timbo trying to kind of fly up in the air, but then unfortunately hit his head on the doorway. So he kind of just went boop up and back down, and then you were again in the vicinity of Seppuku on that Magic. A very great elimination kind of character in the game. So with that in mind, they are able to reset in terms of this secondary corner for the defensive positioning that Nessie Theory needs to make. So make sure that the TY Legends crew are not able to get to that first point, not able to refresh a minute and a half. But again, shout out to Eriko, constantly on the prowl.
Yeah, and I mean, caught out in no man's land again is Seppuku. We see the invisible barrier invested from Sarah, but it's just not going to be enough to weather a 6 versus 2 fight that collects the first objective for TY Legends.
No, oh my goodness, and we have an early elimination onto Seppuku again. I think had gotten the previous spawn room, so was already kind of, again, as you mentioned, in no man's land a little bit by themselves. So Batfan, of course, on the Cyclops, another very solid duelist character to have in your disposal. Really nice early selection there, giving us a little bit of space for the attackers to work with already up in front of that first corner, a very pivotal corner. Of course, you are technically in the down position, whereas the other team does have a nice verticality available to them from that ramp. Of course, we have checkmarks online here for the defenders. Ideally, I'm looking for the Kraken's Impact to be maybe utilized alongside the Raging Royal Flush from Vic. Ideally, that is the plan, but of course, it has to go off without a hitch, especially in the face of the Gods of Death and of the Silence Seduction. But Kaneki, ooh, we're getting warmed up.
Yeah, we're going to see that Kraken Impact invested by Kaneki. Couple of players tagged up, and Anerva is actually able to get that one finished up. A second pick for the Magneto of Nessie Theory. We're going to see the Psionic Seduction in from Duffman to try and turn this fight into their favor. Eye of Agamotto will come out, but not really connect onto anybody, unfortunately, for this this Doctor Strange of Timbotus. And will secure the fight win for Nessie Theory.
And Timbotus was trying to use Agamotto to stop the Dark Child from getting any more value, but you heard the shing of the invincibility frame, so Seppuku completely bypassed it. I think had gone through that little portal, and then basically you are invincible as magic during that sequence. However, the fight is still ongoing, no one quite going down yet. Still many a check marks to expend here. There's the 1, the 2, and the 3, the 4, and the 5.
Yeah, I mean, Psionic Seduction did try to come out from Dread Mambo. It's going to have to be up to Kaneki to continue this fight. Did find that first pick, but with Unnerva especially going down, it's not going to be so easy coming up on this, the end of this second objective here, Mott. It's looking a little bit dire. It does get a little bit overextended, though. Does Timbotus allows this TY Legends, or rather Nessie Theory squad to come back into this fight, and I mean, they've got the Raging Royal Flush as well as the Kraken Impact back. The only thing that TY Legend has in their pocket is that invisible barrier.
I love that Vic has not really felt pressure enough to just proc the Raging Royal Flush. In any of these fights, I feel like just has been very much safe in the backline as Gambit, so you've been able to hold on to it as a threat to the Legends crew. But Timoto Miso with a big elimination onto the first onto the Seppuku Magic, and then you just see a big snowball. I mean, there's not really much to say there besides one good pick, one big domino effect just completely landed in the lap of Nessie Theory.
That will be a portal in to try and retain this. Here is now the Raging Royal Flush in from Vic. And that was a very quick fight. That was really fast. That was so quick.
I mean, that's just the power of the flush. Vic knows, okay, we're going to jump out this portal. I'm going to give you guys all the Raging Royal Flush benefits, the buffs and everything, the cooldown reduction, everything you could ever ask for. And everyone explodes literally out of the gate. But speaking of exploding, Kaneki, a little too far towards the sun there. Cyclops opens his eyes and you explode.
And now Psionic Seduction in from Duffman. Trying to find something with that. Urko with a nice little headshot on it to his Seppuku to try and keep this fight going as Duffman is slamming in that diamond form on the Emma Frost. We see some punch dimension power coming in from Batfan in the backline. We're going to try and keep this fight going for Sarah with that invisible barrier, but it's not nearly going to be enough here for this Nessie Theory squad. They are getting some respawns to waste as much time as possible. Eye of Agamotto gets blocked up there for Unnerva. Unfortunately, you do see that Timbotus has one of his own, but will not even deign to think about using it here as they will collect on this second objective.
No reason to. The block there from Timbotus was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the only person that did get stunned was Duffman, but that's totally understandable. And you know that Duffman is not going to explode to the dispel the darkness from the strange of Dread Mambo. So this is amazing. They have two ultimates. They're about to have a third, maybe even a fourth, halfway towards that Eternal Bond, of course, from Amith. And with Nessie Theory, they only have the Dark Child, which did get a lot of value in a couple of fights prior for Seppuku. But the thing that I'm really worried about is just the amount of times that either duelists from Nessie Theory tend to get picked off early. This time, the reversal happens. They've lost one of their key strategists.
All right, Kraken Impact invested here from Kaneki. Gonna try, keep it going. We'll get the reset. We'll get a second in this fight. But you can see all of these TY Legends players not really wanting to give up any more than that. They're just gonna go down in the spawn.
30 more seconds. They have 4 check marks online here. Duffman, I definitely am expecting to have garnered up towards that Psionic Seduction within this fight for sure. Unfortunately, you do have to deal with the big man-staying power of the Raging Royal Flush from Vic 5137. That's the big thing you need to be so wary about. But first and foremost, can my backline survive against a Dark Child?
Darkchild and answered by the Goddess of Death as well as the Eternal Bond. We're going to see the next Strategist Ultimate invested is Stelitio's Invisible Barrier. As the fight continues here, it will be 2 picks going the way of Nessie Theory. We see the Psionic Seduction ready to go for Duffman. Will they choose to invest it? The spawns need to stay alive. The answer is no. Overtime begins to burn it down here for TY Legends. Unfortunately, not enough time to get the portal out. And for the first time in this bracket, Mott, we're seeing extra maps.
Thank goodness. I mean, in a best of 5, you want to go the entire way. It's not a lie. It's not your typical grand finals first to 4, where you have a little bit more time to deal. Think about adaptations and things like that. But in a best of 5, you have to make every map count, and Nessie Theory absolutely did that. Big shout outs to Unnerva getting the MVP. I will say, there was a portion in that last fight where Unnerva just completely bypassed the entire front line, went straight to the back line. You can see it was a battle of the Magneto versus, I think it was Tiltito, who was on the Invis Woman, just trying to get that opening pick or trying to find something to turn the tide. But Unnerva truly just dueling anybody and everybody and winning these duels more often than not. So big shout outs to the Magneto. Also, Duffman, you mentioned having gotten the Silent Seduction in the middle of that fight, but unfortunately was kind of just by themselves during that last engagement. The respawn timer for the rest of his team was astronomical, as overtime is procced for longer and longer periods of time. Very similar to very other well-known team shooter game. So when it comes to that moment, you had it, but the big glaring problem was I cannot use this seduction without Strange being dead first. I need Strange to die because that shield will completely render that ultimate useless for Emma Frost. And then guess what? You're just a sitting duck with no abilities besides yelling your ears out to nobody who will listen. So a beautiful response here from Nessie Theory, evening up the scoreboard 1-1. It's a battle in the EU region right now.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy, Mott? This is the first time we've seen 3 maps in this entire tournament.
I heard.
Funny enough, because the last series was a forfeit after the second map.
Oh, what?
So the lower finals was technically supposed to be a first to 3, but we only got 2. So this is the first time we're seeing 3 maps in this tournament, which is really, really interesting to me. So as we get ready to take it to a short break, we're going to give these teams some time to think about where they want to go. Where does TY Legends want to take us? What bans do they want to make? All that on the other side of this break.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. cash and the ticket is yours. Yours. Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 1-1 for the first time in this bracket stage. A third map on the horizon also for the first time here, Mott. Nessie Theory able to even up the score here on the Museum of Contemplation, leaving TY Legends to select our third map of the series. We're going to another map that I do not honestly have a lot of experience with, Heart of Heaven.
So this is a map that, first of all, I know myself, I'm going to accidentally call this map the Heart of the Dragon because it's very much an Iron Fist, like, it's very much an Iron Fist map. Like, it was definitely made for his season, it was all that jazz, it's very much giving Iron Fist. And I think of the dragon when I think of Iron Fist. So if you hear me call it Heart of the Dragon, ignore me. I'm just misspeaking and completely misquoting it. But the Heart of Heaven is a really interesting convergence map because it gives a lot of benefit to the defenders. You have this insane free... You'll see it. You have this really big barrier that is basically your hiding spot. You can hide a penny nest in there for most times. That's what a lot of teams like to go, is just a penny nest and call it a day, and you can't really walk on it. So you're forced to kind of maneuver around these weird entryways, right? There's an entry to the left side around the waterfall. You can go up and around, up and over if you're playing a Flyer or a Hela or a Phoenix that can kind of situate themselves on that aforementioned barrier area with a little roof on top. Or you have like your BPs or your flankers go around the right side and try to circumvent all the way to the back and find your backline. Now, speaking of Hela, not going to see her this time, but we'll see her better half. We're going to see the Elsa Bloodstone instead get protected by Nessie Theory for this one.
No more protected there by TY Legends. The Spider-Man has been a very prevalent character that Kaneki has liked to play.
Yes.
And actually was banned out by Nessie Theory last map in order to protect that Spider-Man as much as possible. On the other side, we do see the ban from Nessie Theory onto the Moon Knight, which has been one of Urko's specialties throughout the couple of series that we've seen throughout the day. So definitely a few target bans coming out here as the Winter Soldier and Thor protections come through.
Yeah, no, for sure. The Moon Knight makes complete sense. You really just want to... You don't want to deal with the spam damage of the Onks for sure, especially also the team-ups available to everyone in the game makes everything a lot more difficult to deal with. So the Magneto ban and the Phoenix ban as well do come through for the side of Nessie Theory, or Magneto ban from, of course, TYL, and then we're going to see the Nessie Theory Phoenix ban. So meaning TYL, if they are on the attack first, I believe they are, we're not going to be able to see the Hela or the Phoenix or any of those options to try to go up to that little high ground space and just kind of rain down terror onto the other opposing side's backline, or going for a DPS diff situation. Not going to happen here. And we're also going to be targeting that Magneto again, really calling back to the Museum of Contemplation, thinking about how impactful the Magneto was in general for the defense. It felt like it really did feel like our attackers could not get past the threat of a really well-balanced and also well-supported Magneto. So totally makes sense as we do see the head-to-head real quick, 1-to-1 as we mentioned. And now let's talk about what are we running. I see a pink dinosaur from Dread Mambo alongside Vic's Rocket Raccoon, ideally looking for that Unnerva Penny Parker team-up for those extra spider nests given to not only the 1 and 2 spider nests from the Penny Parker, but also the BRB beacon for Vic.
Map number 3 for the first time today.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Here we go.
We
Super
will
excited.
see who will take the lead here in this series. Theoretically, neither team has to. That could be cool in a grand final, a draw.
Please relax. No. We're not gonna talk about the. We're already talking about draws. Please. We can't say the D word quite yet. That's a curse around these parts. But you can kind of see what I mean when I talk about the Penny Parker and how impactful this barricade on the right side is. Not only is it covered by fog, so you can't even see really what's in there unless you're actually within that space, but you also can't walk. The Penny Parker has armor. She's going to have a speed boost as well for all of her teammates. It makes it so much more difficult for TYL to figure out where do we attack from, so that's why they are going to go up and around the corner.
Yep, a bit of a flank push here. Already a minute down in this time bank. Neither team has really found a pick yet, though. Timbotis looking pretty unhealthy, yeah. Eventually burned down by Dread Mambo. There is a Cyclops somewhere. Can't quite see where that's coming from, but they're there somewhere.
It's crazy. It's actually the entire theory behind the Nessie theory composition here is just you're not allowed to walk. You have an Elsa trap always on the field. You also have, again, the Penny Parker nest, Spider Nest, and the Spider Mines. But there's the double kill already. Look, they can't even walk. They can't walk, man.
Yeah, this next engagement. The first one was really, really long. This second one was over before it even began.
It's taking up already 2 minutes, by the way, of the 4 minutes.
Yeah,
I think they already two entire minutes.
That first fight was a grind.
Yeah.
An absolute slog. Now over halfway through this attack here for the side of TY Legends. We're going to see the Devil Dinosaur get active. It's going to be the Eternal Bond in from Emieth. Kaneki has the Kraken Impact ready to go. Having to deal with this Cyclops.
Oh.
That was creative.
That was an unfortunate Kraken's Impact. I mean, we're still trying to find a kill onto the Cyclops and we find it, but that was unfortunate.
Well, I mean, it works out. It works out, I guess. You'd have liked to get the reset just for the clip potential, but what can you do?
Kind of just bonked his head on the wall and then hit the ceiling and then hit the wall.
Well,
I was like, oh, well, that was
well, Batfan knew that it was coming, so he backed away.
He just left. My man was 1 HP. He heard I'm armed and dangerous, and he was like, where is my man going? But either way, the fight is still such a slog for the TY Legends crew. Again, having to figure out how we're going to break open this defense. We're going to start off with a big old Cyclops ultimate, and this finds Dread Mambo in the fray.
Ruby Rage will result in Mambo actually being brought back by the Rocket Resurrection. Seppuku does end up falling here. So, I mean, it's trades, right? Numbers still do favor Nessie's theory right now, though. Able to actually, I think, get rid of that Spider's Nest for the moment.
For now,
but now with only 20 seconds left, I mean... You're not in the ideal position. Nope, I just couldn't see it. The Spider Nest is still in play. So.
No, it did get broken a little bit earlier, but it never just came back to re-proc it here. Eternal Bond versus the... Oh no! I was so scared of! I see the Eternal Bond and I get so scared that we're going to dash
why
right
did they
into
think
a Spider
fog
Mine.
In that area was a good idea?
It's a great idea for your defenders if you're playing Penny Parker. Not for anybody else, and just like that, it's a full hold, man. It's a full hold for the Legends crew. It is now, in fact, this could in fact be drawable, although I would prefer if not.
We're ahead of schedule anyway, dog. Like, yeah, that was brutal. The devs definitely cooked something with that fog. Oh man, okay, well, that was just absolutely a masterclass on how to defend this map from the side of Nessie Theory.
That's the power of the Penny Parker and Rocket full team up, of course. Not just like the mini, no, the full team up allows Penny to have a secondary spider nest. So you can set it up not only in that little, in that area that we were seeing a little bit earlier in defense, but you can also set up in the waterfall. Which, again, is visually obscured. You won't be able to see through the waterfall unless you actually walk through it, and at that point, you're likely going to walk right into a bunch of spider mines and then explode, which unfortunately both the backline for the Legends crew did figure out the hard way. But we're going to see a couple of actually not just compositional swaps here, but also role swaps. Toledo is going to swap over from the backline into the duelist line instead. Batfan is actually going to be taking up the Rocket mantle to maybe get the same success with the Rocket Penny as we had seen previously from the Theory crew. Now we're actually going on to a Spider-Man though, so Kaneki needs to be a little bit weary. He should know that they likely are going the exact same thing that they had just went on the defense.
Yeah, but already through the choke there is this Nessie Theory squad. Urko though, good for the first pick of the round onto the Iron Man of Unnerva. So pretty swift fight as Batfan is able to escape.
Well, Batfan is doing what I do on Rocket. That little cloud, I just go right in there and they can't see me, and I start just scurrying around like a little rat, and it works out so nicely to evade any of these dive potentials from Seppuku, from Kaneki, for example. I will say Unnerva foregoing the Vanguard spot to play the Iron Man and Ultron team up and just allow Dread Mambo to be the only one on the Vanguard role. I mean, it might work until you get an unfortunate duo elimination here. It's just trade after trade.
Yeah,
with no...
Urko is going nuts! What the hell? That's not even cracking impact! Urko just killed 6!
He did just kill 6. The entire team is a victim of the, the Urko Bucky. Wow. What?
That's unreal! What a performance from Urko! No Moon Knight, no problem for this guy. Absolutely phenomenal job there as the re-engagement does start to come back through. The magic now in play for Seppuku is what we saw in the last map, but guess who's in the kill feed again to start off this next fight? It is Urko. Oh my god.
That's 8. That's 8, by the way. That's 8 so far
8
in a row.
8 in a row.
In a row. Did we get a 9th? I mean, I can see he's getting a little low there. He has Kraken's impact, though. Not even Penny can see where this nest is. Like, this is... Alright,
okay,
finally.
Urko gets 9 out of 10, though.
Yeah. I'll give it to him. My man got 9 out of 10. It's looking... Like I'm just saying, it's looking exactly like we had seen on the opposite side here. They are getting full held by their own tactics.
Alright, well... A minute 40 on the clock. The Kaneki Spider-Man able to escape. We do have a couple of ultimates coming online here. For the side of, well, both teams. Seppuku actually goes down. We're going to see the Psionic Seduction in, but of course it's Urko trading out on that spectacular spin there. Eternal Bond to try and lock down this objective. Agamotto now from Dread Mambo. Need to find something, but Talitio has come back on the Black Panther and put up a defensive masterclass, allowing Urko the space to continue going ham here.
I'm the Unnerva
oh my god.
Possibly swap off this Iron Man.
That was crazy.
I mean, Urko is... I want to see a little... If we can get a quick little tab check. I can read it real fast. I promise, production. I want to see what Urko's stats are looking like. I mean, we've had another Kraken's impact already because we're constantly getting these 5-6 piece eliminations for the Winter Soldier. Vic has the Rage of Ultron Gray. We're going to use it right here to hopefully keep up our team as well as putting some pressure onto the backline. The CUA machine is going to be giving so much potential for this Spider Time to get so much value. There it is. Double kill.
Yeah. I mean, you saw Urko there under pressure by the Rage of Ultron, and with only 20 seconds left, he was able to get that uppercut to get that shield health, get a little bit more of that tankiness going, and I mean, Mott, with 10 seconds left, it's going to have to be a touch with this portal.
3,
we'll be able to pull it
1.
down.
We're in there. We're in there.
We'll be able to get it. Okay, Kraken Impact ready to go. We're going to hear Armed and Dangerous. Ready to go. Can we get a reset going?
Right
Seems like the answer is going to be no. It is a 1-for-1 trade here. Duffman falls, but it's okay because the defensive team wants to run Rocket anyway. They've got that resurrection back, and now Vic goes down. It will be TY Legends coming through the Pulse Cannon. Good for one, but no more than that, as Urko is going to find 2 more eliminations. Map number 3 ends in a 0-0 draw.
The draw. Not only have we gotten our first map 3, we've also got one of the first draws on the stream as well. Meaning, yeah, that basically is... So, for anyone that does not know, whenever a draw does, unfortunately, yeah, happen on the stream, neither team get a point. It's as if the map never happened, pretty much. So we gotta keep it pushing and keep it grooving, because we're 1-1 still after 10 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, look at that. Urko. 21 final blows!
No way. It
21!
29 and 3. And
nobody else is above
21.
6!
No, no.
That's,
Show Unnerva. Unnerva has 7.
Oh,
Please
sorry.
show
I was
go.
looking at the other team. Is that a deadlift? That's a deadlift.
I'm not gonna lie. The
6 plus 4. That's 16. That is 16 final blows. That is a Fleta deadlift for Urko.
I'm just saying, TY, we're playing in the backpack for Echo.
Yes,
for
yes.
the
That is
entirety
a
of
Fleta deadlift on a draw for Urko.
Wow. Speaking from the backpack, if you will. Good. Jeez. Quick little replay.
Batman had 16,000 damage.
Oh, I'm probably on Cyclops. Ideally, yeah. That totally makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I forgot that he had played Cyclops, but no,
Yeah.
was that was the Urko show, and we all just had front row seats. Oh my god.
For free.
Urko, why couldn't you have done that on attack?
Well,
that's
my
insane.
thing also that I'm a little bit...
it's just a hard thing to map to push, I guess.
No, not even just that, but I also think the composition that Theory were running was just not going to work. If you're going to run an Ultron and a Cloak and Dagger, I'm sorry, as a fellow Ultron main, he does not have the support output for 3 duelists. And they also have Dread Mambo taking up most of that damage output on just himself on Strange, and you have that big shield, great, but what do you do when you're being surrounded by everyone else? I mean, you can't just flick around and do everything at once. You need a buddy, and I don't really think the Iron Man and the Ultron team up is enough to have stopped the pressure of the Bucky, to put pressure onto the Emma Frost, to help alleviate the damage potential of the Penny Nests. You know, there was not really much thought going into this composition, especially because it feels like they decided to go dive into a very hard anti-dive screw you composition of the Penny Parker and the Rocket. That is the, you're not walking. You try to dive onto any of us, I'm going to just hide over here and you're going to explode. And that happened more than once. I really wish I had seen just, even if we ran the same composition from our previous round, I would love to have seen that be played rather than Spider-Man, than Iron Fist, than Black Panther, than any of the characters we had seen on the duelist role. Not only that, but also, again, harping back to the composition itself being a 1-3-2 composition. Run triple strategist, if you will. If you're going to throw Ultron in there, why not? Mantis is not banned. Throw her in there. That would have been really, really game-changing, I think, for Nessie.
Take a breath. It's...
I know, I'm just getting heated.
No. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking just in, like, everyone in general. A draw in the grand finals. Potential 6-map grand finals.
I need you to stop putting things into
Tell me that's not hype, Mott! Tell me that's not so hype!
It's hype, but NA starts in, like, 30 minutes. So we... Yeah, keep it pushing, keep it grooving. No,
the North Americans don't matter. The NA doesn't matter. It's all first to 2 over there anyway.
Okay, yeah. Well, they're all first to 2 until grand. So yeah, that's totally fair.
No, the lower finals is first to 3.
Oh, true. This is the one that
lower finals is first to 3, but it was just 2-0. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like we are gonna have all our finals, yeah, be first to 3. Yep, okay. Sounds good. Winners, losers, and or lowers and grands. That makes sense. There was only
smaller,
limited teams.
smaller bracket just means smaller games.
that's
So
what
only
makes
the
sense.
lower finals and the grand finals in this series or in this tournament will be first to 3.
Yep,
But
sounds good.
I mean, we're at parity after 3, Mott. So potential here. It will still be TY Legends map selection
Yep.
going into map number 4 because they had their map selection draw. So, like you said, like it never happened.
Yeah.
And we
as
will
if-
be headed to Midtown for map number 4.
Sure will. Midtown's a really fun one. I've come around to Midtown, and of course it came out when the entire Fantastic Four just kind of crashed into the game. And the first portion of the first impression of Midtown for a while was it was one of those maps where it actually had a true bottleneck choke area where it can be really difficult to push through the first area as the attacking team. Defense-wise, you have a lot of, again, leeway with high ground control. You have a lot of escape routes. You also have just really good awareness, really good opportunities to surround the attacking team, and also just kind of be a bully on the defense with Groot Walls or Magneto and Strange and Emma Frost, which of course we've been seeing all of them be played today. So if I do see, we'll see which team does want to attack first. Again, this is now going to convoy. You gotta get through as much as you possibly can. I think the most difficult part to attack actually might be Grand Central Station on point B. That might be probably the most difficult place to attack because a lot of teams tend to get literally stuffed out at the ramp that goes down towards point C complete or point B completion.
Okay, everybody. The grand finals continues into map number 4. Guaranteed someone will be taking the lead here. You cannot draw on these escort style maps.
Well, oh no, it's true.
It's
the card does auto move. To be fair, you are correct.
It's mathematically very, very, very difficult.
Very small
to draw on escort style maps. It's not impossible. Maybe it is possible in Overwatch for sure.
It is possible.
Not so sure in Rivals.
I don't think they auto move. Well, they do auto move, of course. Like that is the biggest difference in these map types between the two games is that the cart will just keep moving even if no one's on it. My thing is it can also be taken over by the other team, which then makes it stop moving. So technically, you could be the opposition. The cart gets capped, but then you find a fight when you flip the cart right before it actually starts moving from the checkpoint. That's theoretically possible. But as you said, the odds of that happening are astronomically low. Like, it's not as apparent as a Convergence, of course, for example, where we just saw one of the first draws. Man, that's the first time I've seen a draw on a stream in general, let alone this specific tournament series. I mean, just in general, it has been a very long time since I've seen a draw on any of these maps between multiple games that I cast, and this is just, it makes it all the more entertaining. It's like, wow, this grand finals truly does feel like these two teams were meant to go against each other, where it got to a point where no one could figure out how to break a Penny Parker defensive line. They're so even. So even.
Yeah. I mean, Nessie Theory kind of blew TY Legends out of the upper bracket. Like, it was a 2-0 win for Nessie Theory. So now, I mean, this is just a completely different story coming into the grand finals. TY Legends out of the lower bracket, able to, at the very least, put up a very strong fight. Yep. Admittedly, I think that map would have been a little bit harder had Urko not popped off like he did.
That is true. That is very true.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how you get there. They did end up drawing, which is, the best case scenario, given that they hadn't been able to take a tick on their attack. But you can't really rely on that, right? Like, as good as Urko has been all day long, that flooded deadlift is not a reliable strategy to play around. You can't just say, hey, go kill 21 people while the rest of us will kill 16, right? It's just not going to work. So you need to figure out something that will involve the rest of your team in the gameplay and the winning of this series.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting right now, because of that draw, the game is, I'll be completely transparent, the game is low-key bugging out. Because the tournament mode, even though it clearly has a draw, and we saw it, A says draw, this and that and the third, and there's no point given to either team, but the tournament series is kind of having a little bit of a issue right now, so that's why we're taking a little bit longer to get into Midtown. For sure it's going to be Midtown, but it's about the game allowing who to pick sides, and this time the third, so hopefully we will get ourselves into our series first and foremost. Oh, we're not going Midtown anymore? Is it for sure going to be Symbiotic Surface? Okay, I'm cool with that. So it looks like we do have to do yet another convergence map for map number 3. I'm assuming that's what's going on, or map 4, excuse me. We will see when we eventually get in-game. You guys might see on the top in the in-game tournament series, it's going to say round 3, quote-unquote. You and I both know this is round 4. It's just the game having a little bit of a scuffle right now with having that draw kind of throw it out of proportion.
Draws are not very common.
No.
It's just the truth, right? So it's not all that surprising. I will say that it is very, very cool that Rivals has a built-in system for tournaments. Even though there is limitations on it, clearly, it is super, super cool that they built this part of the game with esports in mind.
Oh yeah. I mean, speaking of esports, you can go in-game and literally press the esports tab, and you can see live games. You can see standings updated in real time. You see all the different regions: OCE, Pacific, NA, EU, or EMEA. Excuse me. I mean, you can see all that right in-game, which I think is again really, really cool. And now we can go into the actual pick and ban phase. Yes, we are going to be going over to Symbiotic Surface as our unofficial round 4. Because, again, the system is like, hey, there's a draw, and it's doing some weird stuff. So we're just going to keep it pushing, keep it moving, and, again, pretend that the Heart of Heaven did not actually happen. Bans are coming through very, very frivolously. Here we go. The Black Panther ban, the Daredevil ban are both, of course, going to make a reappearance, as well as the Rogue ban, because I think because of that Gambit Protect, they definitely don't want that full team up to be in effect for the Rogue and the Gambit together.
Inform me. What does it do? I don't know.
It just makes, how do I explain it? It just makes the Rogue really, really overpowered in the front line. She gets so much more buff. She gets so much additive into her kit with the Gambit, because again they're married and they have to get team up together. Gambit, I believe, gets just like you know what the crazy thing is? I rarely ever see it, because I never really see it in game because they're always banned. That's the crazy part. But when you have it unbanned, it is like she's not dying. She's not dying. She's going to be in your backline. She's going to be brawling against you, and it is really, really, really tilting. So to have the game of protection for NST, but also have the Get Rogue banned, I think it's really good in the long run for sure going to this next map.
Okay, so going into the rest of our bans, it's going to be BP, Hella, Cyclops for Nessie, Penny, Rogue, and Daredevil in for the side of TY Legends. We do see the Gambit Protect and the Human Torch Protect, which is something that we saw on map number 1 on Hell's Heaven from the side of Nessie Theory. So, wouldn't be surprised to see it come out again. Admittedly, based off of what I'm looking at in the in-game look that we can see right now, not hovering it, and they are on the defense for Nessie Theory, so maybe more of an attacking character, I suppose.
I love that we have effectively. I think we just made sure no one's able to play Penny Parker. Because this is also a very excellent map for Penny Parker and Rocket Raccoon team up, alongside, of course, throwing the Elsa Bloodstone in there, because that trap that we had just seen Kaneki put down on that right side corner. But again, having Vic back on that Gambit, this was the winning backline here for Nessie Theory back in round 2 of the Museum of Contemplation, right? So to have it back again is really, really nice. And this time we are going to see the Ultron and Iron Man work in tandem with one another between Batfan and Erko once more. This time, hopefully on the attack, hopefully we'll see not a draw this time, because if we get a secondary draw, we just gotta get rid of Convergence in general.
All right, here we go. Map number 4 in as Tilito is now the one representing the Winter Soldier after a monumental performance to live up to. There is a great hook there on to Unnerva, able to get rid of the Magneto. And, I mean, living up, it's hard to live up to what Urko did last map, but Tilito is doing their damned best. A great first fight for this Winter Soldier, pulling that mag out, and a great point capture for TY Legends.
Which is why you're going to see the swap off the Magneto. It's just a very, very, very difficult character to play. And you're going to see Unnerva coming in with the Strange, coming in with the Portal as well. But Duffman finds a double kill into Just a Loser and Kaneki. Dread Mambo in no worse for wear, of course, as you see the aerial battle of the Iron Man is really coming through in favor of TYL, and with a 5-minute time bank, they're going to be able to run right through the rest of the symbiotic surface, and even more so get a stagger, unfortunately as it is, onto Kaneki's magic.
Okay, Kraken Impact ready to go for Toledo. The Rage of Ultron ready to go for Batfan. Looking over, you see basically just the Strategist Ultimates, the Invisible Barrier, and the Rage and Royal Flush ready to go for Nessie Theory. Coming around this for last corner of the objective. Trying to take as much space as possible. But it's going to be Emieth on that Cloak and Dagger that actually gets rid of Kaneki on the Spider-Man. And now, with all the confidence in the world, TY Legends will be walking it down forward. Not even needing to invest one of their plethora of ultimates to win that fight.
Kaneki had to try to get a little bit sneaky and you know, try to get a quick little pull in on that Bucky. That was a little bit too confident in my opinion, only because yeah, I don't think Bucky needs anyone to pull him in. He can just pull you into him, so you kind of saved him a cooldown to not have to get used there in the long run. 6 check marks ready for our attackers. 5-4 is what I actually meant to say. 2 going down early. A double use of not just the God of Thunder getting a 3K alongside the Pulse Cannon. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, already having been down, you know, 1 or 2 players, that is an excellent comeback there from the God of Thunder and the Rage of Ultron, as well as the Pulse Cannon. I mean, pretty expensive, but they won a losing fight because of them.
Oh no, Nerva. There's something back to this Magneto. Although I love Magneto and what he does offer in the Vanguard role, it's just impossible to stay alive against the forces of a not only a Bucky but also the Iron Man as well. I will say Toledo is definitely living up to the Erko name here on that Bucky. Basically getting a lot of his own couple of eliminations, duo, trio kills of his own right. And on top of that, having the ability
oh my goodness,
Hackers Impact in the back pocket. So good. Unnerva didn't even stand a chance, dude.
Yeah, I mean, these hooks are just so brutal right now. Like, I don't think that either Toledo or Urko in the last map have missed an impactful hook yet. Now, with only a meter left, I mean, they finished the map with 4 minutes, Mott. They gained time. That never happens.
They gained 4 seconds extra. We started this map at 4 minutes. Meaning, we basically got through this entire map within around 3 minutes in total. Because you get through first point, you get 2.5 minutes back, then you get a minute and a half back on third point. And to have 4 minutes back and get back to 4 minutes, yeah, no, we went through this map very quickly within about 3 to 4 minutes. So, very, very different style of gameplay from the TY Legends crew. I mean, we had just seen Heart of Heaven, and no one was able to get a single tick. But when it comes to just playing Bucky, playing Ultron, playing this, again, going back to the 2-2-2 composition line that I was really hoping for, this is what the success looks like for the Legends. Now, of course, now they have to go in for the defense. Nothing's going to change as far as I'm aware. Still hold on to the Ultron, the Iron Man, of course. Toledo was doing way too good on Bucky, so why would I swap off of that, of course? NST, of course, NST Theory, they are deciding, hey, let's do it again. Triple duelist with just Dread Mambo on Magneto. I do like Magneto's solo tank because of his extra bubbles and his abilities to self-sustain a little bit. However, in the face of this Bucky from Toledo, I'm a little bit worried here for Dread Mambo.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I am too. I really, really am. I mean, that first round was absolutely brutal. Doing essentially the same thing. So, we do see the Human Torch now coming out. Unnerva gonna throw that Unibeam in with a bunch of extra damage coming through. 3 seconds left, but Timbotus is able to burn that Iron Man out. And it will be a pretty swift fight win here for the side of TY Legends as Timbotus finds another pick on a flyer, no less.
I mean, you get the reversal of it, though, right? You get a pick onto the opposing Bucky, and it feels like a breath of fresh air for Nessie Theory. You can see him slowly start to walk up with, of course, Dread Mambo leading the helm alongside a plethora of Ultrons that are going to come online soon enough. I think the Ultron should get the Rage of Ultron sooner rather than later. Nah. But I'm going to need Unnerva to get a little bit more care in the skybox as you see that Iron Man 1v1 happening, and Eriko is winning that trade-off more often than not.
Yeah, that was just an unfortunate bit, a relapse in aim, I would say, that Urko was able to get the turnaround on them there. Rage of Ultron ready to go here for Batfan. Not even going to get a chance to use it as Kaneki finds a heady on to the Ultron here.
They might be swapping.
I will say that pick's not going to mean anything because they're fighting 5v5 now.
Yeah, well...
Okay,
well...
okay, well... But the pick would have been better if I think they just pushed the advantage.
I agree with you, and I got a little bit worried seeing that, but it kind of just turned out really nice for Kaneki to get a couple of eliminations in the back pocket, and then, you know, Vic comes back as a Gambit, having the anti-heal. Here comes the Spider-Man for a little bit of a touch, pushing the poor Toledo back, so actually I don't even think that the overtime, and the portal was a hair too late. You see nobody's walking through that anymore, as it is just an unfortunate circumstance for the side of the Legends, as they now have to defend for the next 4 minutes. Definitely not as much of a time bank that Legends were able to get from themselves here, so Nessie's Theory are, of course, walking up a little bit further in order to stuff out this first corner, ideally the next corner, but you hear extermination, you gotta start leaving.
Yeah, a Rage of Ultron here coming out from Batfan, and it's going to help Urko take care of just a loser. Getting rid of that. Yeah, a little bit ambitious there from Unnerva, unfortunately, on the Bucky. Taken care of by Toledo, as TYL will be able to hold at this first choke point.
They sure will, but at least they do have just one, if not the two ultimates of the Vanguards. They're coming up on, of course, both of the duelist ultimates as well, so that's going to be a lot of damage output that Nessie Theory may not be able to accommodate for. Of course, they're only 30% away towards the boundary. However, we are leaving! Flushing the Raging Warrior Flush and Last Judgment? Nah. Timbo, me too. I'm extra good.
Nah, yeah, it is not going to be a... Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
He's brave.
Okay. Yeah. Sure, man. Whatever you want.
Sure, man. Using the God Thunder a little bit too ambitious, in my opinion, from Timbo. I will say, I do think I think he got a little bit scared and procced it because we are trying to clear. My man was just full swinging out in the open to try to get away. It was totally fair where he was and where he was trying to get to, and then to use the God Thunder to at least get one pick, if not get the health bonus. That's great. And now everyone's back. So it's not too shabby of a loss here, as you do get a first pick onto just loser, unfortunately losing out on Nerva as well.
Okay.
We're going to be extending that forward with the Kraken's impact. Might be a little bit of overinvestment, as I feel like the fight was already won, personally.
Trying to find some good shots to get this late pick. Not quite going to be able to connect, unfortunately, but you don't need it. You need it, you know. We're going to see the hook come out. Will not connect this time from Toledo. That punch went the wrong way, bud. You need to punch out, not in. Alright, well, here we go with the Kraken Impact from the other side. Looking for the reset. Not going to get it, but, you know, damage been done. You know, it is what it is. As they will inch closer to the completion of the second objective.
They know Eric goes back there, like likely with the pulsar cannon ready to go at any moment. They kind of force him back to another position, but the amount of attention being commanded from the Iron Man was too much. They actually lose out on one, forcing out a couple of ultimates here. But oh, you're right, they duke. Oh, brother. Oh, they capped. Another minute and a half. Why not?
I didn't even see it. Okay, yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal for TYL, or rather, yeah, TYL.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. NST, yeah. Great job. This has been a long day.
I mean, you've been here since I woke up. If we're being honest. Since I was getting ready for my little brunch, and you've been here holding it down the entire time, man. And oh my god, Nerva is just, I feel like, unrelenting. It feels like this last portion is really the win condition for Nessie Theory, or excuse me, for Nessie Theory. TY Legends struggling a tiny bit to find their win condition once more. Of course, we have Duffman back on that Emma Frost, which I think might be a good one. Whoa, we are going in there. And we're out.
Yeah. We're out.
Man?
I guess good enough. Sure. That'll do. We're gonna see the Eternal Bond come out for the side of Emieth and TYL. 90 seconds now on the clock and counting. Final Judgment ready to go. Gonna pop that, I'm sure, as soon as this ultimate goes away. Here comes the Final Judgment on Nerva coming out with the beautiful Kraken Impact. Both DPS ultimates out, though, so there will be a pretty safe touch coming in, or two of them, I should say. So, we'll see.
1 minute. Using the Virgin Royal Flush with the Final Judgment. Very good call from SC Theory. We're going to use a Glartrox to see if anyone can get picked off first. It's going to be Duffman. Any touchers in here? No! With just under a minute to go, we have gotten ourselves to another overtime round here. And you actually give... What? Why do we give back like 7 seconds?
Hey,
give back 10 seconds here. Yeah, what's up?
Map 7? Map 7?
Sorry, NA. You're not going to have a caster for your first round at this point. Oh my god. I think it's so... Why did the game gave back 10 seconds to the other time bank?
No, it's because you have to have a minimum a minute on the clock.
And they were
so
down
that
10.
that just means that they finished at 53 seconds.
So funny. It's just really funny to see, like, yes, we got a minute, guys. Oh, they have 4:14. Okay. Good luck, Charlie. Is what I say to Nessie Theory.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard. This is a monumental time bank difference.
I mean, it's quadruple it, man. It's
over.
It's a hard ask. I mean, basically, it's as if the round started for the very first time, but the game glitched out and gave you only a minute versus 4 minutes, right? It feels like that a little bit. So they had to recreate that success, ideally, and they got to get as far as they possibly can with only a minute, man. And the amount of ult trades we've been getting, especially if you're going into another Punisher and Gambit team up here or duo here. It's gonna be so difficult, and mind you, man, they couldn't get to that objective until around the last minute anyway, and they have 4 minutes. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Well, I do think that this is gonna come down to the players on the Winter Soldier Urko reprising that role that we saw on the last map. Toledo on the Namor trying to ward off any kind of dive. Breaking through this choke, though, pretty efficiently now. Unfortunately, Toledo finds a trident to the skull of Sarah. Now, it's got to be a quick disengage or a quick death here for these players if they want another touch. It's going to have to be the Doctor Strange portal.
And Dread's already on it. On the Strange, we have just Loser going over to the Human Torch. You have 7 seconds to proc the portal, get there in time. There it is. I do see it get used, and they should be there. Yep, off the high ground, down to the floor, but they lose one. The Human Torch no longer there.
Unfortunately, Urko just exists. Urko just exists. It's crazy. That's 2. Okay, Timbotus does find a couple of picks themselves with that Thor, and now the best that Nessie can hope for is a draw once again, but you look over to that right side of your screen, 4 minutes and 14 seconds to collect 33% of the objective for TYL to take this map.
It's getting a little scary here. I'll tell you that much. Getting a little scary here for Nessie Theory. And again, you have to really think about the mental of it all. You had just completed the Convergence map of Heart of Heaven. It went down to a draw situation. 8 minutes have basically gone by and given you nothing in return. Then the lobby glitches. Okay, it's having some trouble rendering out a draw situation. You go back over to Convergence. You're on Symbiotic Surface, one of the maps that people really don't like that a lot. Now you're in the situation where, okay, we went to overtime rounds. We're in round 4 now. However, we have gotten yet not a single tick on our round 3. Round 4, we got to hold for 4 minutes, a little over 4 minutes. We have to hope that we don't get destroyed by the Bucky again. We don't get sought out by the Namor. It's a lot of asks that Nessie Theory need to answer here, right now.
Yeah, we're going to triple tank. 3 Vanguards for Nessie Theory.
Yeah, they're putting all their hope and dreams onto Kaneki here for that Bucky. And a Nervo back on Magneto, I'm a big fan of. I love the flower crosshair. Shout out to Sarah. I love that. Oof. I'm scared.
All right. The best they can hope for is a draw. TYL wants to put the dagger in, move to match point here in the grand finals. Has a great opportunity to do just that. Dead Mambo already so low on the Groot. Dread Mambo, that is. Just a loser trying to poke with these talismans. Looking for some way to move. The walls come down to try and deny a bit of a flank scenario. A little bit uncomfortable. Dread Mambo, though, with the great pick onto Duffman, able to withstand the assault here.
I was just going to say, I love the Groot swap here. I think Groot, Strange, Magneto, I think all 3 of these Vanguards are so strong on this initial choke area as defenders of Symbiotic Surface. Of course, you also have the backup of the BRB beacon, ready to go from Vic at any moment, as long as you don't go more than 30 meters away from it. So you can see the little icon above the health pool. That means you're in the radius of being resurrected if you do unfortunately die. I do see a blue health bar a little too far forward. Thankfully, it is, of course, healed up by the impeccable healing of Vic and Sarah, whom both have their boundary and the CYA machine ready to go. We're down to 245 here, Fletch. Is it possible? Do we get another draw?
Well, here's a Rage of Ultron to try and put Batfan in the control. The CYA able to be destroyed by that Rage of Ultron. So, Strategist ult for Strategist ult. Just a loser will, though, be brought back. Unfortunately, just caught on the outer ring of that Horn of Proteus. Vic is in no man's land. Back to spawn. Here is the pulse from Urko. Off the Winter Soldier onto the Iron Man into match point in this grand finals. A 3-kill pulse cannon. And it will be TY Legends moving to a potentially final map here.
I will say, the catalyst of that fight was losing Vic to the very outer portion of the Horn of Proteus. The unfortunate part about the Horn of Proteus as a movement-based character is it will lock you out of your dash. It will lock you out of any of your movement abilities because you're meant to just, like, die in it. You're definitely just meant to just, like, yeah, you gotta hold that every single day of the week. I even believe it locks you out of climbing that wall.
Dude.
On top of that, Vic got kind of stuck. There was a little portion of the this flesh of the symbiotic surface, literally, and Vic got stuck there, could not retreat into that hole, into the back area where the health pack is, and then unfortunately there was just no way for just a loser to proc the Kraken's impact, especially after an amazing triple elimination with the pulsar cannon from Eriko. Really well done. I actually am more impressed with how well the Iron Man has been working from both sides. Actually, there's been some success from both Nessie Theory and TY Legends.
Dude, Urko had 40,000 damage.
It's crazy.
Man, this duelist line for the side of TY Legends is just fuming that they lost earlier this afternoon. Absolutely loving the aggression, the level that we're seeing out. We're talking about Urko quite a lot, but you also are looking at Toledo, who has not been as flashy throughout this series, but it can't be understated just how much value that they are getting here, Mott.
No, absolutely. On any character that he's able to get his hands on, whether it's the Bucky, whether it's the Iron Man specifically, it has just been really, really good. Good in general for the Bucky at this moment. Now, finally, we do get our convoy map. But again, we were trying to go to map 4, and then the game was like, oh, but technically the map didn't actually happen, so it was very weird. So finally, we're gonna get our 4th map coming up on deck here. We have had back-to-back. I mean, game 1 was a three rounder. We had game 2, which went 2-3 or 3-2, excuse me. Map 3 was a draw. We finally get over to an actual convergence map that resulted in a result that actually ended up being an overtime round. So 4-3 was the final score for that one. Now we go, finally, we actually get to the map 4. I believe they are still going to go to Midtown, as that was agreed upon prior to fixing some stuff with the game, with the lobby itself. So it's just like, what bands could you possibly see on?
Well, I mean, that was TY Legends map selection. So now that TY Legends has gotten the win here, it would be Nessie taking the map selection for map number 4. None?
Yeah, but I was still
number
Midtown.
5. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what they are going to do. We're going to give them and ourselves a quick break. When we come back, we will have the conclusion of our EU Grand Finals. 2 more maps remain, and it's been a razor-close affair. Cannot wait to see the conclusion of this series.
You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason
All right, welcome back, everybody. 2 more maps at the very most separate us from determining a victor here in the CGL Summer Splashdown in the European region. TY Legends at match point being able to take Symbiotic Surface down to break the tie. Now, as you said, it's Nessie Theory's map selection. It will be Midtown still, so not much changing from the strategy from before we knew we had to go back to another Convergence map.
Yeah, no, I think Midtown is just a good convoy map in general. You can also have the option of, like, Yggdrasil's Path, but it's not really a favorite for a lot of teams, and definitely if you have Midtown in the pool, which most tournament sets tend to do, because there's not really that many maps in the game to choose from, of course. You just kind of go Midtown, call it a day. Now, of course, we're going to have our band phase, we're going to have our head-to-head in just a second, but it's just been a plethora of success for really Bucky throughout most of the series. Lots of Bucky has been played, lots of Bucky, some Iron Man has been played as well. We've been seeing a lot of the Magneto, the Emma, Frost at the same time. So it has been a really cool thing to see how flexible these rosters are, how deep these pockets go for all of the players playing in this grand finals between both the team of Nessie Theory and TY Legends. Of course, we're loading into the Empire of Eternal Night. Midtown coming at you, and I did mention real quick that I think this map is pretty solid as a convoy map. Some teams tend to get really tripped up near the Grand Central second point, especially that downward ramp that a lot of teams tend to kind of get just stuck on for extended periods of time.
All right. Hero Bands and Protects in here for map number 5. Gonna get the Daredevil and the Thor out of the way first. Nessie Theory once again putting a lot of respect on that Thor. Has been kind of an issue for them today.
No, for sure. I mean, we saw the Thor previously on map on some Symbiotic Surface, and there's a couple of times where you got a cheeky double kill with the God of Thunder, or you're able to get out from the health from the over health that was procced thereafter. So it totally makes sense. I do also understand the name or protect here in order to just for sure make sure that nobody is able to walk out for free. Of course, the turret's kind of inhibiting that defense a little bit here, even on the attack as well. So it can go either way. The Bucky is banned though. Nessie Theory has had enough. They realize, hey, the Bucky is a little bit too strong, especially if you combo that with the Punisher and they are able to have the infinite ammo half team up for each other. Yeah, that's just, it's too much, and I totally understand taking that away from the arsenal of TY Legends.
I mean, Urko's been a menace on that character. So is Toledo, for that matter. So not surprising at all. Emma Frost, the next one to be protected here. Of course, once again, as we talked about before the beginning of, I think it was a map or two ago, the Rogue getting banned out once the Gambit does get protected. And the final bans here will be the Ultron and the Human Torch. Ultron been kind of a favorite for Nessie's Theory throughout the last couple of maps.
No, for sure. The Ultron and the Iron Man together has really just been... They've been running rampant with that one. Boom, 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 boom. And it really has worked. And again, you hear extermination and you're like, yeah, I gotta leave. It's time to get out of the guy out of the equation, if you will, and not really want to get in the spray fire of the Ultron Ultimate. So again, makes complete sense. And we're once again seeing this kind of difference in the backline, having the advantage of having the Gambit. Of course, Sans Rogue, as it has always been banned out, to negate that team up from being expended. However, still having the advantage of the Raging Royal Flush and comboing that with, for example, a Punisher Final Judgment, which of course we have been seeing pretty consistently from our previous series, or previous map, it's gonna still be a pretty difficult one if that is gonna be run here. And of course, as we load into the into Midtown, that might be a preferred duo line for Nessie Theory, as you see that once more being wrapped by Just a Loser and Vic, specifically the Gambit and Punisher.
TY Legends on the verge of being named champions of the Summer Splashdown. One more map separates them from glory. We'll see if they can lock it down here on Midtown. Devil Dinosaur finding a lot of purchase up here at the front, a lot of damage. Trying to find something going here, getting rid of those squids finally though, as they can prove to be a little bit of a nightmare to deal with if left unchecked.
The thing about Dinosaur is that he's so big that you are just damage soak. Damage sponge, if you will, every single time. But if you can get a really good displacement, that'd be really solid. And again, while it's all happening, there's a really important first kill from Kaneki, which is unfortunately reversed by the BRB machine, and the momentum is just so much more in favor of the Legends crew versus Nessie Theory.
Yeah, now pressing the advantage for TY Legends. Want to get these late picks if they absolutely can. Not quite there, though. No respawns come through. There is that infinite ammo, or something like that. I don't know anymore, man. It will be a bit of a poke phase here between these two squads, building up to that CYA for Tilito here. And the Meteor M for Tim Botus coming up soon. Final Judgment ready to go for Just a Loser. Trying to figure that out. A lot of players really low. Batfan on the fadeaway though. Able to find a 2 pick. CYA invested, or built up to here rather, I should say. But it will be no contest here as we come into this next engagement with TYL having 6 ultimates.
Yeah, defending with the Hela and the Namor has been so prolific here for these guys. Even more so getting another quick little stagger onto Kaneki. Black Panther. 6 check marks, as you did mention. We also have 4 reversal coming in from the Nessie Theory crew. My worry is we are getting down to the wire, under a minute 45 in fact, and we have to kind of just use this fight as almost an ult dump sort of fight. So they have to go first with, of course, a tried and true combination of the Last Judgment alongside the Raging Royal Flush.
Oh, the Final Judgment's not going to find what they need it to, though. Unfortunately, Tembotus invested that Meteor M, found a lot of damage, and was able to get rid of Unnerva as a result. And now, coming into this next fight, just half their ultimates being invested there. Didn't need anything more than that.
3 versus 3, though.
Yes.
Not too bad. A little bit of a... it got a lot more even is what I will say. It is a lot more even now with, of course, 3 check marks versus 3 check marks. I'm a little weary by when Kaneki, whenever he's able to proc the Cloud Trucks, that's going to be one thing that TYL is not going to really have fun with, especially Timbo. Where is this Eye of Agamotto coming from? Oh, from the air, and there goes 2.
Yeah, Dread Mambo able to blow up a Tilitio, and one other. It went away too fast for me to see. Unfortunate. Batfan did actually invest the Goddess of Death, though.
Well, they're not gonna get a touch.
No, there's not a chance. No chance.
The fight was way too fast, and on top of that, they had at least 3 on cart, so going that full sprint, that full speed as they possibly can to the objective, really good job, and also leaving the Vanguards to die last, giving that advantage of not being able to swap off the Magneto or the Emma in order to get to the Strange in time. So it worked out really nicely for Nessie Theory. They do get a refresh of about 2.5 minutes, so giving them now under 2.5 minutes just right now to get around the other corner of Grand Central. And here it is. I love the momentum that is coming in from Nessie after we get from the first point up until Kaneki is called up by a stray squid.
Well, here is Psionic Seduction coming through from the Emma Frost. Good for a couple of forced picks there. 27 HP. They know where Sarah's at. She's not going to get away with that. And it will be a pretty quick and dirty, easy fight there for TYL.
Sure will be. I mean, it was a really good fight. I mean, you pick off Kaneki first, and then you run with that numbers advantage for the defenders. And even better, again, is what I mentioned earlier, getting stuck on second point is not uncommon. But when you have the Raging Royal Flush, that's usually the go button to either run away or respond with something of your own. CYA machine does come out, but it's quickly dismantled.
Well, but it seems like it gave that value out more than enough. Kaneki is going to invest that Apex Predator to keep it moving along, and the Raging Royal Flush ultimately amounts to, well, maybe a pair. It's like a pair of sevens, maybe.
Little double Vanguard stagger there onto Dread and Unnerva. Timbo has the Meteor M, and this is, I mean, it was nice that you don't have to deal with the Punisher, so you can use it really more or less onto Sarah, trying to find her during the Invis boundary and just kind of cancel it as soon as you possibly can. It is possible to find an Invis inside of it. You just gotta really hope she's kind of in there, right? So with that in mind, Batman also is going to have the Gods of Death, this time hopefully a redemption one, because again, the first one we both saw was a little bit overzealous, especially in the very last portion of that fight on first point.
Here it is, Invisible Boundary up for Sarah. We're going to see Meteor M come down. Will not connect this time, unfortunately, for Timbotus. Going to see the Living Chi now invested from just a loser to try and push the advantage even more into NST's favor, but overextended will find the Eye of Agamotto, but it only lands onto Timbotus there, unfortunately for that Doctor Strange there. The Resurrection will bring Batfan back. Psionic Seduction and the CYA machine invested here will be a fight victory here, especially since it's just the Doctor Strange left alive and no possible way to get that portal out to their team to get onto the objective.
No, there's not. There's absolutely no way. Toledo, I will say, living and dashing away from the area. The hitbox of the Eye of Agamotto was absolutely fantastic. Also, having that BRB machine kind of hidden in that little corner on the downward ramp also was pretty much a fail-safe in case anyone did die to the Eye of Agamotto that did come down from Nessie Theory. So with I don't know, it was a good fight. And like I said, a lot of teams tend to get kind of wrapped up in the second objective anyway. So this is something that, again, not exactly uncommon. It's a very, very, very common occurrence for a lot of teams. But that only means that defense has to be pretty much picture perfect for our attacking or for our defending side. So as we do swap sides, we see a couple of swaps here, I do believe. Yep, this loser goes over to the Cyclops. We had seen that earlier on the Heart of Heaven, having a lot of having a lot of success actually with it on the initial attack or initial defense for a little bit longer there, but otherwise haven't seen it until right now. Unnerva going over to the Penny Parker, trying to get a sneaky little Penny Mines on the field here, ideally basically laying them all over the main way, the crossroad, if you will. So that's going to come down to how is TY Legends going to stop this yet again.
A very clear line for this TY Legends squad to clear. Need a phenomenal defense from the side of NST. Here we go. The attack for Nessie Theory here. A little bit stopped up at the beginning, and Nessie Theory, though, with Kaneki on that Elsa Bloodstone, able to find the first pick. Out of range of the reboot, though. So it will still be a 5v5 with the advantage toward the spawns of NS, or rather, I guess I got everything mixed up. I guess I'm just a little chud.
Well, good. We're still seeing defense still go really, really well here for TY Legends, or the attack actually, because the icons are swapped real quick. Defense-wise, Nessie Theory do need to back up. They did lose Vic early in that first fight, comes back, revives Dread Mambo in the meantime, but they're still in a 5v6 situation without Sarah there to help that healing output. But with you have just loser at least getting some of these trade-offs, especially in the favor of losing both of the Emma Bloodstones, I think this is definitely still holdable. They just have to stabilize a tiny bit here for Nessie Theory if they don't want to get rolled over through this next phase of Point A. Oh, Portal.
Right. We see the re-engagement here near the end of this first objective. We're going to see the slam there onto the Magneto, who cannot make it any longer, I should say, than just that. CYA invested here. They're going to look to break it. as the invisible barrier comes up here. Meteor M not really ready in effect to try and get rid of that invisible woman, so that ultimate will come and go. Nothing really going here in the way of pick. As I say that, Dread Mambo and Kaneki will find one each there. As the resurrection comes back through and Urko finds a trade, Kaneki getting one. Here is the, that's Psionic Seduction. Kind of surprised that Dread Mambo was able to survive that, as we now see the Meteor M invested. We'll see both of them actually invested here. Oh my god!
Oh! It's unfortunate because it was about to break too, Flesh. It was getting to the point where you can overload a Meteor M with projectiles and it will just explode, right? But it got almost to that point, which is why you saw Timbo not hold onto it for too long. Also, of course, you're getting towards a lower ceiling, so it actually will clip onto the ceiling if you're not careful with it. A triple kill there is exactly what the Legends team needed to continue on in the second point here. And that last fight was extremely expensive for both sides. I mean, I think everything under the table was used besides, of course, the upcoming CYA machines from both of these Rocket Raccoons. I'm a little bit weary because, again, now you're going around the corner, you have just these CYA machines, but the defenders have that and the Invis boundary, whereas our attackers don't really have much besides DPS output, which they're hoping to get with the Hella at the helm here from Batfan.
Here we go, CYA invested by Tilito here on the Rocket. Trying to move it forward, trying to help the others get up to their ultimates. No one else above 50% with the exception of Timbotus. Those ultimates now getting a little bit closer to being built up. As we are only separated by about 9 meters here on this final push. Talitio able to bring back Batfan with that reboot. Looking for some way to push their advantage. Oh my goodness, here we're going to see the Psionic Seduction. No. Okay, yeah, that'll be. How is Unnerva alive? That's crazy that Unnerva was able to survive there. And Kaneki finding the pick on Tolito will be able to keep this objective at bay for the moment for NST.
It was the healing, really, from Vic and Sarah. Mostly from Sarah with that shield. Constantly proccing it for Unnerva, the fire shield of the Inviswoman, to make sure that Unnerva doesn't die. Especially also the shield negates the Psionic Seduction anyway, so you also were able to, not get mind controlled for most of the duration of the Seduction. Now, I will say defenders have 6 check marks. I'll give it to the Meteor M from Dread Mambo, whereas TY Legends are working with the Meteor M of one of their own, as well as the Goddess of Death, which has pretty much been constantly stopped by Unnerva, just kind of flying in their face with a shield in the back pocket. Here's a Meteor M onto Sarah. Ideally, we find it. We do find it.
No, this game is over. Now they're gonna bring Kaneki back. Dread Mambo finds a Meteor M of their own. Okay, well, Ruby Rage just to prove me wrong. Why? You'd think with 2 picks out like that, when the ultimates were stacked against them, they wouldn't have been able to do it. But this game is always full of surprises.
I mean, this game is one of those where you just cannot count out any one person. Yeah, you might lose one, maybe losing 2, right? Losing Sarah, I think also losing maybe Kaneki in that middle of that fight. But the Meteor M and, of course, this Wave Machine shield, so nice to have. You can see Kaneki setting up for the Glower Trucks at some point, maybe to displace, ideally, Timbo in the meantime, or, of course, a non-Diamond Form Emma Frost. Ooh, the pressure being put onto the Hella. It works out nicely for a first kill in favor of the Legends, of course.
Well, Amieth is able to come back, and now the Psionic Seduction there. Apex Predator invested, gonna pick up that Strange, and now down to 3 players. They're going to be able to bring back 1. It's just not going to be enough here. Mott, TYL, Stonewall at the end of second, able to push it to that 98.01 meters to claim themselves the crown here in the CGL Summer Splashdown, the champions of the European region.
They sure did it. Amazing work at the end of the day. They persevered through a draw. They persevered through another convergence. They have gone toe-to-toe, back-to-back, up into overtime rounds, all three, like, everything under the sun. And it's gonna, again, Batfan the one with the MVP, 40-8 with 19 final elims, followed that, of course, by Timbo, who is 24-2 with 13 final hits of their own. Kaneki and Duffman 12-11, and of course so on and so forth. Y'all can read the stat lines, and it has just been amazing. Almost 40k damage, by the way, for the Hella. I think this is definitely the best place to go Hella as well. Definitely one of the better choices, especially with the portion of the Namor team up to his name, able to proc the on-death squids whenever you possibly could without having to rely on the Namor is really a really nice touch for Batfan as well, which gave a lot of more damage output that I don't think Nessie's theory were really expecting.
God, these first couple of maps feel like a year and a half ago.
It really was a year and a half ago.
Oh my goodness. Well, an incredible fight. Able to get the revenge, though, for TY Legends, which congrats to them. They did lose to Nessie in the upper finals. So able to come back and get a pretty dominant win, I would say. It was at the very least at the end of that last map, it was pretty dominant. The first 4 maps, though, were extremely close.
I think this one was also a really dominant map for TY.
Oh yeah,
well,
I forgot about
because
this one.
they had 4 minutes back.
Yeah, I forgot
time.
about the symbiote map. Yeah, no, there were a couple of maps where TY were able to put on a clinic. Well, the last 2 maps. That makes you think, did the draw kind of put NST out of sync? Like, because those last 2 maps were so different from the first 2. We had 2 maps that were separated by a margin of, an inch and a half. Then you had the draw, and then you had the last 2 maps, which TY Legends absolutely dominated on.
No, for sure. TY Legends just woke up. I mean, they realized, you know what, we're just going to go with what works, and keeping our duelist, and the swaps are very good too, I will say. Again, harping back onto the Hella swap as well. And there's a very quick recap of our map 5 series, which did in fact go map 5, thank goodness, did not go any further from that draw. But there was one draw in there, and then Hell's Heaven, of course, was the one official point win for Nessie Theory. And then, or excuse me, that was actually Museum Contemplation, where they had a 3-2 victory there. The other maps were, of course, all in favor of TY Legends. And this is a quick little rundown of the bracket. Very small bracket, but a really fun one at the end of the day. I will say a really big upset, too, for TY Legends to find the reversal, because I think you mentioned it when I came on here earlier. Nessie Theory had thrown the Legends into the lower bracket for losers finals, and then they came back with a really, a vengeance to get to that Grands.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, an incredible run for this TY Legends squad, coming in as the number 3 seed in our summer splashdown. Incredible stuff from them. So, yeah, once again, congratulations to TY Legends. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will get some thoughts from our Grand Finals representatives on how the game went and how they're feeling moving forward. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to have a couple of interviews with some, goodness gracious, some representatives from our two teams here today. We've got just a loser representing Nessie Theory. Yeah, unfortunate loser. I just want to get a sense of how y'all are feeling right now after such a strong run ends and a little bit of a disappointing end.
It's a bit heartbreaking, honestly. We did try very hard. We won most of the games. We beat them before the finals. They just played better, honestly. It was stressful, intense, but a good game overall, though. Honestly, they gave us a great game.
Well, I'm glad to hear there was a great game at the very least. And yeah, you said you guys had brought them down to the lower bracket, getting a 2-0 victory over them in the winners finals. I would love to know, in your opinion, what was the big changes that happened between your winners finals game, their lower finals games, and then going into grand finals for the rematch? What did change? Maybe with you guys, maybe with how they played. I would love to have some insight into what you guys were thinking.
I think honestly just nerves. I think everyone was just nervous, that just gets to everybody at the end of the day. Just a little bit of lack of confidence at the end of it because, well, the first two games on the draw, it just kind of brings down mentalities and it will make them play a bit worse, which is just unfortunate.
No, absolutely. And you mentioned the draw, of course, and that's really the biggest elephant in the room was you both held each other with the very similar compositions of the Penny Parker and Rocket team-ups doing a lot of the legwork. And yeah. I would love to know, again, you guys are much higher players, and I would love to kind of figure out what is typically the code to breaking such a defense like that, especially on the heart of Heaven.
It's a bit unbreakable, to be honest. I think it needs a nerf, personally, but I mean...
Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, the most you can do into it is probably just kamikaze the bombs as a flyer, maybe. I mean, the nests, and possibly get past. It's just really hard to get past it, to be honest, which is why we got the easy no point hold on them on that first time. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, no, I thought...
I'm good. No, I actually just want to ask if you want to give any advice to players or have never really competed, because of course this is CGL's very first Marvel Rivals focused tournament event, and I would love to know kind of your thoughts on the whole thing, and if you would just kind of give any advice to anybody who might be thinking about joining a tournament like this.
It's fun, great people, honestly. Like the chats are live all the time, really fun people, great community. Advice: treat it like a normal game, honestly, because if you overthink it too much, you will play bad. It is just how it works. Don't overthink.
All right, well, we appreciate the words of wisdom. Once again, great run from y'all. Unfortunately, ends not quite how you wanted, but we do hope to see y'all back sometime soon, loser. Thank you for coming
We
to
will.
talk to us. Before we send you away, anything you'd like to bring up that maybe we did not, or any shout-outs that you would like to make?
Buff Torch.
Oh, truth nuke. That's a truth nuke right there.
Yeah, that's what I gotta say. Buff Torch. He's still F tier.
All right, well.
Loki, he's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you for having us. And having me, obviously.
course.
Okay.
All right, you have a good night, man.
You too.
All right, Mott. One more interview. This time from our victors. We've got Teely, who
Hello.
is one of the impact players that we were talking about all day, really, for the side of TY Legends. Teely, y'all come out on top of the Summer Splashdown. How has that felt for you thus far since the game ended?
I don't really know. That it was like really stressful. So, it was like after the game we were like everyone's hyped, but then we realized like we don't get anything from this. Just only like fame, and we can put this in our resume after when we're looking for a job. So, but it was fun. We were really hyped when we just won. So, and right now I'm really stressed. So I'm sorry if anything comes up right now.
No, you're totally fine. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, man, you had a Game 5 series, you had a draw in there thrown in. Of course, we had spoken about it from the perspective of Nessie theory. I would love to hear you guys, or at least your thoughts on the draw on the on the Heart of Heaven. Both teams running the Penny Parker Rocket team up, and it feels like it was a little bit impenetrable. What do you think could have been done differently from maybe your side of things to get that one tick needed for the win?
I don't really know. It was, I think what we could have done, we could just gone from like the Bucky earlier. So, or like, if we didn't just push from the left side so much, because the DPS were like checking us out like from the other side. So I think we should have like more attention to the other side. But otherwise, I think we couldn't have done more. It was like, or like could have gone like the, what was it, Iron Man Ultron earlier, but it was like, after that game we realized that we could just play that, so there wasn't much we could have done. Like,
yeah. Because, you know, it's Penny Parker and Rocket, it's the double nests, it's the BRB beacon also being connected to that entire circuit. It's like, you can't walk, you can't even fly over, because as you mentioned, they're looking at you from every single angle, and it really just did feel impossible. I think that is kind of the same response we got from your opposition, of course, which we guys, of course, got the win over. You guys had an amazing run, right? You did, unfortunately, lose down in lower finals, got an extra game in there, and then found the reversal. And I would love to know you guys your thoughts on the changes that were made between your first series with Nessie Theory and then going into Grands for the rematch.
to be honest, we didn't change much. Actually, we like yesterday we like had other teammate playing, so it could be that. I'm not saying like he's bad or anything, but it's just like I think the Emma was better against like they couldn't play like the dive or anything like that, so it helped a lot when we had Emma and everything. But yeah, early, and I don't know what, like we just thought about what we could ban like each game. Maybe that could have been one like crucial like step so we could win them. But Otherwise, we didn't change, but we just had to lock in and we won.
I mean, I couldn't agree more, Tilly. An incredible series, and y'all come out on top. So, I mean, before we send you away here to go, talk to your team, celebrate with your team, is there anything you'd like to talk about that we did not, or any shout-outs that you would like to make?
Not really. I'm actually gonna give a shout out to my boy Erko. He's in TikTok with the same name. He's actually goated. Been my guy since he's my day one. So otherwise, not really. It was a really stressful game. Both teams did good. So they were amazing first round. We just guess we locked in more. So otherwise, no problems.
All right. Well, once again, congratulations, Tilly, and we wish you the best of luck, and we hope to see you back around.
Yeah. So I think we should play this more often. And like this was like our first like this fan tournament, so it could have been just that we just wanted to win, I guess. So, anyways.
All right. Well, congratulations, and we wish you the best.
Yeah, you too.
And have a good night.
Yep. Good night.
All right, Mott. That does it here for the European region. We have TY Legends coming out on top of this series, this tournament, in spectacular fashion. Didn't have more than 2 maps until the literal grand finals. Or I guess lower finals. No, lower finals was busted. They had to forfeit.
Yes, it was
so
busted.
We literally did not have more than 2 maps until the literal grand finals of this tournament. And then once we got there, we got a banger of a finals out of these 2 squads. So I couldn't be happier with how this tournament shook out.
Absolutely, but that's not the end, of course, right? We do have one more region to close out for the day. We have NA coming, and they started like 13 minutes ago, so we're going to try to get these guys on the stream as soon as humanly possible. We're going to cut to a break and switch regions and see who we're going to crown for the winner of NA for this summer Splashdown. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. We had an amazing EU bracket just like 10 minutes ago. Now we're hopping regions. We're going to get into NA as soon as humanly possible. I'm, of course, Matt Nevo, joined by the wonderful and lovely Hunter. And we are going to be covering all of the rest of the finals, winners, lowers, and grands for NA of the Summer Splashdown, CGL's very first Marvel Rivals event.
Yeah, we're going to give Fletch a little bit of a breather. Man's been going wild all morning and afternoon. Dude deserves it. But we have a couple other amazing people hard at work today. They've been helping throughout the weekend thus far. It's a couple of amazing co-streamers. You can go check them out if you want to be able to see a lot of the perspectives of some of the very experienced Marvel Rivals community. We have Weasel Cake and Beeman Bandit joining us. So obviously, pleasure as always to have them there. Make sure to check them out. Show that support because Moneva, this is the final day of the competition. We're going to decide our NA champion, and it's all down to just 4 final teams.
Yes, it is. Vitality, Hellstar, the Rush, and the Saints all duking it out to get to Grand Finals to try to see who will be crowned the NA region winner here of the Summer Splashdown. Of course, on our side of things on the stream, we will be diving around the midway point of Vitality and Hellstar in their first map. We're a little bit late, but they're definitely not. And of course, on the same end of that, we're going to have Rush and the Saints happen off stream. And you can already see, Hunter, the first seed, the Saints, are actually down in the lower bracket, so already roughing up the feathers here of the tournament. And even better, map 1 goes over to Hell's Heaven. No one is surprised. What a good domination to start off on.
Yeah, I think Fletch very much said it right yesterday. It's the Lijiang Tower of Marvel Rivals, and I could not agree with it more either. But we're coming out the gate, and what I'm saying right now, this is very much a lot of what we saw yesterday, especially from Vitality. They like running that Deadpool and the Hulk as well, and we've seen quite a bit of Magneto throughout the weekend as well. So from them, this isn't a shock whatsoever.
No, it's not. And actually, I'm very glad we actually... Ooh, Hunter, you and I went right through. We're here right in time for map number 1, round 1, between Vitality and Hell's Razor. So here we go. We do have the, again, the Elsa Bloodstone, the Luna Snow, the Mantis as well. But as Razor gets right into the fight, you are sniped down by Bottles, Elsa Bloodstone. A double kill, one actually coming from the trap of all things onto CEO of Popeyes. And now it's just a matter of the fact that we have the first point in favor of our red team.
Yep, already a really quick one right there to get things started for Hellstar. Again, they got off to a really good start last day, I should say yesterday. That's a great way of writing that one out. But they're already good to go as we have Banhammer ready to go for Clumbo on this one. Everyone else pretty far away. But you see how fast that Deadpool can build up, and you're already seeing the investment for Vitality instead.
Chat, better clip this from Dynamic here, and actually ends up in a big win here for Krieger. A first kill onto Colombo, who was not able to proc his own Vanguard Deadpool ultimate there, unfortunate as that is for these for our red team here for the side of Hellstar. So it's just a matter of, okay, can we stabilize? Can we wait a little bit longer? Can we keep it going with it? It sure can. Colombo swaps over to Captain America in the spawn room while the fight is still ongoing, mind you. Razoria using so much of that healing output to proc and get the Eternal Bond up and running, and there it is. We are going all the way down around the objective, circling the point, and everyone's getting an insane amount of healing output. So how do you offset that, Hunter? Using the Soul Resurgence for that damage boost.
Yeah, no, 100%. That Eternal Bond kept them up for quite a while right now, but you can already see it might not be paying off all too much. You see Vitality slowly falling apart one by one, and it's a decent investment on their part. 3 ultimates thrown in, and it wasn't even fully matched by Hellstar. Only had used 2, and they're in such a beatable position as they're still getting the cleanup picks coming through from Crazy.
And like I said, I thought that fight was going to go by the wayside of Hellstar because we had lost Colombo early in the engagement, but no. We're just going to keep it moving, keep it grooving. We do have Kai waiting to use that Galactic Legend, of course, and they see it, but there's no one there to go for the touch. I don't think they realized it. There was not enough time to just walk to the point all willy-nilly. And the other part of that, Hunter, is they were not allowed to try to go for a teleport because there's not 1, not 2, but 3 people guarding that spawn room.
Yeah, it's really smart on their part, and to be fair, I think for the squad, this is really picking up where they left off yesterday, how good they did after they kind of got down into the lower bracket, able to bounce back very nicely. But it's a situation going forward for them where they have to keep the foot on the pedal. We talk about this all the time. This is a game where you have to go pedal to the metal. You have to take these big fights.
Yes.
If you simply sit by, you're going to get taken advantage of 99 times out of 100.
I agree with you 100%. And this tempo, I will say, with the Season 9 adjustments, yeah, ult charges are a little bit lesser in general, so there is a little bit more neutral being played than you would say Season 7, Season 8, for example, right? However, it's still very much pedal to the metal. You need to put gas in the tank and just run it right through. So Vitality walking out with some different compositions here. You are gonna have the Lunar Snow mirror alongside the Mantis. I think it's an amazing option. And let the first Shark, first elimination on the board with a damage boost to, in tow. Double kill on your duelists.
Yeah, no, it's phenomenal now, and they're gonna keep running on forward. Leftover Shark going to help out quite a bit more, and it's gonna be the clean up the tail this time. This is the start that Vitality needed right here, and they're gonna get that point very quickly. They don't force anything out of Hellstar, but it's so quick of a fight to where they didn't really get the chance to.
I love how fast NA seems to play here. It feels like there's not really much downtime for either team. They're just kind of going in. You can see how quickly Hellstar wants to get right back in the engagement, going up to the high ground, clearing it as much as they possibly can by forcing out CEO Pop, or not even forcing out Popeyes, actually trying to force out Krieger. And speaking of forcing out, oh, you're going to try to use a Legend? Absolutely not. My meter M is going to hit you right in the air. CEO Popeyes, oh yes you are. No combo needed, just attendees please.
Yeah, and now it's clean up the tail coming through here. They're trying to stay in this fight as much as humanly possible. Fate of Both Worlds going to keep them alive for a little while longer, but all it's going to inevitably do is push them back. It's going to be just a stall game here as Vitality still going to be able to hold on. They are still built up to a lot as well. And now Hellstar, I mean, the entire script has flipped on itself in just a couple of fights.
It sure has. You would not believe these guys got full health 0 to 100 on the first round of Hell's Heaven. You would think that that was a fluke, a mistake in the data. Instead, we're going to see the favorable throws coming in from Dynamic, and that's a beautiful first kill coming in from Crazy Wet Axe onto Krieger. Meter M coming in just to try to entice that momentum buildup, and it works out wonderfully. Post Fate of Both Worlds, Dynamic is just left in the dust. Meter M right to the noggin, but you know what we have as well? Budget Eternal Bond. That's Fear in Charge, baby, and Colombo is going to use it all over the field here for the side of Hellstar.
Yeah, inevitable flip will come through here. Still, they're going to be able to eventually, actually, they need to go and cap this point, actually. Now they're thinking about it, they will get the big cleanup. They'll cap it at 90%. Big investment, but it's perfectly fine going into this one. You're still going to have the Apex Predator going forward. Krieger's there to match as well. As we see, Leftover is going to sub over to the Thing now instead.
I love that swap. The Thing has really been so popular, especially if you're... I was here for day one, of course, but a very popular Vanguard to have seen swap to for a lot of these rosters because of the fact that, hey, you can tell you can just jump over to other people, you can give damage reduction to your entire team, you can also... Clobber Time in general, great stun effect, especially against your more grounded heroes like the Magneto, like the Luna, a lot of great potential there, and potentially, you know, losing one of your members already. Bottle taking down in a 1v1 against Krieger.
Yeah, and Bottle has been so clutch thus far, but you see immediately trying to come back into it, trying to find something there when it comes to that Kraken impact, but unfortunately, it's Vitality going to be falling apart once more. Hellstar looking like they're going to be able to sustain it through this, and now they build back up to another Fate of Both Worlds. They're looking good thus far, and the way things are, they really just need to win one more big fight to take this away.
Sure will. One big fight. And we know, again, these fights are very long, which is why it's like, oh, they're only at 65%, Hunter and Mom. What are you talking about? No. This would easily go to an overtime fight here between Vitality and Hellstar. It all depends on how well CEO Popeyes gets another big meter M. And again, we saw a good one earlier, but Kai and Torn both having their ultimates ready for this next engagement. CEO Popeyes being really pressured out by every corner. While it's happening, Razoria, she's gone down for the count. Miyun Kind, be very, very careful here. Bang! Another big meter M from Crazy Wet Axe. He is popping off with these.
Yeah, and now all of Vitality's work going down the drain here. They're trying to TP out with that pick to try to get everyone there in time. The question is, will they be able to pull it off? The answer is yes, they all get back in the nick of time, and now it's down to Kai with that Goddess of Death in the air, trying to find anybody, but not. It's a struggle. They went from victory assured to the full 6v6.
The Battle of the Queens in the corner here. Stun, headshot. No one's looking for each other. Birds are off cooldown, and look how close we're trying to find Kai, and they get him in the meantime. Glarchuk's going to use Apex Predator to 4K off the map, and that's a 100% tap rate for Hellstar. Are you kidding me? This is the power of the Elsa Bloodstone. 4-man Apex Predator. Are you well? Are you well?
I can tell you what, Vitality is not well. I can assure you of that much right there. That is incredible. That could have genuinely gone either way. Maybe it should have gone either way, but it's incredible from Bottle right there. But you see, as things are settled up here for Hellstar, looking amazing in the process. Look at that, 25-1 for Crazy Wet Axe. That is literally leading in almost every single stat line.
Just saying, final hits also from Bottle. I think final hits also was kind of beefed up by the 4-man Apex Predator, to be completely fair. So already off the bat, we're going to see Hellstar with the first point in their favor. Just kind of need to look at the fix the scoreboard real quick there. Thank you, production. I love you so much. So again, I think first of all, Rosaria getting the TP in time for her team, phenomenal. That was picture perfect timing, frame perfect timing for that, right? Oh, the replay of this was sexy. Bang!
It's so nice we watched it twice.
Had to. Oh, had to watch it twice. There was so many good meter M's though, Hunter. I feel like there was a rare chance, or even there was a meter M, I believe, from CGL Popeyes that was trying to negate the Hell's Heaven from the opposition. And yeah, I think it almost got broken, but before it broke, you had to launch it so quickly. And even though it didn't get any eliminations, you were still able to stop the damage output of the Hella Ultimate anyway. And it's a lot of really good fast decision making that's being seen here from both of our rosters. Even if Vitality did not win the round, did not win the map, they kept it real even on round 2, wholeheartedly.
Yeah, it was incredibly back and forth. I think both of us were sitting here saying, hey, we're heading to the third point, we're going to settle things in that tiebreaker, but we got proved wrong pretty quickly right there. Hellstar, they forced their way back into it. They get the last second DP onto the literally last second DP. Could not have been any closer, and they managed to pull that one out. It's phenomenal by them, but power does shift over to Vitality for this one now. They get to decide where we're going. They're going to have that very first overall ban as well. And with that being the case, they decide they're going to take us to the Museum of Contemplation to get things going for our second map.
This has become a very popular convoy map to select for a lot of these teams. You saw a little bit in EU, we saw a lot of it yesterday, and of course on day one. A lot of teams love the Museum of Contemplation. It's a very interesting map. I do have my qualms about it. Of course, every map ever has some sort of gimmick, and this one's gimmick is some walls you just gotta break, and you can't heal through it, you can't hit through it. But they are see-through. Of course, you can see exactly who is behind these orange little walls, see-through walls. So that's the kind of gimmick of this map, and I will say also one of my other favorite gimmicks that no one ever uses, I feel like, is the fact that the payload itself has this little, like, gusher of water on third point, so you can kind of, like, hide up there. That's my favorite thing to do, personally. But the bans are going to be coming our way. We didn't get to talk about it too much on map 1, but I'm sure the bans here are going to be very reflective of similar bans we had seen in the previous map. Similarly, of course, the Gambit is pretty much a, you take him out of here. It's good. Take him out of here.
Yeah, no, it's chill. Black Cat also pretty prolific, banned throughout the entirety of the weekend thus far. I feel, and it's the thing, it's both these characters, whenever they weren't banned, they were in every single map. That's how it simply goes down.
Especially Black Cat, especially Mantis, who is getting protected here. Very, very prominent. We had seen how impactful it was in the first map. Actually forced Vitality to actually mirror out the Luna and Mantis just to have that same DPS output of the damage boost that Mantis does offer. And also Mantis herself being basically a duelist in disguise, if you will, alongside heavy hitters like Adam Warlock as well. And on top of that, we are going to see the Elsa Bloodstone, of course, ban. I mean, I got a 4K Apex Predator on me? Yeah, no, you're done, buddy. You're not playing that the rest of the series. However, what's interesting is the Venom Protect. We hadn't seen that in round 1, but I see a lot of Venoms be played in Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was played quite a bit yesterday, more than I initially would have expected, honestly. Salt ate a ton, so I imagine we're going to see it a lot more for this map, and maybe onward throughout the rest of the series. This is the route Vitality wants to go. They looked on it great before. We'll see if they can look great on it once more.
I have never seen a Black Widow ban, and it still is a little bit jarring to me that she really is a character now, because for so long, for over a year and a half, she was just kind of there, and not really a high pick rate, definitely not a high win rate at all. So it's like you're already at the lowest percentile of every character, not even just in her role, every character in the game. But now that with her rework, she does have some damage and staying potential. So the ban here, I guess, could make sense in that regard. And you and I both kind of saw what we see here: the Daredevil Protect versus not banning it out. Oh, it's spicy. Same with the Penny Protect as well. We are seeing some real annoying characters about to come out here for the defense and the attack.
And you see Psylocke last one out on this one. And I've seen, again, all the games I did yesterday, I think it was a consistent trend where Daredevil got banned out every single game except maybe once. And in that one game, you realize, yeah, I understand why it's banned every single map now. Okay, you start to understand very quickly right there. So we'll see how that affects things and how Vitality decides to switch up their style here, because as close as that second point was, you got yeah, you're just seeing the logo.
I apologize. I just saw that for the first time. Oh, because you can't really see it too much in the overlays. So I was like, oh, okay, it's just a logo of some sort. Vitality has a really cute one too. I love how simple their logo is. But you're right, it's just the amount of different playstyles we've been seeing, the different compositions, I was talking about this earlier, how deep these pockets go for these players is absolutely insane. And you're seeing a couple of duplicates, right? Both teams are actually running the Venom here. Both teams are going to continue to have the Mantis. Not gonna have this Luna mirror this time though. Dynamax, is actually gonna swap over to the strategist variation of Deadpool instead. Very much a popular choice for a couple of teams. Oh, and Krieger's on the prowl. Already, you're blind, on the prowl, looking for somebody, and you gotta be really careful on your right.
You see Kai constantly checking over, making sure you're not going to be hit by the flank, making sure every couple of seconds that is not going down. But already, they're going to start giving up a little bit of that room, but they're going to try to get the punish over here. Krieger will actually be the first one to fall. Now, Hellstar, really good situation. They're going to keep running down. As CEO of Popeyes also gets incredibly low, but you still have all that sustain there. They're able to hang around, and Real Estate should be able to get Krieger back in time to take another 6v6.
No 100% already. I think you said it earlier, Deadpool using those ultimates so quickly, charging it up so fast, even prior to any of those buffs that we do tend to see, or upgrades you do tend to see. But we do see one first kill, actually trading off both the Venoms, leaving us with just one Vanguard each, one Thor, one Penny. Who comes out on top? Well, Penny Ness is seated in a very nice spot here on the defense, however, as the point is moving closer and closer to point A completion. 89 meters, by the way, only now is getting contested by the defenders.
Yeah, it made a ton of progress, and made a lot of progress quickly at that, and Kai is ready to go. This one does have that Kraken Impact ready to go. Waiting for the opportunity to pop it right now. Vitality is sitting by. They know exactly what they need to do going forward into this right now, but Crazy Wood actually realizes staying in there with those ults might not be the best of ideas.
Yep, gotta just hold out, gotta get out of there as soon as possible. 2 minutes already elapsed from the initial 4-minute time bank, now holding on to the Soul Resurgence, and now we're gonna proc it to get as much of this bout of pressure onto the backline as possible. Can we see Torn get the Fadeable Throats? No, unfortunately not, but Bottle will be able to get the Rage of Ultron at least checkmarked. We have a reversal coming in, and that's going to be a big double kill. Damage boost with the Soul Resurgence. Yeah, it's the Kai show, and we're just living in it.
Yeah, you saw James was able to get the Fadeable Worlds, not Fadeable Worlds, Soul Resurgence on a little late into that fight, and it paid off big time being able to get it going. Now, Vitality, who were off to a really good start, now have just kind of hit a roadblock here. And no, they have some great ultimates to get through, But the problem is, Hellstar has some great ultimates to defend as well. They have Fate of Both Worlds sitting on by. They are able to sustain through so much here, so Vitality almost have to find a way to force this out early on.
Sure do. They had the Daredevil on the right side too. Oh, that Legend actually just shutting down Bottle wholeheartedly, bringing a little more pressure onto the Penny Parker using Inspired Time. In the meantime, there is also the Fate of Both Worlds being utilized just to help out Hellstar in staying alive as we wait for the rest of our team to come back, our reinforcements to reappear. Buffed and Beautiful, Short is right. Dynamax going absolutely crazy, comboing that with the Daredevil ultimate. It's a big ult bank and ult dump going in for Vitality, which all results in just a loss of 2 of your most important players, the Thor and the Daredevil.
And now Hellstar with just a little bit of cleanup patrol. Everyone else is going to be able to get out alive, though. So Vitality, one final group up ready to go into this one. And they got to find a way to be able to pull it out. They have the Feast of the Abyss ready to go, ready to have it online, but Crazy White Axe is going to be the exact same situation. Both are going to be willing to be so aggressive with this, but we're back to that same fight we had before. Razoria was ready to go with their ult, but Jamie's is just slightly behind. It worked out for them last time, but it needs to work out this one as well.
But are we that undefeatable? Losing out on the Star-Lord. Triple supports coming out here. Both the Vanguards are going to be proccing the Feast of the Abyss and the God of Thunder, the anti-heal. Everything is being used, and Razor is going to go over to the Doctor Strange to get there in time for his team. Will it be enough as the rest of the team as Darn just go right down? Kai, who are you shooting? Who are you shooting? Everyone's dead! The war's over! You're home!
The war's been over for 20 years.
No one's there, sweetheart. I love that. Hunter did not even wait for a portal to appear. Just use that. Just use it for the love of the game.
Oh, we saw what happened last time. I'd be holding that ult sitting by, but I see exactly why. I think I know why you're oohing right now, because we're seeing quite a bit of potential swaps, actually.
Oh yeah. I mean, I see what you see. What I see. See a couple of good. I think Crazy White Axe on the group might genuinely be life changing. Is what I would say. Hold on, he's still deciding what to go. I would love to see Groot here. I think Groot and Penny Parker on the fence, or maybe on attack. Sorry, I'm talking about defense. They're attacking right now. Ignore me. Vitality has the CEO of Popeyes back on Magneto. Big fan of the triple Vanguard comp going over here, and basically putting everything on the line for Razor to get as much value on the Star-Lord as possible, being a solo duelist.
Yeah, and I think it's a bold strategy, but it can 100% work out. I think Razor's had a really good tournament this entire weekend. And you know what? Maybe doesn't mind having that kind of single responsibility right there. But you already see what Hellstar wants to pull out here. And to be fair, well, it's quite a couple of different changes, but I don't think it's too horribly different in terms of the style they realistically want to go with right here, as Crazy White Axe is back over on the Hulk, actually. Well, proves to be very wrong very quickly. Swaps to the thing last second. Whoa! As Klombo, buddy, pal.
That's your own character, Klombo. Come on! You know what's up. It's unfortunate, but it's a little of a... It's a taste of reality of, okay, this is what they just had to deal with us on Penny Parker. Now we got to do the exact same thing. Crazy White Axe just kind of jumps right over everything, though. Goes straight for the opposing Penny Parker, and Krieger is out of the equation. CEO of Popeyes is looking at Wolverine and saying, this is a very much a 7-3 matchup, not in my favor, that I do not want. Where are you going? What? Drop off delivery? No!
Oh, no. And now it's just down to Dynamax at this point. Someone's got to get in here and get this touch. The question is, can they even get in there? They're trying, and they're there at the last possible second, but I don't think it's going to matter a whole lot. Jamie's has already got rid of 2. Razor's hanging about once more, but it's just the cleanup detail coming on through, and Hellstar should just be a few moments away from locking themselves into match point. Just Razor and Krieger hanging around. They'll be done for, and Hellstar are looking phenomenal to get the final day started.
They capped that in 1 minute and like 22 seconds.
Sheesh.
That is impressive. And again, don't forget, like, Klum trolled and Klum trolled at the very beginning by accident, walking around the corner, sees Mind Flame's like, oh, I can fight this. No, you can't, baby girl, and that's fine. But then I think really crazy with Axe going over to the Thing versus the Venom versus the group. I think that really was the game changer. The amount of momentum that the Thing does build for himself is insane, and the damage reduction you give to your own team, the clobber time, of course, is always so good against grounded characters. This was really an amazing swap from Hellstar. Cannot give them more kudos than that. Also, shout out to James having no deaths, by the way. Big shout outs to that.
That is crazy to pull out. In any map, in any fight, that is a crazy thing to be able to pull out. But most of the team also just experiencing one death as well. But Hellstar, again, they've been having these moments where, hey, they fall behind a little bit, but then they bounce back really quickly. When it comes to them having to defensively hold a point, they are the superstars at it. You know, they were favorites going into this weekend for everything that I heard, and they're really showing that here today as well. There's also slight ability to flex around and still be extremely comfortable with it as well. And when you have someone like Bottle on your team, it's really hard to not be confident.
That was funny. Why did we clip that? No, that was great. We clipped the little like spiders coming over and be like, "You're done, buddy." Like, see me, I see that. That's proof that I move while I got cast, even if I'm off camera. That was just me doing like this. I can't. But now they're on match point, Hunter, and it's like at this point you need to get a reverse sweep in the winners finals, and then, or sorry, in the semifinals. This is winners finals, correct? Yes, this is technically winners finals. Oh, I am just so. I always forget that the lower finals is technically not the same path, right? It's not the same area. So, either way, 2 up. Match point here for Hellstar. Vitality, they don't play bad. That's the crazy part. They're not bad players. What do you do, though, to get a reverse sweep?
It's tough to decide what you do here, because I don't think they're fundamentally doing anything wrong, and that's the rough part. It's easy to say, like, oh, they're doing, this and this wrong, and you can make that correction as a team, but it's different when you're at this level and at this point where even the smallest things will get taken advantage of, and that's something that's hard to adjust over in such a small period of time. But Vitality, they'll find some kind of way to keep themselves in this. This is the same team that yesterday took down the #1 seed, brought them their very first loss of the entire tournament. They did a little something yesterday. They looked good, and they have to find a way to do it here and now, or else they have a date with either Rushed or maybe a potential rematch with the Saints in the lower final, so we'll have to see. But Mutt, we are going to take it to a little break really quick. When we come back, we will have the potential conclusion of the upper finals between Vitality and Hellstar.
Sugar, there's a reason
Quick little break later, 2 games already out of the way. We are on match point between Hellstar and Vitality. It is once again the Vitality map selection here, as they now have no choice but to get a reverse sweep to stay winners. They're not gonna like get out yet, guys, don't worry. So they still have one more life on them in the double elimination bracket. It's a lot easier to go to grands from winner's side than it is from losers, though. So to make it a little bit easier for them, let's try to get a reverse sweep here. And for map number 3 here, Hunter, they decide, hey, let's go to Convergence. Let's try our hand at the symbiotic surface and see how far we can go.
Yeah, and I don't hate the decision either. I mean, again, we're kind of looking at what has kind of already gone by throughout today in terms of the maps we've seen. And honestly, going back in time, again, the maps we've kind of seen Vitality do good at in the past. I think this lines up a little bit better with what we're hoping to see out of them right here. But still, it's more than just the map that needs to change. I think these bans, and these protects, I think especially, are going to have a lot more weighted importance in terms of what they want to get rid of, because they had the ability to have that very first ban last time as well, and as we saw, didn't work out too suddenly, unfortunately, but they get to learn from that. They have another opportunity here to pull it off. And I mean, Mott, I'll ask you right now, if there's something that you could reasonably ban out here super early on that you just don't want to deal with if your Vitality, what would you think it would be?
Penny Parker, do not allow Penny Parker to do not allow Penny Parker through on this map. If you do, you're throwing. I am 1000% the believer that Penny Parker defense on this map, especially just first point, you can get off from second and third point. I don't care about the rest of the map. First point defense, if you have Penny Parker and you want to also have a rocket for the full team up, double Penny nest alongside the BRB beacon having the nest as well, you're not getting anywhere. You have to go for a TP. You have to go all the way around the bend. You have to find some other way to get through, because if you allow Penny Parker to get through on this map, yeah, GG, shake my hand. We'll see you for losers finals at that point. Truly, I'm of course talking with the idea that Hellstar are going to defend first. But to be completely fair, Hunter, we did ban Penny last map, and she's one side banned Penny last map, and it was not too bad, actually. It was not too shabby. We might oh, no, that was the last map. Sorry, that was on map 1. There was a Penny ban, I believe. Map 2, there was a Plombo died to Penny Mines, which was as Penny. So that was map 1, not map 2. My mistake.
Yeah, but we're out the gate. Mantis, Black Cat, respectively banned out from their... Oh, I see what's happened here. I see now. We're cooking out the rip, aren't we?
I'm not mad about it. Gambit is here. Have not seen Gambit. Hunter, I have not seen Gambit get played. Well, we saw in EU a couple of times, because they would have the ban for themselves, and then they would just play Gambit the entire time. It's rare to see Gambit, and even better if you can also ban Rogue here as well, which I think is also just kind of like a default option. If you see a Gambit protect, you really should want to ban Rogue as well. That team up, especially allowing her to have a bigger amount of she gains access to damage, area damage. There we go. Oh my gosh, I couldn't think of the word for a second. She gets access to that and some healing capabilities as well for herself with the Gambit team up. So they're not going to listen to me because we are on a delay, of course, so they can't listen to me in real time. We're going to have the Ultron instead.
Listen, they need to just find a way to hear you in real time, okay? Set up a different broadcast, get everything. Do telekinesis, whatever you need to do. Set it up. We'll do like smoke signals for all we care.
Angela.
Yeah.
Me. Angela. Interesting. And it's over, Hunter.
Yeah, Penny Parker's back in. That's not gonna be fun.
It's not. It's not. I had an interview with the EU winner and loser of Grand Finals, and there was a map where they actually tied. They drawed on the Heart of Heaven, and it's because both teams went Penny Parker defense, and neither team knew how to break it. And it's not because it's not rocket science. It's genuinely such a debilitating defense composition to go into and try to find a way around it. So, okay, Penny Parker gets protected, Angela gets banned. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Don't know really why, but you know what? You got it, bestie. We're gonna have the Loki protect instead. Something we haven't really seen, I haven't seen today yet, is Loki. I saw a lot of him in day 1, though.
Yeah, lots of them in day one, and Hella gonna be banned out as well. Last one, Vitality. Seen it come out quite a bit throughout the series thus far. Don't necessarily hate it today. And the Star-Lord being taken out last here as well. So, it's certainly an interesting band selection. I will certainly say that. But, yeah. I don't know. I wish there felt like there was more to say about it, but I think it's pretty cut and dry as to what we're seeing right here and what we might experience, Mott.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's not rocket science as to why we're banning Mantis, why we're banning Ultron, why we're banning key triple strategists that are so important, especially with what we've been seeing be run from specifically Hellstar and sometimes from Vitality as they want to try to mirror it out and see if that's going to work anyway. Unfortunately, it's just it's not much to really analyze there. Again, only the Angela really kind of confuses me, but I think it's just so you don't get forced out of your defensive positioning by an Angela zipping around the map, going to the back and like pushing point a little bit, and being a general annoyance to your back line. I'm already seeing something very interesting. The Jubilee from James, which we have not seen yet. No team I've casted so far has seriously run Jubilee yet.
Well, I will tell you, we saw a couple brief encounters yesterday. It wasn't for too long. I think it was literally for a single map in, I believe it was one of the Rush series. I believe is what it was. But we're seeing it here today for the first time, as we are going to see Hellstar are going to be... Ooh, we see a little sneaking around for Vitality. A little sneaky snook going on right now.
Well, Hellstar should know that, hey, if they're not going main, they're going through the other way. Which is totally fair. I think this is probably the better option, especially if they're expecting the Colombo Penny Parker to come out. This actually forces Colombo to change up this better positioning a tiny bit, right? You can already see he's like, oh god, I gotta go over here, I gotta put these mines down over here. Then while it's all happening down on the main ground, you see a first kill from Kai on the Black Widow of all things, committing to the character, getting rid of one clone. That wasn't the true Dynamax. However, look how much pressure is being put onto both sides here. Neither squad is really committing to the point. We actually move off the point here, Hunter, and we're fighting for our lives.
Yeah, I don't hate it too much, but CGL Popeyes get another, and it's bottled super early on, and now Hellstar. They're trying to find a way to stay in this one, but Kai is getting low. Crazy Wet Axe getting low as well, but they're managing to be sustained. You still have the ability to stay up with all of that amazing, delicious healing, and you'll get bottled back before long, as Hopeful Vitality is keeping themselves firmly on the point, but instant trade coming through with Crazy Wet Axe as well as Leftover Shark. But they have to find a way to stay in this one right now, and with Gregor moving on forward, it's looking like they should be able to get this thing taken away before too long.
A little bit of a slower engagement towards this point, but it works out at the end of the day. You were able to get a hit on Khonshu during that for Krieger. The fight's still ongoing, but hold on. You gotta fight your ones with Razoria. Razoria is not afraid of a double kill against not only the Black Widow, but also her mirror match. Oh, this is her character, and she is making that very well known.
And this is exactly what you needed if you're a Vitality to get off to such a good start like this, but you have to keep it going right here. You don't want to get stalled out like you did before, where you had a good first fight and were able to get the follow-up in the CGL Popeyes again, catching the early blow, this time onto Colombo, to make even more space and more room to work with.
Interesting to see like I said, Penny Parker is not going to be played on second point and third point. It's just no reason to. But Colombo going over to Captain America, we had seen earlier on point A on map 1 with some success. Now, Raging Flush from both of the Gambits, as well as the Meter M going over yonder, not going to find much with it. Whoa, I love the use of that jump pad to jump onto Dynamax. I don't even think it was expecting it. Could not TP out in time, cannot put down a clone in time, and Kai getting a double kill to close the fight off strongly here for Hellstar.
Yeah, nothing new for Kai. Was honestly, this is legit picking up where Kai left off yesterday. Everything they were able to do, but now Hellstar back in a position right here. They managed to get the hold. Now Vitality have to find a way to get through, and they're still building up to a lot in this fight, but they're gonna have the ability to bounce through really quickly, as you see them hoping to take some aggression. And here we go, as calling card coming up online for Bottle. Oh crap, never mind.
Heartbreaker coming through. It's just taking down the old charge of everyone around Bottle here. Kai, a double kill onto Krieger and onto Rosaria. It's forcing Vitality to back up once again. They do have a little bit of time to work with, 2 minutes and 45 seconds to be exact. However, that time bank can dwindle down so quickly. Hence why you're seeing Razor go over to the Elsa Bloodstone. Of course, already having the Apex Predator almost online here, no longer wanting to try to win the Black Widow mirror.
Yeah, 100%. And now 2.5 left on the clock, but you see the aggression coming through here once more from Colombo, who's getting rid of Razora, and they're going to keep pushing on forward. Our Vanguard's going to start cleaning up house here. James, plenty of help as well. And that is another clean fight for Hellstar, and this feels like a bit of a duplication of our last series, or I should say last map thus far.
Yeah, it started off strong for Vitality, right? I mean, they got a almost... don't troll now, Colombo. Please relax. I mean, was just sitting there, letting our supporters letting our strategists, get a couple of extra ult charge in their favor. But you gotta be real careful about that one, especially in the face of Razor and Krieger, who both have their duelist ultimates online. Again, the Apex Predator and the Apex Impact have really, really shined brightly for Vitality in the past, and they're going for a little bit of another sneaky rotation, very similar to what we had seen on the approach for round A, until you go right into the sights of a Black Widow, and unfortunately you gotta get the wrong end of the rifle right in your face.
Yeah, but they get to sustain if they want to try to do so right now. Meteor M coming through for Crazy with Axe, doesn't get the direct connection. Manages to get a body low right now. As Quaker and Rosaria running for their lives. Neither are going to be able to get out of here, though. It's the question of, is Vitality willing to throw even more into this fight to be able to sustain Mod? I think the answer is quickly becoming no here. They're managing to stick around, but at this stage, yeah, not worth the risk of investment.
Rosaria Gambit is extremely powerful, but cannot do all the healing needed to stabilize in that fight and use maybe a Culper time, maybe the Apex Predator, right? So it was much smarter for Vitality to just reset here. Actually swap Dynamax over to the Loki instead. Big fan of, or I should say stick onto Loki. Big fan of that, as you do almost have the God of Mischief coming up online here versus James's ultimate as the Jubilee. Excuse me for not knowing the name quite yet, but still learning her kit. I've been very excited seeing how impactful it has been. Speaking of impact, my goodness, leftover shark, no ult needed, finds a kill onto Colombo, then the Heartbreaker to start draining these ult charges. No more Apex Predator, no more Clobber time. Oh, it's unfortunate for Vitality.
Yeah, again, it works out really good for Hellstar that, as I know, Firework Finale came out big time there for, yes, the one ultimate I know. But Hellstar is still looking good within this fight, still everyone hanging around. Kai, ult if needed be, in fact, is going to go for the investment as well. And even though it's not funny about it quite yet, it is forcing everybody back, forcing them to play in a lot of these tight corners right now where Kai's trying to take advantage of it. But Vitality, they have to find a way through, and they need to find it right here and now.
Double kill in favor of the side of Vitality. The Clobber time connects, and it's just a big snowball back in favor of Vitality. Finally, I mean, Razor might be able to actually get closer and closer to her Raging Royal Flush, and Torn is very close to one of his own as well. I mean, look, they're going to have Meteor M. They're about to have one on the side of Hellstar. How well this last fight goes, that's going to be the key difference here. They're going to try to close that entryway off, but again, you can just kind of reopen it right back up for Hellstar. Triple Loki's getting kind of bullied away from Colombo, forced out the runes, and now Freedom Charge is getting used. Whoa! Where were you?
Right to the face of Rosaria, and now it has to be good for CO Popeyes. Tried to send a three-pointer to the back. Unfortunately, doesn't catch on to anybody, and now for Hellstar, it could just be a cleanup detail as the rest of Vitality gonna fall one at a time. They get to the very end of first point, but that is it in Hellstar. Their finish line is written on the wall before them.
It sure is. 1-0, you have to go basically all the way to point B for the completion of this map, and that should be a little bit easier said than done, I believe, for Hellstar with how well they've been playing. However, it can all come down to this first offense. Sometimes it can be so difficult to work around. You can see you guys are kind of figuring out, okay, do I play? What should we try out here? Hellstar looking like they are, okay, they're definitely not going to run quadruple duelist. Although I will say, I did see that in day one, a quad duelist line up with 2 strategists, and it worked. To be fair, there was like very high level players, but it worked at the end of the day. Defense-wise, triple Vanguard so far. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw triple strategist, but no. Razor's like, yeah, I'll just stick it with the Elsa Bloodstone. She's too strong. Might as well keep playing her for the longevity of this fight.
Yeah, 100%. And now Hellstar pretty much has to pick up where they left off right here. But if you're Vitality, you don't want to have to go down into that lower bracket to deal with things down there. Because, do you want a spoiler alert, or you want me to save it for after the series is done, Mod? It's your choice.
I save it for after the series.
Alright, I love it.
Let's do it.
Alright, we'll do that. For now, we gotta focus on this, which could be the final round of our upper final series right here, as Colombo out on the Iron Man, taking the exact same angle that Vitality did earlier.
I already seen pain, I'm getting mad. I already see it. It's like a PTSD trigger at this point. However, I love that we're fighting again off the objective and just kind of fighting on this this high ground on the right side. Anyway, breaking open that wall so you have that vantage point as well. Colombo might be doing a lot of work on the Iron Man, of course, having the Snowflake pretty much guaranteeing extra healing no matter where you are. Razoria, no worse for wear, easily scouted out by the Iron Man and completely taken down. Same thing with Dynamax. Both strategists are no longer in the engagement here for Vitality, and it's a very, very quick breakthrough of the defenses, and they're gonna get all 3 ticks here unless Vitality wants to commit a TP. I don't think they want to though.
Nah, I mean you see them potentially considering it. They're thinking about it, but they're not gonna get there in time even if they tried it to. So already first part done. Kai does get taken out though, but I think it's just a speck on the wall in comparison to what just happened there, as Vitality looking for a quick regroup, and getting rid of CEO of Popeyes is not a great way for that to happen.
It's not a lot of trade-offs though, right? You get rid of CEO of Popeyes, you also lose out on Colombo, so you again only have the Magneto versus the Hulk running it down with the Black Widow, and of course, oh, I'm sorry, you also have the Rogue as well in your attack. Definitely my fault for not seeing Bottle. Once again, repping the Vanguard here. However, you're going to see most of Vitality coming back to the defenses on that initial high ground corner, putting pressure onto the Unibeam of the Iron Man, and Colombo getting so much care, so much resources being dumped into him to make sure, hey, this is our win advantage, is definitely the Iron Man here.
Yeah, 110%, and this cart still rolling, still moving and grooving, but Colombo, it does get knocked out of form. So could be an opportunity, more saying, you see the knockout of form right there for Leftover as the trade's starting to come through. Hellstar trying to sustain through this one as Colombo is going to hurry and try to get back in this, make it a pure 5v5. But I think Hellstar might be focusing on a quick regroup as, again, Razor committing to the trade right there. It is complete chaos, and maybe you could say that favors Hellstar given the situation, but they're about to have 4 ults in favor, and Vitality's going to have the exact same.
They sure are, and even better is just the use of the Apex Predator first, but it actually gets cancelled, hence why only 50% of the ult charge got right back to Razor. I was like, oh my god, it never actually came out, so they have to do something else in lieu of that. Of course, that will be the God of Mischief from Dynamax. Meter M comes through from Razor with Axe, and then the Heartbreaker, making everyone's ult charge go down. They went from 4 check marks to nothing.
And they're now just getting the picks as well. It works out at the end of the day. And for Vitality, it's slipping away from them. It's a little bit more stall over on the objective. They're going to go for that TP to try to get somebody there in time. Razor may get one. Is the stall going to be enough? The answer
He got frozen. Nope.
No.
He got frozen.
Oh my god.
He got frozen.
No shot.
I just saw like the little, I was watching the spectator feed, the spectator overlay, and I just saw the little ice effect, and I was like, oh my god, he got stunned, frozen, something, but canceled out of the portal proc. So with that in mind, we are in fact going to see a 3-0 for Hellstar. GG chat, that was a really great series, a really good attempt from Vitality, and for any Vitality fans out there, do not worry. We will see them again for the loser finals coming up sooner than you think.
Way sooner than you think, and it's still a decent performance on their part as well. Again, you look at how good their fight back really was on that first map, all the way back at the beginning of this series, and now you have to see them be able to kind of bounce back from this game right here, because it's not a total blowout. I don't think it's right to call it that whatsoever. I mean, Vitality had plenty of good moments, but Hellstar, again, they're picking up what they left off yesterday. They wanted to stay in control, and they did an incredibly good job of that right there. I mean, Bottle, once again, I mean, my God.
Yo, shout out to Bottle, by the way, for playing every role at least once in each map. Vanguard, strategist, duelist, my man can do it all.
Yeah, actually incredible to be able to pull that one off right there. And then, again, you see the way Vitality gets off to really good beginnings, and then they kind of just get held up and don't really have the ult to really sustain through this fight right here. And again, we'll see what they can do in this lower finals match coming up here pretty soon. But if you're Hellstar, you're feeling really confident at this point with everything you've managed to accomplish. They have only managed to drop one map through the entirety of this upper bracket so far to get to these grand finals.
1, 2, and 3. And again, the scoreboard says otherwise. Like, it's like 0-2, 1, 0-1, 1-2. It's like, all right, please relax. It was actually a lot closer in game than you would definitely expect from the scoreboard. And again, like we said, we're gonna have Vitality right back here. As you can see in the bracket, lower round 3 was only a first to 2. So, but they end up actually going all 3 games. So we ended at the exact same time, I'm pretty sure. So Rush finding the 2-1 victory against the Saints, putting our #1 seed out of a job. They're out of the bracket. They're no longer applicable. So they do tie for 4th place. I lied. They get 4th place in general. They get 4th place here in the summer Splashdown. We are going to see a fight for 3rd for the lower finals between Vitality and Rush in a 1st-to-3 series. Of course, winner of that will be able to fight Hellstar in the grand final. So as you said, Hunter, earlier, could be a rematch, could be a new someone who has been in the lower bracket and just needs a win in general and get the crown victory of the summer Splashdown. But of course, as always, we're gonna cut to a quick break. I'm pretty sure Vitality needs like 5 minutes just to get themselves ready for another best of 5 under their belt, and coming their way. So we're gonna see you guys in just a couple of minutes for that lower finals. And we're back. Quick little break. We went from the winners finals, and we of course already have half of our grand finals ready. Hellstar is waiting there as we now move down to the lower bracket to the lower finals, where we're gonna have a reintroduction of Vitality up against the crew of Rushed, and who will be able to fight Hellstar in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see because a fun little bit of info. This is not a rematch of any kind from the group stage. Somehow, some way, this is the first time these teams are meeting each other throughout the entirety of this weekend. So there's no prior things to go back to. One of these teams is simply going to earn it the first and only time. So we'll see how that goes down, Mont, but we have some other lovely people that are showing everything that's been going down throughout the weekend, including the rest of our games here today with Weasel Cake and Beeman Bandit. So make sure to check both of them out, give it that support, hit that follow, do everything you need to do. You know the bases at this point. But Mott, we got to take a quick look at how we got here in the first place, because it's been a long weekend for North America. It was honestly, EU had a whole lot of chaos earlier on. Tide map is crazy to discuss, but there may be some 2-0s on the board, but I think it's worth noting how many of these games were actually way closer than they appear to be.
That's been the biggest consistency of all of these series, is just that even though they're 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-1s, 3-0s, in fact, as well in our winners finals, they have not been feeling like one-sided in the actual maps themselves. More often than not, the 2-0s you're looking at, they went 99% to 99% on your domination maps. They're going full hold to one-tick caps on your convergence maps. Like, that's what we're talking about. It's getting to a point where they're so close, but one or two micro mistakes are being made that allow the other team to find that kind of leg up over and over again. So let's reintroduce, because we didn't get a chance to do it earlier, so now we get a chance to reintroduce Vitality to the stream here. Very exciting stuff. We have just seen these guys absolutely pop off in their other series. Although losing, they kept it real even and really high energy. CEO of Popeyes, Leftover Shark, we have Razor, we have Krieger, we have Razoria, and of course Dynamax, all coming back for vengeance.
Yeah, they definitely are, and they looked... Hey, they've been fighting throughout this entire weekend. They've been looking really good, but they're going up against a tour de force that has won back-to-back games in this lower bracket to get to the lower finals, and that's their opponent today, Rush. And I managed to watch this team yesterday push Hellstar to the absolute limit before. You've got Sir Cantaloupe, Zaza, Pernas, Kami, Slash, and Akame. And this team has done a phenomenal job thus far. It's not going to get any easier for Vitality, but they have to find a way to get through it, and they've shown they can do it before, and they've got to pull it off here if they want to be able to go and get that rematch against Hellstar.
Well, these guys just had a map 3 game. They went 2-1 up against the side of the Saints, who were previously the #1 seed in this bracket. And this match itself is between seeds 3 and 4. Of course, Vitality being seed 4, Rush being seed 3. So on paper, Rush should win this one. On paper, of course, and ideally they want to start things off on the Celestial Husk, a domination map that we haven't really seen yet. Usually we will see Hell's Heaven be the preferred option of choice. I don't think I've seen anything else, actually, besides Hell's Heaven in the entire weekend. So to see the Celestial Husk instead is so telling. It's such a weird map, in my opinion. It's such an interesting one as well. Two of the sub-maps, in my opinion, also look very similar and function very similarly to each other, so it just comes down to, again, the ban phase.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really important ban phase for both of these teams to get started right here in Rocket Rack. First one banned out the rip. I'm telling you now, this is not a surprise. It came out quite a lot in both of the Rush series previously, and Gambit, yeah, obviously. We saw what Gambit could do in one map, deciding, nah, don't want to deal with that one.
Makes sense. Cannot get mad about a Gambit ban in general. It just makes everyone's life a lot easier. to not have to deal with a constant Rage and Warrior Flush, and that can be used in combination with every single DPS ultimate in the game. Every single ultimate in the game just benefits so greatly off of the Strategist ultimate of Gambit. So again, we're going to see the same thing from Vitality. They actually are going to keep the Venom once more. That has been a consistent thing between this series and the previous, is keeping that Venom in the back pocket for quick touches, for a dive composition that they may want to run at some point during the series. However, we're getting a little scared because you also need to deal with a Daredevil, which you and I both saw how impactful that Daredevil can definitely be, especially if you call back to the Museum of Contemplation earlier in our game, or in our stream.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough one, having to run into that. But we're seeing the other side, Mantis is taken out, and Black Cat gonna get the protection for Vitality. And we'll see how this affects Rush, because with the Venom staying in place, this actually is in Rush's wheelhouse. They ran Zaza on the Venom quite a lot in both their games yesterday, and they're also going to protect Captain America, something we also saw a little bit from Sir Cantaloupe.
Captain America coming out a couple of times already. I'm kind of a big fan. I actually do like Cap a lot. He's a little bit of an annoyance, a mosquito, if you will, in your back line, just kind of tickling you a little bit with that shield. But at some point, it really does tend to snowball effectively for his team, where you're pulling so much attention from that front line to look at you, the Captain America, and then suddenly your team is walking on the other team, and it's perfect. It really is a perfect storm if you get a good Captain America who is so communicative with what he's doing, because otherwise sometimes you'll have a Cap in your comp games and you're like, where is my Cap? What's my Cap doing? My Cap is dead first. Oh, who's surprised? Last but not least, double Strategist Ultimates. Strategist bands here. One more kind of in tune with the other than the other. I think the Loki band definitely makes sense to Jeff. I have not seen a Jeff band since the Reign of Terror of Jeff Nato.
I remember Jeff Nato now. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I've only seen Jeff once throughout the weekend. Rush did it in their last map against UWM the other day. And you know what? It was fun to see for the first time in what feels like a while, at least for the first time throughout the entire tournament of which I saw. But we're ready to get this underway. Reminder, the winner is going to go up against Hellstar in the grand final. So lots on the line here, Monteneva, because top 3, ain't nothing wrong with that. But you got here in the first place. You want to be able to go play in the big one.
I'm saying you dedicate yourself to Friday, Saturday, your Saturday, and your Sunday to this tournament. You might as well win the whole thing. That ideally is the goal here. I'm hoping Vitality can definitely get that in the bag, especially as they were the ones looking so good in winners, and then now they're here in the last second in the lower bracket. Of course, we have a couple seconds before the Celestial Husk does open up and spawn rooms let out these compositions. The Venom paired with the Thing. We have the Venom with the Captain America from Rushed instead. It is a backline difference as well. Of course, the Strategist Deadpool with the Luna Snow versus Luna Snow and the White Fox. A really great backline to have for Rushed.
Yeah, 100%, and that aforementioned Captain America and Venom being brought out here as well for Rushed, and they're already going full aggression with that instant train out coming through already. But it's Kami, who's gotten rid of another, has put Rush in a pretty good situation right here to try to lane claim to this point of Vitality. They still have the sustainability sitting on 5 without leftover Sharks sitting by. It looks like inevitably Rush should be able to claim the point first, but they're being awfully persistent not.
They sure are. I mean, Pernos was also so low, 1 HP, by the way. Razor was trying to get that elimination off and give another big advantage to Vitality once more. But shout out to Akame for teleporting in with, of course, that shield, bringing Pernos back all the way up to a fully HP and fully ready to go Daredevil once again. Ultimate's starting to come online here. Slash, so again, first one down. Not going to get a trade-off this time. The first time it was a trade between Razoria and Slash. This time, Razoria has learned her lesson, goes over to White Fox instead. And that is momentum, Hunter. Momentum if I've ever seen it.
Oh, it most certainly is. Clean up the tail just coming through from the rest of Vitality. So Cantaloupe definitely hanging around for a while, but only 31% at the end of the day. Big cleanup for this aforementioned squad, and now we have to see the reset come through from Rush, just starting to build up to that calling card if you're Kami right now. But Seal Papa is also facing if it's going to be ready here soon.
Daredevil's on the rise, both very even in their ult charges as well. to start laying the devil out. And then we did see Dynamax use that ultimate earlier at the same time, so they're going to be gearing up towards another one sooner rather than later. Lots of momentum, but the Black Cat ultimate, you can be so weary about it. The momentum is going so much in favor of Vitality. Look how low Sir Cantaloupe is. Look how low Zaza is without the extra HP pool. But suddenly, I don't know, out of nowhere, they lose Razoria, but that's no problem for Vitality as they keep it moving, keep it pushing without one of their key strategists, basically putting all of the healing on the shoulders of Dynamax. And, I mean, listen, Dynamax did a great job keeping that momentum alive, allowing the Vanguards and Duelists to just completely run over the team of Rush in that fight.
Yeah, but I think importantly for Rush, they managed to get everybody else out of there. They're going to get a somewhat quick reset here as well, but they still have to find a way to win this. Their Face the Abyss is still online. CGL Popeyes used his earlier on in that last one right now, but it's not like they don't have responses sitting by. They most certainly do, and I bet they're going to utilize them here pretty quickly, as here's that aforementioned Feast the Abyss, and that's 3 pop from Vitality instantaneously in response in Rushed. They are being sent to the early spawn room right here, so trying to hang about, doing a decent job of it, but Vitality in such control right now.
They sure are. I mean, like you said, they use two of their ultimates. The Kumiho, of course, as well as the Clover Time. They also use the Diva Devil within. Kree going absolutely insane, finding a kill onto Akami post Eternal Bond. Look, hopefully they should get Slash as well before they use a Kumiho again for the side of Rush. Not going to find much, mainstay power actually from our red team. Our attackers, as our defenders of Vitality, are just in their bag. Look how unrelentless the Duelists are in putting all this pressure onto the Venom. Zaza can only do anything but run away and lick his wounds. Here comes another retouch from the Captain America. Razor finds Slash in the meantime. Post Kumiko being unleashed. CGL Popeyes having the Feast of the Abyss in the back pocket for the anti-heal, and of course a second lease on life. Here comes the teleport from Kami. Is that going to be enough, Hunter? Well, Kami explodes right out of the gate.
Yeah, and now the overtime slowly taken away, just like the rest of Rush, as they eventually fall on over. So Vitality gonna be able to take this first point away, off to a really good start here. They hand over that initial fight to Rush, but after that, they never look back. And this is the Vitality team that we were talking about throughout this whole weekend. The glimpses we got to see in that last matchup that I think are a lot more prevalent here right out the rip.
No, for sure. This is definitely the team that I was kind of looking to see in our winners finals. And that only kind of shows how much more evolved Hellstar is. So we got to do a lot of change, a lot of evolving between this series and the next for the side of Vitality. In terms of Rush, however, they did not really play bad. They were having some of their fight wins, but it felt like as the longer the fights went on, the less steam they were able to keep for themselves. It felt like it was going back more and more in favor of Vitality the longer those fights did go on, the more messy as well that they did get. No ultimates online here for Rush, unfortunately, as that is. They have to deal with Leftover Shark's upcoming Clobber Time, which is, that might be just a fight win by itself if you don't have anything to negate it, like an Eternal Bond or a Kumiko Unleashed or really anything like that.
Yeah, but I'm looking the Vanguard stuff's coming through here from Rush, Penny Parker, and Devil Dinosaur coming out here in exchange. Like you said, the fact that you have one else sitting by already being Vitality puts you in such an unbelievably good position, and there's that aggression we were talking about right there. Leftover Shark gets deleted, though, on the spot by the rest of Rush, and now it's looking like it will just be the clean up detail coming on through. CGL Popeyes might be the only survivor of this fight that he shall be, as Rush this time around going to get that first point. I should say win that first fight once again.
I can't, well, I think, okay, I was going to say the Clobber Time would have been so good, but I guess if you drop down into a Penny Nest in the corner, I mean, everyone can just jump you right after. What are you going to do, walk in here? That very, very, very well done option from Sir Cantaloupe, setting up those Penny Parker mines pretty much in the most perfect, pristine spot ever. The return of the Black Widow comes in from Razor, as well as the Shark chopping over to the Thor. Same thing with Krieger, not wanting to do the mirror match against the Daredevil once again. We're gonna go a lot of these spam characters and characters that can really do a lot of damage, long distance damage, to get rid of that Penny Nest. You can see a little bit of poking from the CEO of Popeyes. However, we're already at 40% of the point in favor of Rush, and we're going back into this fight here. And here comes one kill. There goes Burnus.
Yeah, Kami moving in. FX Predator ready to go right here, and they are clean up shop once again. Dynamax more than happy to invest here, but is simply going to get forced out, still alive, but it's not going to help win this fight for them as the rest of Vitality forced out. And CGL Popeye, as you see, makes that swap over to the Groot.
I like Groot. Big fan of the Groot here. Groot is Groot. Groot has always been so strong on Domination in general. Domination and Convergence has really always been his mainstay. Some convoy maps also apply. Insert Midtown, for example. However, 3 check marks going into his next fight. Only 2 from Vitality. No strategist ultimates to negate or even try to mirror out the Eternal Bond is going to be a difficult one, especially as it does get procced here, as well as the Devil Dinosaur ultimate, putting a bunch of displacement onto the poor Groot character, who does not like being moved from where he wants to be. Hence why he hates Devil Dinosaur. He hates Wolverine for that reason.
Yep, and now we're into the TP of at least 4 people coming onto point here momentarily. They are going to realistically get it here, and there we go, but unleashed right out the rip here. That Spider Sweeper trying to clear this one out, but Rosaria just in the nick of time. Fate of both worlds going to be able to keep them going, but Rush don't care about that. They managed to get the early pick over onto Krager, and they're going to keep on moving on forward. They let that devil out, and they're hoping to secure this one and push it to a 3rd point. And Mod, that is exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, they sure will. Teleport gets used. No one else is there to go for a touch. Krieger goes over to the fastest character we do know, of course, being the Human Torch. But you know, once the Flash gets in here, we'll be aight at some point. But I digress. Imagine, oh my god, the world's fastest touch will be coming in from the Flash if we ever get my man in here. But point is, it was just a reversal of all time. Like from round 1 to round 2, you would not have expected Vitality to be 0 to 100 by Rush whatsoever, and really Sir Canlip on this Penny Parker was the difference maker. Being able to set up on that in that small entry point underneath the main entry point of the objective was perfect every step of the way. You wanted to retreat, you had health, you had shields, you had speed boost as well within the Penny nest. So Sir Canlip feels like, you know, just play to that strength of the map itself. But now we're going to see a swap there, going over to the Emma Frost instead. Rizoria herself going over to Jubilee. Second time I've seen Jubilee already, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, very much am as well. But remember how we left off that fight? Kami and Slash still with both their ults sitting by. Leftover Shark is going to have his online as well, so you have something to go into this fight. The question is, how willing will Rush be to use one or maybe both of these to secure that first point right there? And oh, maybe not going to get too much of an opportunity. Razor taking Furnace out just like that, and now they're going to move forward anyway, just to really double down, secure this fight. The God of Thunder gonna march on forward, and as much damage as he's taken on, the rest of Rush are struggling to hang on to this fight. They have one ultimate, but it's back in the spawn right now. Kami is going to try to get back here in time, but Mutt, I don't know if it's going to make the difference, but Pernas is in here anyway, trying to secure more and more. This fight is so chaotic. Dynamic doing everything they can to stay in this one, and it's looking like it's going to pay off in spades.
What a great Deadpool ultimate, by the way, in that exact moment, because it was looking very grim for Vitality there up until the use of the Deadpool ult. The strategist went, of course. Now, of course, the Apex Predator does get used, sending 2 of my Vanguards all the way over yonder, right in the zone of the kill box for Rush there. Now, Vitality will also have one of their own. They're going to have the Black Widow ultimate coming through. Unfortunately, not going to find too much with it in the long run. A little bit of a... Wait, mind you, Hunter, no one's capped the point yet. We're still on first fight technically. I didn't even realize this.
Yeah, but the Eternal Bond is going out. Going to get tons of sustain for Rush right here. That's why Vitality is really only keeping one person over on this point to stall it out right there. But you see how low CGL Popeyes and Lover Shark were getting there for a moment. They're still hanging on as that firework finale being brought out here from Missoria and Rush. They're running out of solutions. Sasa's going to go down. Is Krager trying to go on through, trying to get some big cleanups. That's exactly what we're accomplishing here. And I think finally this point's going to have itself a home, as the rest of the Rush squad eventually going to fall on over in Vitality after basically the entire time of an entire point finally will go their way.
every single ult was used in that game at some point. Every single ultimate was procced. At some point, we just saw, like, a lot of visual clutter. And mind you, they've nerfed the visual clutter in their most recent patch, in the most recent hotfix.
Yeah.
There was still just a lot going on. At some point, Razoria had used her ultimate as well. Could not see it. Did not know what it did. Did not know it was even happening. That's how much was happening in that fight. But finally, a quarter of the point, capped in favor of Vitality. We do see both the Vanguards going very low. CEO Popeye is kind of forced out from Zaza in that 1v1. Kami catching a very low level of Shark, so Dynamax has to go for the ultimate here. Krieger is just feeling so pumped up. Double kill for the Human Torch. Oh yes, I think that saves it up until we don't kill Kami. That's a big thing. We gotta kill Kami. Kill her.
Oh, it's already gotten 3 this fight. You know what you gotta do. You just gotta do it. And instead, Vitality, the thing they're gonna do is hand over that point. 52% still not bad, but a lot about to be sitting by for Rush and Vitality. I mean, they're gonna have some solutions here too, but Rush are gonna have realistically all the sustain in the world coming up for the next fight.
No, for sure. You have the Black Widow ultimate. You also have the Thor ultimate coming in here. Feast of the Abyss, no worse for wear. Like not to mention that. It's always going to be here for CEO Popeye's going to use it first. Put some anti-heal onto the back line. Very much quickly remedied by Vitality. And they can keep moving and pushing as if nothing ever happened. Rush still have 3 check marks to their name. We're going to see Razor and Pernus both use those at the exact same time, exterminating ideally the field in front of them, but Razor is just on the prowl. 1-2 clicks, and there goes the Ultron. Ideally, the Elsa Bloodstone should go down as well, but Kami dashes away to safety. And we are going to try to go for the 1v1, and Kami does win that usually 9 times out of 10, hence forcing the retreat of the Black Widow.
You see Kami on the run there for a moment as well as able to go in, but you see the US right now from Dynamax trying to go in. Feast of the Abyss thrown in by CEO Popeyes as well, but Rush is managing to sustain it in there for the time being. Kumiko Unleashed is keeping everybody rocking and rolling in this one. So much damage being pumped out, but it is being out-healed like crazy. And heck, if they need to throw in the Fate of Both Worlds, they have it sitting by the mod. We'll see whether or not they have to throw it into the situation. Rosaria more than happy to invest in as well with that firework finale. COL Popeyes is hanging in there as well and being given an absolute onslaught, somehow managing to stay in there. But the rest of the team, they can't say the same thing. Kami has already gotten rid of 3, and it's the cleanup patrol. And the way things are right now, Rush might be on their way to the first map of the series being theirs.
Portal coming out, the last 93 to 97%. They will, in fact, get a touch here. Gotta go fast, though. 98, 99. There's overtime. Yes. Perfect timing because the Human Torch is right there to use the Human Torch ultimate, but unfortunately, Krieger dies to Kami yet again. Who is surprised? It has been the Kami show. We need to be finding a way to deal with this Elsa Bloodstone. I love the shield to negate the use of the Silent Seduction. However, it's very much short-lived as the rest of Vitality are looking so weak right now, losing out on one of your strategists. Unfortunately, Razoria no closer to a Kumiko of her own, so she's not really going to be able to help out Popeyes or the Shark. The rest of the team only relying on Razoria and Razor to stall as long as possible for everyone to come back. But listen, you can only do so much with these 2 heroes. There's only one in the field right now. I think Little Shark might have gotten the touch. No, that was Zaza, my bad. That is the end of the Celestial Husk. Rush getting the 2-1 victory on the first map.
And they look good in the process, but I think what's worth noting, this might be one of the closest maps I've seen throughout the entirety of the weekend. Both of these teams went super back and forth, and that is what I think we both expected out of this matchup here as well, especially with Kami, a name I did not get to give enough praise to yesterday. It looked phenomenal, with being a tour de force in so many of these fights. Wouldn't be surprised if he has the most final hits in the entire lobby. And am I wrong? Not in the slightest. Oh my god.
14 final elims from Krieger, but Kami almost doubling that, excuse me, with 22 final elims, with 32 just eliminations in general. Insane. And again, it's just the fact that the Elsa Bloodstone is such a strong duelist for very good reason. You're trying to run things like the Groot, you're trying to run things like the Venom and the strategist of the Deadpool. And multiple times whenever Kami had the Apex Predator, you just use it on whoever's ulting. What are they going to do? Get out of it? No, that's the whole point. So I think going forward into map 2 and beyond, one of those first bans coming in from Vitality might have to be reserved for the Elsa Bloodstone.
I think it might have to. I think it's been too much of a crux against you thus far. You don't want to have to deal with it. There's a lot of things you don't want to have to deal with, trust me. But I think of all, that has to be the one right here. Vitality, though, I think shouldn't feel a loss of confidence at all. They had a really good start. They stayed competitive the entire time with that. And it's just some really good fights that Rushed had to stay into that. A lot of it comes off the back of Kami. But also that Vanguard line of Zaza and Sir Cantaloupe was living through literally hell itself, it felt like, at times, to be able to stay in so many of these fights. So we'll see how Vitality decides to react right now. It can't go the same way as last series did, where they stayed in it, but they weren't able to, like, take convincing leads for a long period of time.
This is what I'm talking about. I believe,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
using ult. I think Dynamax used the ult to keep the Vanguards alive, but then they were just snatched up by the Apex Predator, unfortunate as that is. And even, I don't know, keeping the Black Widow for as long as we did, not really the best, not really like the worst option ever. However, maybe a swap could have really helped out Vitality, maybe going back over to that Black Widow, as that Black Cat as we had seen in the very last portion of that fight here. But going over to map number 2, the most popular option, as you know, has been the Museum of Contemplation for Convoy, and it looks to be the exact same song and dance as the side of Vitality decide, hey, we do want to go back over to the Museum of Contemplation, which is, again, they picked it for our winners finals map when they lost against Hellstar.
Yeah, just got held up before that first checkpoint. It was maybe a couple of meters away before inevitably got stomped. And now they're thinking they're going to be able to pull it out this time around. And heck, maybe they think they definitely can. I mean, if you're going to go back to a map that you unfortunately weren't able to take away an hour or so ago, you have to have confidence that this is what you want to do. And obviously, I think their bans are going to reflect that a little bit more. I think you had a pretty good prediction as to what we're going to see banned out pretty early on. I haven't been spot on predictions thus far, so I'm just going to piggyback onto that one coming up here momentarily. But either way, still a first of 3 series, still time for Vitality to fight on back. It's been a hotly contested series already. It's only been one map, but I swear it's felt like more than that.
It really has. I mean, again, the first fight on third point lasted basically the equivalent of an entire round. I think you said that a little bit earlier when we were talking about that. And it felt like they were just going forever and ever and ever, and I was like, dang, finally we get a little bit of a break. Nope, the point never got capped by anybody because it's how long we were fighting for. So as we slowed into the Museum of Contemplation, we will see, of course, the bans, and of course we were talking about how maybe some more targeted bans will have to be coming into play here, especially in light of how impactful the Elsa Bloodstone was and probably always will be in the greater scope of the game.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll see how things end up rocking and rolling for our second map here coming up here shortly, but we got a ban phase to worry about here. First selection, it looks like is gonna... Is it Rush's first selection? Is it? It is, actually, and they're gonna say literally same ban as last time. Rocket Raccoon out the rip.
Yeah, I'm always so used to the left side having first ban, so I was like, oh. But yeah, no, we're gonna see Rush get that Rocket ban coming out first, and then Vitality is like, okay, they're still gonna commit to the Mantis and protect probably Venom again. Those have been the two, probably the most common bans they have gone for, or 2 common picks they have gone for the past couple of maps now, between this series and the last series, of course. They are taking a while to think, though. They're like, okay, what do you want to policy protect here that could help us out in the long run, instead of just the Venom? So it's actually gonna be Magneto. Ooh. Changing up the script a little bit here, Vitality. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll see what they're gonna... Oh my god. Okay, cool. Great. Lovely. I'm gonna move on for that. We'll see what they ban out instead. Because, to be fair, I imagine Venom's gonna be in here no matter what. Both teams way too comfortable playing it. I think Rush would genuinely surprise me if they got rid of it. No, they get rid of the Deadpool in this situation instead. So Vitality now, they're banning... Okay, very quick to the trigger. They knew what they wanted, not.
Yo, they didn't care about the pick. They just wanted to ban Ultron. They took all of 10 seconds. They're like, damn, what do we ban for our second... Our what do we pick for our second pick? Like, Magneto, I guess. Oh, we're banning again? Ultron. Immediately Ultron. It was no contest at all. So this is what I'm scared of, right? So Vitality allowed the Rogue and the Gambit to be protected.
Yeah.
That is going to be a very difficult duo to deal with. And I already mentioned it many a time whenever they do come on screen here. Now we can actually see the impact of the married couple actually fighting together. The forces of evil, if you will. Star-Lord Protect, by the way, as well as a Daredevil and Emma Frost ban. I think these are totally fine. I'm still a little bit weary about the Elsa Bloodstone going rampant and being free here, but I'll see. I'll see.
Yeah, we just have to see. It could be just a really simple situation of Kai just comes back out, tries to repeat the same exact scenario. It's very possible, but to be fair, Vitality know what they're going to be walking into in a situation like this. They know they're not always going to have the opportunity to ban out the Elsa either, so maybe it's a situation where they need to find a way to simply deal with it. That's how it is in a lot of the games we do, Mutt, where teams have to learn to adjust because you can't simply get rid of the same character every single time. At least, it's not a virtual guarantee.
Especially with how expansive the roster is for Rivals, right? There's going to become a point where we actually need to get more bans at some point. It's getting to a point where it's like, okay, we might need some more options to counteract every single one of these characters in this game, who can be really tilting to play against, of course. One of which is, yeah, the Star-Lord mirror here is going to be definitely irritating. But I'm not playing the game, so I need to relax. I'm not playing it. I'm not the victim. I'm not the victim. It's okay. And this is a great Star-Lord map, I also feel like. I really do think this is a really solid Star-Lord map to play on because you have so many little, like exits and entryways. Like, look, we're on a angle already. Oh, nice.
Yeah, not gonna...
Immediately gets rid of it.
Yeah, not gonna have a repeat of last one. Vitality, try running it back. Doesn't quite happen there. And now we'll simply wait and see right now as you see the backline being hit up, but Slash is already down super early on. Rosaria has been consistent throughout the entirety of this weekend thus far, as the rest of Vitality is going to peak up where they have left off in some of their previous fights right here. Really good start for them, killing time away as Sir Cantaloupe has slipped all the way the round back to the team.
Yeah, I think Cantaloupe realized, okay, my team does not have a front line. Because Zaza might be there, right? But while that was all happening, while Sir Cantaloupe was trying to find an exit point or a entry point for a dive alongside, of course, the Star-Lord, there's just too much time elapsed between that and the fight becoming actually developing for Vitality in their favor. Meaning, okay, we are going to hold this for about a minute, has already elapsed in the initial point. We are going to get the point capped over for the side of Rushed on the attack. So that's a good thing, but you're walking into Dynamax's ultimate here, which could be prodded at any moment just to keep up the Thor, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Again, another really quick one right there. Kami's going to feel the ramifications of everything being thrown into that line, and Rush trying to stay in this one. Lots of healing still coming on through. Zaza, though, eventually going to fall on over. And the rest of Rush simply going to try to run on back and keep everybody up and going. But Vitality, this is the start they needed. Half that clock already being burnt away.
Sure is. Defense looking absolutely amazing here. Sir Cantaloupe still trying to find some sort of angle. Finds a little bit of a... Finds the Star-Lord at least. You know, that's nice. But here comes a dive onto the back line and force the retreat from Dynamax. But now you're in the throes of a Raging Royal flush. Meaning that's a very quick... we need to leave call from Rush here, at least waiting until the flush goes away, and that's really the best option you can definitely give for yourself. Otherwise, you have a very free God Legend to use here. Of course, we're gonna proc it with the Meter M in tow. Ooh, there it is, another one from CEO of Popeyes. Who's surprised? Not me. My man hits those every day of the week.
Eats them for breakfast, Pernas does, but they're still in it. Managed to get back into the fight. Kami with another really big pick for Rush to stay in this one as well. Kraker is going to move in, cover the entire area with that Spider Sweeper right there, and it is becoming a struggle for Rush to do anything in here. Another fight gonna go to the wayside, and now just a minute left. This is reminiscent of what Vitality went through on their own attack in that last series.
Yeah. They've learned from their mistakes. They're playing a lot better. They're playing a 3-1-2 composition makeup. Of course, 3 Vanguards being the 3, of course. And you do have the God of Thunder. You also have the Gauntlet Legend, where Rush don't have anything to negate it. Yeah, you can maybe use a Heartbreaker early on and start draining some of these ult charges that you know they have, but now you're down by your duelist. Your only duelist, really. Oh, Cam is on Wolverine, excuse me.
Yeah, but still, it's the same thing as before, and Zaza is going to go in. Just gets obliterated, though. Vitality, another fight within their favor, and this time, very little survivors coming out of this one. And now 20 seconds on the clock. They need to be able to get out to this point, and the only thing they're going to have online is this Raging Royal Flush, and I guess they have the Freedom Rush on, or Freedom Charge online as well.
We'll see how it comes out. Sir Cantaloupe, yeah, I guess, like you said, has Freedom Charge to use at any moment. Raging Royal Flush is going to be comboed, or used first, excuse me, not comboed with anything else quite in this moment. Oh my goodness, it can go to any one person, but here's a Legend, and that's really good pressure being put onto the back end. However, Freedom Charge does help out a lot with keeping up these people, but not for very long. Run right into the Penny Nets alongside comboing that with the Thor ultimate as well, the God of Thunder raining down terror. You gotta watch your toes, because if you go to the wrong spot, there's gonna be a mine exploding you. Go to the other spot, our entire team is going to just converge onto the Captain America. So what a hold, really, from Vitality.
Yeah, no, it's a phenomenal hold. Not gonna see much of this map throughout the weekend, as we have seen. Not gonna see much of it either here, as it's not too far for Vitality to go, but I guess the reminder is that they did get held around that same exact area in their game against Hellstar when they were here last time. But still, I think you said to yourself, I think they've learned from the mistakes very well, and somehow throughout that entire exchange, somehow only end up losing out on one person. Zeo Popeyes went down once during that exchange, and that was it. Everyone else there the entire time. So if you're rushed, I mean, feels like the momentum you had in that previous map is now kind of been falling to the wayside, Mott.
No, for sure. But of course, the defense we can see a good defense from Rush in the meantime. Of course, yeah. that could always just kind of happen. Sir Cantaloupe is already on a penny of his own. Same thing with a triple Vanguard. Oh, they're going triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. Something that we haven't really seen in a while, especially on the defense side of the Museum of Contemplation. Usually it's like a 3-1-2 kind of split that we saw from Vitality, for example. This time, Groot Walls, Magneto in general, and Penny Parker Mines are going to be the name of the game. I'm very excited to see how Kami, and Slash all work together in tandem with their roles as Adam, Gambit, and the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see how these adjustments are going to end up working out here. It's Vitality trying to get up to the best start possible. Zaza over on that Groot as well, and Sir Cantaloupe getting an early start for the squad, and I like how aggressive they are to play this close and make it as hard as possible for Vitality to get out and take angles on them.
I love the walls too, that you can see the side of Vitality trying to find some sort of off, like a flank or some sort of exit, alternate entryway to the point, but it's getting walled off, so not allowed to go that way. Dynamax walks onto the Penny Mines, unfortunately finds an exploding spider right to the face. And again, Rush are so pressed up. Vitality are playing practically with one or two barricades to use as cover, and that's it.
Yeah, Razor went down, comes back just as quickly though. But you're already worried about Ultimates being a part of the equation. Krager, the closest right now, ready to go, but Rush, they're 80% to a couple themselves, getting even closer. And you see in the backline, Razor sitting there waiting as they just completely flip things around. And yeah, the map just gets completely flipped on itself over here as they change it around, trying to run on through. Rush hanging around, lots of ultimates about to ready to go in. They're going to need them a lot sooner rather than later, as Kami already down early on, and the rest of Rush looking to go and play a cleanup squad as Kami comes back, and they're once again going to commit to the hold.
The one pick being the Adam Warlock, the one character in the game who can just consistently self-res pretty much every 2 fights-ish. Not exactly the win condition you're looking for if you're Vitality. If you were able to get the onto Kame or into Slash, that would have been definitely the play to make. However, Raging Royal Flush ready for one again, but not the other. Oh, big anti-heal. Rizoria got a little too overzealous for herself and just got scoured out. Everyone turned to look at her and made her disappear off the face of the earth.
It's beginning to disappear. That's where half the alt time has gone, or I should say the time bank has gone thus far. But you see how willing they're going to go to get in here. We're moving in with that strangling prison, trying to pull bodies in.
What?
But it's a snipe from Popeyes. What?
I thought that it was going to get clipped by the wall because you can see the meter end didn't actually follow Popeyes for a second there.
Cantaloupe?
Still, even though all that hard work coming from Popeyes to go for a sniper meteor M, it results in a loss anyway of your entire team. Kami is coming back, Sasha's coming back right now from the spawn room, so you have a little bit of time and not really enough people to stay this far up. But you know what? You have only a minute left to attack if you're rushed.
Yeah, and Sir Cantaloupe, stop! They have families! There's how many final blows in the last 2 fights already? And now struggling to hang around, needs some care, needs it quickly, will eventually get it. But they're looking phenomenal right now. 50 seconds left on the clock. And now Kraker to switch to Human Torch as well. Dynamic made the swap as well. Rush, they have them completely cornered right now. Cantaloupe, stop!
Cantaloupe, you need to relax. You need to relax. It's never that serious. There's 3 check marks ready for Rush, and of course, Kami has the Karmic Revival, so it's like, okay, you can get team wipe here, but they're all come back. Rush is doing their absolute best to keep this defense alive, and they're doing an absolutely amazing job while Vitality are struggling to find any sort of advantage. Here comes the last judgment, maybe something to put some pedal to the metal, but everyone just hides away. Meter M right to the face, and double kill into Rosario and Razor.
Yeah, and that is not even a ton invested in either. It's a Spider Sweeper, as you see. CEO Popeyes getting walled off, and now someone is going to be able to go in here and get the touch. Remember, the spawns are so unbelievably close. Someone should be able to get in here, and they will get the touch to activate overtime. But now Rush still have 3 check marks ready to go, and Razor is down super early right now and going to be flying in as the rest of Rush are trying to have this thing locked in stone. Leftover Shark doing what they can, but it's all falling apart. Mod, we talked about needing a fuller hold. It does not get any more full than that.
Kami did not use ult once. And not because we just held it for no reason. It's because Vitality straight up could not break that defense. He just couldn't do it. They couldn't break the defense of Rushed. They were held at under 5 meters. Do you know how impressive it is to hold under 5 meters? Because every single team and their mother holds at that first corner. Always, 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 always. You set the penny nest in that little room and you call it a day and you see what happens. They held the penny nest just off to the left of the objective. And Sir Cantaloupe getting 11 final hits there. Of course, CEO Popeye is getting 9 of his own, the second place, if you will. I cannot believe how close and how confident Rush were in holding that far up.
And I don't mind that they were. It's real easy to say with the perspective of like, yeah, you know, they've done it now. But that's sometimes the bold choice you have to make, is if they leave things open, that's going to benefit Vitality and everything they wanted to do. You saw how much Razor wanted to kind of take those angles, and it's a lot tougher when you're pressing the spawn like that. There's a couple ways to get out. There's not a lot of places to go either. They tried flipping the map. That didn't work. They tried just bull rushing their way through. That didn't work either. And Rush bounced back really well from, again, this attack that doesn't really go swimmingly for them at all.
Not at all. I mean, look how much space they have. It's hint hint nothing. They have no space to work with, and the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist composition from Rush was so smart. And you know what, Hunter? The cool thing about playing this kind of composition for defense, 3 and 3, of course, this is crazy. I don't know how Popeye said that. Let's say your Mag dies first, or your Groot dies first, and you don't have an Adam Warlock. You have one and go to Doctor Strange, you proc Portal, and you will get the next defense pretty much at that last corner, at the second corner, immediately. Immediately. That's the beauty and kind of annoyance of triple Vanguard, is you will get another fight within 30 meters of the last one you just lost. Insane.
Yeah, it has been absolute insanity thus far. And now Vitality backs against the wall once more. There is no second life left over, Mott. This was their second life right here. If Rush can win one more map, they'll move on to face Hellstar in those grand finals. We'll see if it's going to happen, because we are going to take it to a little break. But when we come back, we will have the continuation of our lower finals between Rush and Vitality.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
And we're back after what has been an insane map 2, actually. We were talking about it behind the scenes, about how amazing the hold was for Vitality. A very normal, standard defensive hold on first point of Museum. Basically, going the wayside of having the win there, right, for an attack phase. And then Rush just pulled out some, like, Dark Magician black hole nonsense where we're holding how many meters? 3.5 meters?
Yeah.
No, absolutely insane one.
Yeah, there's no way to properly describe that. Really, there's no way to describe that either. But we'll focus on the first topic at hand right here. Where Vitality, they get off to that really good start. They commit to a really good hold, and they don't take away with a single fight. I don't know what the stat line looked at in terms of just that round, but I can't imagine they got many elims under their belt either. So now they got to find a way to bounce back, because it has to be a reverse sweep to keep yourself in the tournament to get that game against Hellstar. Because right now for Rush, the way things are looking right now, that might be the rematch you might be getting to see. And I know that Rush is wanting to get in there to get that game back against Hellstar. They pushed them to the limit last time, and if they win this next one, they might get the chance to end the story.
They might. And we're going to go over to yet another, of course, Convergence map as usual for map number 3. And this time it's not going to be the symbiotic surface like we had seen previously from Vitality. It will, in fact, be the Hall of the Jaw. Don't worry about the lack of picture, okay? We don't got to see Hall of the Jaw. You'll see in like 10 seconds, okay? So that's going to be our Convergence map coming in. Hopefully the start of a reverse sweep here. There's nothing. You have no other option. You have to get a reverse sweep here from here on out. And if you want, oh no, the hold here is doable, of course. Many a team have done it before. I'm a little scared after. I'd be sweating my boots, honestly, Hunter, after the absolute chokehold I was just in for Museum of Contemplation. I would be sweating.
Yeah, and now we'll see what they're able to do here pretty shortly. We know exactly what we want them to ban out the rip. We have a pretty good idea. The question is, does Vitality? Because Rush is going to have their ban first, but obviously they can't stop the Penny Park from being banned. Good old Raccoon gone. Vitality, will you finish the prophecy? Will it be foretold as it was in the scrolls?
Ban Penny! They're thinking about it. Hunter, they're really thinking about it. And they still go for the Mantis ban. I think they're kind of banking on Rush using their first ban onto like Gambit again, like what they have been doing. So that's pretty fair. I totally understand that wholeheartedly. Whether or not that happens, I don't know. But again, these are very standard first 4 bans. Yeah, no one's surprised. Yeah. Gambit and Magneto are going to be, of course, played for everybody here. Now, it's like, okay, well, do you ban Penny Parker or do you troll? Because I really do think the Penny Parker on this map is also a really big problem on the first defense, especially if you kind of back them into that little corner. It's slightly off the objective. It's under that mini bridge there, but if you can plant a Penny minefield right there, it's also a really good spot for her to set up. Emma Frost, though, with the other Vanguard, I think is solid always. Yes! Yes! We're so back. We're getting game 5.
Just like that. It's that simple. Oh my god. And the Elsa Protect to follow immediately, and now Last Protect coming through for Rushed. And I imagine this is probably going to be... Ooh. I originally was going to consider maybe a Vanguard protection, but no.
Game 5. This is a Game 5 winning map here for Vitality. Trust me. Trust me, these bans are so smart. But Rush is protecting Ultron because finally Vitality were not able to, they didn't use their second ban on Ultron like they have been in the past. I mean, remember last night they were like, they took 10 years to decide who to protect, and then they got banned again, and they said, oh, Ultron, the first 2 seconds, no contest. Human Torch ban as well as Luna Snow. I think these are definitely, they definitely have a history. I don't think these are out of left field whatsoever.
No, not at all. I don't blame him the slightest right now. We saw it a little bit. Actually, we saw a little bit of the Human Torch earlier, and obviously Luna Snow has been prevalent throughout the entirety of, not just this game, the entirety of the weekend. Rushed, very familiar with her game at this stage of the tournament, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes down. It is still match point online for Rushed, hoping to end this right now, give themselves a breather before having to go into that next game, because whoever wins this, they move on to the finals. But not only that, Mop, but it's important because they will have their 3rd game in a row coming up here. Meanwhile, Hellstar, they are sitting by, they are resting, they are waiting, they are definitely watching and seeing who's going to get through this.
No, for sure. They've been watching and waiting with bated breath, probably watching the stream as we speak to study their opponents, as they should. If they're doing that, good on you guys, truly. Study your opponents, see what's going to go on. Defenders are walking out on this composition that they have chosen. Of course, CEO Popeye is, you better say, Magneto. I love that Magneto so much. Probably my favorite Magneto I've seen all tournament, I will say, for Popeyes. Left Liver Shark also onto the Thor once more for defense. Attack-wise, Magneto Mirror, of course, a Gambit Mirror, no one's really shocked. Of course, also the Invis, so I love what we have already going on. But Triple Strategist, I'm getting a little scared. That's what I would say. How dare I? I was never scared, actually.
I was scared for Kami for a second there, but obviously can just come back right away. No big deal going on there. Vitality playing up on this corner a little aggressively right now, poke away, but they're able to get away any second. They're sitting in a fine position, but again, I always like to joke about how much Deadpool can just build with that ultimate. Zaza is basically already about to have it. It's insane to think about, but you know what? The question is whether or not it's actually going to work out for them here in a moment.
That's always the question of the day. Is the ultimate going to get any value, or is it just going to be a visual effect, just like nothing burger, right? So that's a 5% way to seeing that answer in a couple of seconds. And Kami and Razor are both on the Elsa Bloodstone. Very good mirror match to have in general. But here's the ultimate already online, ready to be used. From the back, here comes the Deadpool, and everyone turns and pretty much adjusts accordingly. Nicely done. Furnace coming in with a Rage of Ultron of his own, forcing out the boundary. Now we're going to back up, give our team up a little bit, and go back to playing a little bit safer. Point has now been breached, and there goes Razor. First one down.
Yeah, not the best starts right now, but Rosario going to try to move in on this one. Needs to find a little something with that Agent Royal Flush, but for the time being, just gonna get burnt down by Sir Cantaloupe. And now Rush looking really good right now. The rest of Vitality being forced back. They have that Meteor M, but at this point, I don't know if a touch is in the cards.
They're gonna try to go for it because they have Kraken's Impact, but no, you can see, yeah. Magneto not exactly the speediest character in the world, as unfortunate as that is for him. And also the portal was a hair too late from Leftover Shark to try to back up CEO Popeyes there. So you all, not only do I think he has like the back spawn of that as well, you also are gonna allow so much space to be given over to Rush alongside 4 check marks to have in the back pocket going into the next portion of the Abirna T'Challa, right? I don't know. It's just a little bit looking very weary here, honestly, for Vitality's defenses. Oh god.
Very much so, but the other one being thrown in by a Slash here to try to hang in this fight right now. Unfortunately, not a lot to be found from Vitality once more. Kami picking up, Sir Cantaloupe doing the exact same thing. Everybody get yourself an Elim. Apernus is going to get a little selfish here as Vitality forced back once more. Razor and Leftover Shark trying to get out of here alive, doing their darndest. The latter, though, won't be able to accomplish such, as Rush have been making really good time thus far.
3.5 minutes to be exact. Holding on to the meter M of their own, I think maybe just to like shut down, of course, a boundary from Dynamax. I think that's might be the best option to go for. However, Rush, again, they just have so many things in their arsenal. Vitality needs to just kind of hope and pray they can win the fight in the neutral. They do find one. Kami goes down in the mirror match, and they are going to try to attempt and not get taken down by Zaza during the ultimate. That's a little cheeky. I love that portion of. I love that aspect of Deadpool's kit too. And we get a cap. New time bank, 4.5 minutes actually, is what has been given back over to Rushed.
Yeah, we see on the run right there is trying to get away. Leftover Shark was going to get the care just in the nick of time. As Rush going to be able to get this point moving once more and still have a lot sitting in the tank to win this next fight. I mean, you have things matching when it comes to the Apex Predator. You've got that rocket in your way, but for Vitality, that's all you got for the moment here.
4 minutes left. Still having so many big ultimates to your arsenal. The battle of the Apex Predators, I think, is definitely the one to look for. Dynamax, a first elimination onto Slash is beautiful. Really good job, but you still have two strategists in favor of Rush for now. Ooh, I love how quickly the flank angle has been shut down pretty much by Razor here. So it allows the front line to actually get the cart back, and a breath of fresh air has been given to Vitality to actually reset the defense positioning and get their momentum back in their favor.
And Vitality has a complete full house of ultimates coming up here to be able to hold on even longer. I mean, you're going to need something big coming through right now, and it's a big investment from both sides out the rip right here as Meteor M hoping to find somebody, deal some damage, but no one directly going down from it here. And Rush trying to move in as well. Vitality, more than willing to keep investing, is going to be trying to pull bodies in, but it's Razor who's actually going to fall on over first right here. Zaza moving in on top of this as well. It's a big investment for them thus far to try to pull this fight out. They're trying to do it in 5v5 fashion, knowing the stick is going to get on back, but with Resora investing into the fight as well. Leftover Sharp going as well with the God of Thunder. They are pushing everything into Rush, and with that pick over on a Slash, I think for the time being, they're going to stem off the bleeding.
They sure are. Also, Kami has decided, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm just going to go to the Hela character instead and see what we can kind of use and kind of get advantage over with the Heliosop versus having to mirror out that Elsa Bloodstone. I think this does make it a lot easier for Razor to get one-off picks as he has been throughout most of this latter half of all the Jalia. We gotta keep it going for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. And Pernas does have ultimate, same thing with Krieger. Both the Ultrons ready to proc the Rage of Ultron at any moment. Anti-heal all over the team, but it has depleted before we use the Rage of Ultron. So it's gonna be a big amount of healing output for the side of Vitality, whereas Rush are just gonna wait it out and then come in with their own advantage state.
Pernas is gonna try to move in this time, doesn't get anything out of it though. It's Rush, this time being shut down, forced on back. And Mod, if we want to come back to the last time they were forcibly stopped, on our last map, they weren't able to bounce back from that situation right now. They're being put through the ringer just as they were before.
That is true. Good call on that. They are just just held on this third point, and this third point can be a little bit tilting to get through. The corners are a little bit weird, a little bit too much to... you're walking into basically the entire team when you turn the corner is what I'm trying to really say here. CEO Popeyes has on the Meteor M. Not really surprised if that he does find one or two one-off eliminations. Kami coming in the Gods of Death as well. Easily counterable by the aforementioned Meteor M, especially when you're the only Vanguard on the scene. You have to do everything to keep your team alive.
Yeah, definitely that right there. Love for Shark leaves Krieger kind of hanging right there as CEO Popeye's lone Vanguard still sitting by, but nobody else has fallen since then. Mod Rush in a position where they could be able to take this one away, but they need to start investing over here and getting rid of CEO Popeyes. I'll tell you, that's a great way of getting this fight going for them right here. But now, only 40 seconds off the clock after they had 4.5 to begin with.
Oh, the Ultron breaking ankles, but not breaking them fast enough. Krieger live a tiny bit longer than I did expect, to be completely fair. Gods of Death in the high ground. You can see the Thors getting looked at by Kami, and of course Company coming back from the spawn room. However, oh my goodness, we're going straight in. Oh, we are brave. Meteor M coming through. Who is your target of choice? It's going to be a 1 HP. Think of that, yeah, the Deadpool. Not gonna find the kill, unfortunately, as Razoria finds one for herself onto Kami. Meteor M reversal onto whom? Onto nobody. Both Meteor M's not finding their desired targets.
Now comes down to the God of Thunder to find something. Popeyes has gone over to Zaza. It's a step in the right direction, and you have the way closer forward spawns and Rush. They're starting to run out of resources. There's no ultimates raining. Pernas was the only one who was close, and they're gonna be shut down just before that finish line right there. They try to TP out there. It's not gonna make a difference though. Rush will fall just a few meters short right here. No last second touch for Harness, as now Vitality have fate in their own hands. They basically have to finish the map, which is a lot easier said than done.
It sure is. They have to finish the map as strong as they possibly can, and this is the chance, again, the chance of a map win here for Vitality. Rush just need to get all, they need to go all the entire distance for these guys. Now here's a quick look at that scoreboard, looking really, really even. I mean, a little more even than I would say previously. Zaza, of course, being 13-2 on the, well, at the time was on the strategist pool, of course. Now going over to the Triple Vanguard, maybe even running Triple Vanguard again. I'm not really sure if they want to do that, or they're going to... Oh, Rogue? Oh, yeah, it's Gambit, yeah. Low-key, 3-1-2 might be the play, yeah. In the meantime, for our attackers, or for our attackers, already kind of hovering over the triple strategist that we had seen previously, but this time it's them running it. They're kind of taking a book out of Rush, a play out of Rush's book here.
Yeah, 100%. And that's like the kind of changes you kind of have to make in the situation. I don't necessarily think we're in a situation where you have to like exaggerate or make too like severe of a reaction to what you just saw. But also, you saw how much they kind of had struggles throughout the middle portion of that map, getting pushed through that entire first section very quickly, eventually being able to commit a hold. But they're not going to have the privilege of being able to hold people this time. They have to go through Rush to, reminder of what we just saw, Rush completely held him in our previous one.
They have 4 minutes to get to this initial... To even get a tick, first of all, that's the big thing to take note of for Vitality. Again, running triple strategists here with the Atom, the Gambit, and of course the Invisible Rush are like, okay, this is very much looking familiar. Oh, hold on. So, they should know how to kind of negate this. We already saw Bomb gets used early on. We're going to rotate around the bend, left side, up to the bridge, and this is a really great way to kind of flip the map inadvertently on the head of Rush. And that's exactly what happens. Kami goes down first. No self-res to be seen. So you're already down 1 in the engagement.
Yeah, and that makes things really rough right out the gate. Zaza's going to be able to react really quickly with his own ult, so it's something to definitely work with right now. But CO Popeyes is holding down the 4 on the point, as Zaza likely to invest any moment here. About to have all 6 back over into the fight right here. As Vitality trying to hold it down, trying to force bodies off, and they're doing a great job of that one, Mod. Just a few more hanging around. Everybody's getting low, though, so it was a quick cap for Rush, and it's going to be a quick cap for Vitality, too.
Let me tell you, that Magneto sword, I believe, is part of the Wanda team. I want to say it's part of the Wanda team-up. Very, very strong for Magneto. Probably one of the best times for Magneto mains in the world to have a Wanda with them. Before, of course, Season 9 changes. When you had a Wanda with you, you had that big old sword, you became pretty much just the slasher and killer of your lobby. And you can see how effective it was for CEO of Popeyes to just slash and slash and slash, and everyone's just going to die. And I think it does continue until you miss, I want to say, and then it goes away. So really good awareness of which team to also use for CEO of Popeyes. Clearing out this open area, and then being bullied away from the front line. That's kind of just the life of a tank, I fear.
Oh, yes, it most certainly is. I will tell you that right there. But already Chaos is on a shore for Rush right now. Momentary separation, but everyone manages to come back together. But Pernus has been under so much pressure this entire time. But the Rage and Royal Flush coming through to try to get things going, but instead gets taken out by the Meteor M. And now Vitality back into a really good position once more in this one, as the rest of Rush need to find a solution. They need to find it now. But Vitality is putting all their chips into the stack, doubling down in this one, tripling down in this one. But they're going to lose out on the Invisible Woman, and they're losing out on more as Pernus runs down 3 on this one, and Vitality finally going to be stopped.
I think, yeah, kill Dynamax in the middle of his ultimate, and that's so unfortunate to lose the boundary so quickly after it was utilized from Vitality. And this is a really bad situation, right, for Vitality, because now you have given Rush the one of the best defensives in the world, in the game, in the game is right here at this corner. You have so much time to go, if they do lose right here, for example, they all die, they can come back so fast. You can see the Heartbreaker coming in first from Pernus, and that's just going to be able to drain down people's ult charge who are just surrounded by Pernus, who's basically all by himself in that fight. Woo! Double kill does connect for Rushed, and you have to reset. There's one Vanguard and only one strategy, or two strategists back in the field.
Yeah, Vitality are still kind of hanging around in there right now, and I don't mind them trying to stay in here, but it's not going to pay off at all. And now, just under 3 minutes left on the clock, and poor Razor, they might not be getting out of here, but instead, caught out on their own right now, as eventually they will get the picks. Furnace really scared me there for just a quick moment, but Rushed managed to get basically some staggers there at the end, and now Vitality have to wait even longer to get back here.
Pernus dropped down to 5 HP, by the way. Dropped down to 5 HP in a 1v2, and then Slash came in to save his wife! Save Rogue, please! That was really good. Really, really great peel from the back line to help the front line out a tiny bit. Akame's gonna go for the duplicate here. We do see the Raging Royal Flush from Razoria, and this is basically the leave the fight button for Rush. Up until you lose 2! Randomly, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and Zerkanop is hanging about. He is getting taken down quite a bit. He is going to be catched ultimately though as Kraker bring themselves back to life right now. Gets extremely low once more. Has the investment tool ready by if needed, but can't use that when you're headed back to the spawn room. And Rush are going to push everyone back so heavily, hoping to get a late pick right here. As Leftover Shark barely going to be able to escape. Razori, though, can't say the same.
I think Krieger going over to Adam Warlock and having and re-resing himself, but have the Karmic Revival. I think we're just getting too outpressured by the Rogue and just could not use it in time, unless they were going to die in the middle of the Karmic Revival. So, unfortunate as that is, we're going to see Krieger go over to the Moon Knight. Rush is just playing in the opposing team's spawn, though. A little bit of a trickier thing to pull off, I would say. However, it worked out. They forced Vitality to reset. Now they have to deal with another strategist ultimate from the Deadpool of Zaza.
Yep, Invisible this time will come out in exchange, and it's going to work out really good for Vitality. They're going to be back into a 6v4 before long, and you know, you're sitting by with that Strangling Prison if you're Sir Canelo, but everything else, it's not guaranteed. You need to get it online here because Vitality have plenty to throw into this fight, especially that Meter M, which Popeyes has been really good at catching that throughout the day thus far.
Oh, we know. We've been watching almost every single one as well, but you've lost Azoria first. Only Dynamax, the one to do the healing. If Meter M comes through, it does find Slash. We trade off the Gambits. Always wanted to be catching at least one person with a Meter M, but the Apex Predator being procced in the meantime. That's too much damage output. That's too much displacement. Too much to deal with. You have to reset here in the last 20 seconds, or you risk not even getting enough time for a full team fight.
And now they have two ultimates to throw in here into this fight to risk doing. Actually, they are going to set up the TP instead. Right now, they make that switch over. And you see everybody waiting for the opportunity. They know the TP is going to be coming through. They come in at the last second, and now Vitality's life is fully on the line. It might come down to Krager right here to find somebody. Brenner's going to go in with that Heartbreaker, though, the last ultimate that was on the table for them. They lose out of Krager super early on, though. And Leftover Shark doing everything he can to keep the squad in this one. Finally manages to come through, gets another pick, gets a third one in the fight right there, hoping to find a fourth to keep the team going, gets stunned out momentarily as Rushed. Holding on to the fourth, Sir Caleb getting extremely low as the rest of Rush getting back into the fight. Vitality falling one by one. Krager goes on the Spider-Man to retouch, but it will not matter. Rush will have a trip to our grand finals for that rematch against Hellstar.
And we say goodbye to Vitality, who do take the third place spot in our summer Splashdown event. What an absolute insane series we had just had between Rush and Vitality. Vitality gave us both back-to-back bangers after bangers, but it was just so. I love those MVP scream. I'm gonna start crying. I love them so much. Really well done. I mean, there's just nothing more I can really say. Tried their best. I mean, even the numbers they're not too shabby. Krieger going over to the Spider-Man to go for a touch, but just couldn't get there in time. And I mean, Rush. I mean, you guys just. I'm not over Museum. I'm not over it.
gonna go down in CGL legend for sure, that hold right there. But if you're Rush, you gotta be feeling pretty dang good right now. You have fought your way through that lower bracket, managing to fight your way through, going through UWEM, Panthers Black, you get through Saints, and now you have gone through Vitality. And I mean, if you look early on the series, this looked too close to call for like the longest time right here, as Popeyes has been hitting those directs on the Meteor M all frickin' weekend.
Well, we said this defense was really good from Vitality in the first place. It was just Rush just came in with some nonsense. It's just nonsense. What do you mean you held me at 3.5 meters? Are you kidding me? Let that happen to me. Let that happen to me in my comp game. Let that happen to me in my comp game. We're gonna have issues. Really, again, cannot give any more praise to both of these rosters, both of these teams here. Vitality again taking the humble 3rd place out of what? I think 13 teams, 14 teams we had from the Swiss stage, and then top 8 for this bracket. It's impressive. It really is an impressive journey these guys have given us and let us watch from Friday night up until right now. And Rush, of course, are solidifying their place in the grand finals in a rematch, of course, against Hellstar, who did put them down in the lower bracket to begin with. Now we can talk about said bracket and give you guys a quick little heads up on how we even got here.
Yeah, again, I thought about Rush getting knocked down to that lower bracket originally by Hellstar. Ended up being a 3-map banger. Absolutely amazing match right there. I got to watch Rush bounce back really well against Panthers Black, and obviously, while we were covering Vitality and Hellstar, Rush managed to take down the Saints in 3, and as you just saw, the aforementioned game against Vitality, and they have their rematch all set up, and Hellstar, they've had a phenomenal run themselves, but the only map they have dropped thus far has been to Rush right now, so this is set to be the closest match possible between these two. They've experienced each other before, and it's all gonna come down to this to decide our first summer Splashdown champion of NA.
It's been such a fun time as of late, casting I mean, just even having this be an option from CGL. Again, pioneer in like grassroots Overwatch, tournament series and all that stuff. Not to glaze too much, but I'm so happy that we had the Rivals version of this. And of course, we are going to cut to a very quick break. We're going to give Rush a little bit of time to get ready mentally and of course physically. It's physically exhausting playing these kind of games for as long as Rush specifically have been doing so. So listen, we're going to give them a little bit of time to get ready for their series up against the current grand finalist, Hellstar. Hopefully that game goes all the way, but we're going to go to a very quick break and see you guys for that grands.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beating. Oh, my body's breathing. It's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. Let's free fall. Let's free fall.
Welcome back, of course. A little bit of an extended break this time, but we have finally made it to the Summer Splashdown Grand Finals main event we have all been waiting for the past 3 days. It is Hellstar. It is, of course, going to also be Rushed coming up on deck here. But before we get into all that, quick little shout out again to our amazing co-streamers. Now, I will say, Weezer Cake did have to dip for a little bit, but we are still going to give her a big shout out for being with us for the entire weekend, as well as Beeman Bandit, who is still going, as far as I know, right here, right now. So give them both a ton of support, a ton of love, and a big thank you to both of them for helping us give the word out and showcase this amazing tournament on their respective channels.
Definitely. Huge shout out to them, and a huge shout out to our teams as well as we take a look at our bracket stage here. Neither team the top seed going into the bracket round here, and we see this Rush squad actually did face Hellstar in round number 2, going down 2-1 in that showcase, but after that had to go on a little gauntlet run there. The Saints and Vitality able to take them down 2-1 in the losers round 3, and then a clean 3-0 over Vitality earlier on, who had also beaten the number 1 seed in the Saints. So this should be a very, very good grand finals matchup.
It should be, on paper, for sure. Hellstar giving us an amazing run in the winners finals. And, of course, picking up Hellstar, let's talk about the roster real quick. We do have a couple of swaps coming in from them. We had to get a couple of new subs in. So let's talk about them real quick. We have Scourge here. We have Crazy Wet Axe, Torn returning, Kai returning, Kovacs coming in for the first time, and Stackful also coming in for the first time. So very excited to see what this kind of new-ish lineup of these players are going to provide for Hellstar to hopefully get the 3-0 win, ideally in their head in this first to 3.
Yeah, and then we'll take a look at their opponents in Rushed. As Cantaloupe, Zaza, Pernus, Kami, Slash, and Akami are coming at them yet again. Again, that rematch of winners round number 2. Rush looking to turn the tables and change history here in this grand finals We've got to start somewhere, Mott. We've got our first map of our grand finals all ready to go. We are going to Krakoa.
We sure are. Krakoa is I can't speak English for a second, right? Can I? Krakoa has not really been seen here, at least for today. We've seen more Hell's Heaven, even some we went to something else that was different too. Oh, the Celestial Husk. There we go. We had some different domination maps coming in for us and throughout the entire weekend, but Krakoa is a pretty big favorite, at least of mine, of course. Big favorite of the Grove of the Cradle as well. And I think you're going to see some of these compositions, especially as we get into the ban phase, first of all, of kind of gearing towards what we want to see from both of our rosters here. Some of the more impactful bans as of late have always been the Gambit or the Venom, which we're going to see that coming in from Rush, of course. And now with Hell coming in with their ban onto the Black Cat.
You know, let's see here, right? Well, is that a Gambit Protect coming in from Hellstar? That is something to see for us here. We're starting out in a Mantis Protect as well, coming in from Rush. So obviously right now we're okay. Then we're going to see a Vanguard Deadpool ban as well.
The Vanguard pool, the Vanguard Deadpool definitely makes a lot of sense. We've been seeing that a lot more as of late, especially from I think Hellstar actually did place a little bit of Vanguard pool in their winners finals match that happened a couple hours ago. At this point, my goodness, it's been a very long time. But now we also have the Iron Man ban coming in from Hellstar, which does make sense. A lot of teams have also been running the Iron Man with an Ultron to boot. So with the Gambit protection, it is only logical to also protect Rogue here and have that team up available to you as a Vanguard and a strategist, giving Rogue a lot more damage potential and killing potential on top of staying alive for extended periods of time with that team up active.
And Daredevil going to be our final protect here from Rush, and we'll see what our final two bans are going to be as well. See how things will fully take shape going into this first map of Krakoa. We are waiting for that ban to come through, and it is going to be an Emma ban out from Rush, and well, we'll see what Hellstar has in a second as they're going to ban up White Fox.
Yeah, no, these are really good bans. I think these are very solid, especially to kind of feel out the vibe for first round, especially since these two they did play earlier, as you mentioned, all the way in round 2, and that was it was a really big W there for Hellstar in general. 2-1 though, so it was close in for the first two standard, of course, but this is an extended format. We do have best of 5, first of 3 coming up here. Ideally, best of 5. We did have a draw earlier in EU. Let's not have that happen again this time. So hopefully we can get somebody here with a solid 3-0, 3-1, or 3-2. I do think that Rush might have it in the bag, especially because the fact that Hellstar are running in first while they're cold. They've been waiting for lowers finals to finally finish, which Rush was part of, and they swapped two of their key members around because there's another tournament happening where half the team is currently playing in that instead. So they had to split a lot of their resources between those two tournaments.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that makes or breaks Hellstar here. Rush, like you said, are all ready to go. Been playing all day long, basically. And we'll see if that helps or hinders them, right? It could still be very tired, too. It is a long day of Marvel Rivals, and we'll see here now as Kai is going to bring out the Doctor Strange to start us off.
Doctor Strange, Rogue, Hulk, all three Vanguards going to be being played here for the side of Hellstar. Whereas in the meantime, Rush are playing something a little bit more akin to a little bit more flexible composition here with the Devil Dinosaur and the Captain America. First and foremost, we're going to see a lot of momentum going in favor of Rush here as they are just going straight in for the kill, but we forgot about how impactful a Rogue can be. As I said, that team up with the Gambit makes her so much more of a killing power. Crazy White Axe finds that first elimination for his team, and yes, you might have the reversal of that, getting one pick onto the opposing Kai. That's all that we're going to see from Rush as they do find themselves back in the spawn room in the midst of the fight here as Hellstar, they come up with minimal casualties under their belts.
Scorch is going to fall late there. A nice pick coming in from Cammy, but again, it's not going to matter. Hellstar in control to start us off. already building up to these ultimates as well, which can be so beneficial for these teams. As we're going to see a change come in. Kami going over to Star-Lord.
So a pretty good character here. We saw a lot of that earlier as well. I think Kai and Kami actually haven't played that character, but in both of their series we had seen on stream a bit earlier today. Kovex, I think slept for a second there from the opposing Slash Mantis, who, speaking of, completely overwhelmed by Crazy Wet Axe and on that Rogue. Unfortunately, it turns out to be a double kill in favor of the side of Hellstar, losing out on Kai again in the mirror match between himself and Kami, but at the same time, you're down numbers. Kovacs needs to relax and get a little bit healed up before going back in for the kill up against Sir Cantaloupe alongside his Gambit. And just like that, we're already at the halfway point here, Joker, and it comes down to what do we do for these ultimates that are coming up online now?
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Slash about to has online this Soul Resurgence to start us off. This Crazy Wet Axe as well coming in with that Heartbreaker too. So we'll see who's going to come out on top. And there's going to be a Kami dropping that ultimate to start us. Or sorry, not a Kami starting us off there with an ultimate. But now here comes in Soul Resurgence from Stekful. Try to turn the tide, keep it going. And it looks like it's going to work for Hellstar to keep going forward here and holding on to this point to really seal it. As it's up to 85% now.
Crazy Wet Axe also has the Heartbreaker. It's going to be really scary to play into for Rush. It depends on which rogue goes first, though, because, of course, it does take away ult charge from the opposition of whoever's inside of it. So here's the Heartbreaker from one rogue. The other one, going to hold on to it as the Legendary. The Galactic Legend from Kai does get utilized, but it doesn't really matter in the face of Pernus. Clearly, getting the shutdown is humongous for Rush, and this is going to be a domino effect of all time. I mean, yeah, you have Hellstar at 99%, so they're okay, I think, losing this fight here if they can get a fast regroup as soon as possible after they all respawn.
Yeah, and I mean, you invest so much if you're rushed in there to take that point back, right? And now you still have ultimates to boot if you are Hellstar, right? You've got the Heartbreaker coming online, as well as let the devil out from Kovacs, as well as that Hulk smash, right? They can definitely hold this back, and there it goes. Already Heartbreaker and let the devil out coming in from Hellstar. They find a pick. Stekful down for the count, but it might not matter. So maybe, just maybe, we might have spoke too soon. McCallie back in respawn, re-engaged into this fight, but it still looks like Rush have the upper hand in this for the moment. They've still got the point flipped back over into Hellstar's favor, and the picks are now coming through from Hellstar as Kai finding that pick and to finish it off. Kovacs finding out their counterpart, Pernus, gonna try to turn it up. There's the Avengers Assemble coming in out from Cantaloupe, trying to turn the tide of this fight back into Rush's favor. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Now Hulk Smash coming in, trying to finish off this point, finish off this, and send them into round number 2 with a victory. And there's the pick. Splashdown. Another one. Pernus falling, and there's the picks. All needed for Hellstar to finish this off and take this first point of Krakoa.
They sure will. Just kind of had to find Sir Cantaloupe on that Captain America, and there we go, finding everyone back to the spawn room there for Rush as Hellstar find that first round in their favor. Now moving from the Grove over to the Carousel. Definitely an amazing first round there for Hellstar, especially going from 0 to 99%. And as I did predict, they were okay with losing that point temporarily just to make sure they keep that ult charge Akami alive. And they came back with a very quick fight. And Rush were only able to get, what, around 32% of their own ult charge, or their own point in their favor. Yeah, it's just unfortunately was not going to be enough. However, not really many swaps. I think Sir Cantaloupe might stick over to the thing, which I do like a lot, but otherwise everyone else is staying with the exact same comps here. Both of the duelists can be mirroring out the roles of the Star-Lord and the Daredevil. Same thing with our strategist being on the Mantis and, of course, the Gambit. Very similar team-ups also being used here. Big shout-outs to that. However, again, only thing being changed here is just the thing. We still have the Hulk. Oh, Kai, they need you. There you go, buddy. Don't get distracted now.
You gotta stop getting jiggy with it. You've got a point to take. We'll see here, right? Obviously, all things come on to the back of the ultimate bank as well going into this first fight, as we already have a Rage and Royal Flush available from Torin here, and they're going to use it immediately to start us off. Now, Galactic Legend coming in from Cali as well to really seal the deal for this first fight for Hellstars. There is no chance Rush had any chance in that fight.
No, there's no way. There's a Galactic Legend, and usually that's a fight win by itself if you don't have some sort of defensive ultimate, and I wouldn't really consider either Mantis or Gambit to have the most defensive ultimates in the world. They're very much offensive. Damage output out the wazoo is the whole point. So both Kami and Kai do have free Galactic Legends to use at any moment, especially Kami, who has one of his own accord, which can 100% be comboed with the Soul Resurgence, especially as we do lose Kai, so you've lost a lot of that damage output. That's what I would say. Kai comes back. I forgot has the self-res, of course, from in combination with that Rocket team-up for himself.
That Soul Resurgence invested there, not going to find the value that Rush was wanting, and in response, Steckful adopts their own, and it looks like Hellstar have all the need in the world to keep holding on to this point, and Rush really don't have an answer right now.
No, they don't. They don't really have. They have, again, the response of a Heartbreaker and, of course, the Galactic Legend of their own accord. However, you need to figure out a way to do the same thing with the reversal of that, right? Crazy Wax has one of his own, as well as Kovex, who has the Devil Within, whereas Pernus is coming up to one of his own. However, however fast this fight goes, that could never even come to fruition here for Rushed.
See here as there is going to become the Rage and Royal Flush out from Akame. In response, Heartbreaker out from Crazy Wet Axe as well. So waiting to come in here to see if they're going to find an opening. And there is a pick from Slash. Sir Cantaloupe as well coming through too. And it looks like finally Rushed have an upper hand, but they did drop the Devil Within, but it just does not find the value we're hoping for. The point flips over to Rushed.
It sure does. Yeah, as you said, Kovex on Hell Star's side did not find anything with the Devil Within. Neither did the Heartbreaker from Crazy Wet Axe. As unfortunate as that is, all we have left in the disposable in the toolkit is one, Rage and Royal Flush, as well as the Monster Hulk from, of course, our Hulk player. Hello. So it just comes down to, okay, can we live against this caliber time, which looks like we might be setting up for as we run right into the Rogue, running around, trying to go around the bend. Kami uses the Galactic Legend, finds a double kill, and that, again, should be the fight win in general for Rushed.
Yeah, it should, and you didn't have to invest anything more into this unless, okay, they're just, Hellstar's going to try to hold on to this. Hulk Smash comes in here, and you might be able to take down Sir Cantaloupe, and they do indeed, and now what once looked like a very won fight for Rushed is now turning on its head as Hellstars have found the picks that they need. Furnace might have to invest here. This Devil Within could come through, but it's Crazy Wet Axe finding Kami out of the fight, and there's still picks being had, and the point looks to be flipped back over quite soon when they find another pick, and there's the Rage and Royal Flush now in from Torn, coming through with Galactic Legend to clean it all up here, Mott, as it is finally going to go flip back over to Hellstar.
Hellstar had no reason to win that fight. Absolutely zero business winning that fight, but we are going to see the portal come through for a touch on the corner of the objective. You can still see the thing's dead body there from Sir Cantaloupe. Soul Resurgence out of the portal, very smart option. Anti-heal on to Crazy Wet Axe, leaving him very open and vulnerable to the Clobber Time and a fist right to the face. Overtime is procced here, of course. Resurgence from the side of Hellstar will be used. Will it be enough, though, is the next question.
We'll see Scorch finding a pick on the Slash early on here, and that's just a massive pick. No more healing coming in from your Mantis now as Red Blaster falling as well. No Mantis on the point for the moment, but who's going to come in? Kovex with the Devil Within. Could it be the beginning of the end for Rush now as Kai coming alive with some picks for Hellstar, and there's more and more coming through, and that is at Hellstar. Take map number 1.
They sure do. Very much a 2-0 victory, but again, very close in the carousel. I mean, Rush definitely played a whole lot better on that second sub-map versus the first. Maybe we compare the two percentages that we did see. love to see that that even with moving around some of our key players we had seen previously in the first series on the stream, they're still playing pretty much out of their minds, so synchronized, so just together as if there is no swaps to be seen. Rushed, I mean, unfortunately, not really finding much to disposal. Big shots to Kami, though, getting another 11 final hits under his belt, whereas, of course, Kovacs, of course, gets one of 11 of his own. Same thing with Crazy Wet Axe, who did pop off on the road, had to swap over to the Strange for a last-minute touch, but still showed so much prowess with the character. And, I mean, again, it goes to every single player in this lobby.
Yeah, really good stuff indeed. Like you said, it is really a testament to this team of Hellstar, their teamwork, right? Going into this final with not your main roster, but still showing up and still looking so comfortable together, right? And I don't think we were thinking this first map was going to be a 2-0, maybe a 2-1 in favor of Hellstar, but a 2-0 and looking really, really good as well. 2-0, you've got to think Hellstar are your favorites right now to win this.
No, I agree. They really are. And again, I came into this thinking maybe this wouldn't be a Hellstar W because, again, of the aforementioned subs. Again, 2 of them. It's not just 1, it's 2 of them that are changing the entire name of the game, but change the name of the game they did. It feels that they played so out of their mind playing in fights that really, again, they had no business winning in the first place or business staying inside of for so long. Big shout-outs, again, to really the Duelists and the Vanguards. Crazy Wet Axe on the Rogue, by the way. Again, coupled with that Gambit team-up, really went haywire, was constantly in the backline, constantly a menace. And, again, the Heartbreakers of draining that ult charge and allowing the Rogue to survive for an obscene amount of time. Yeah, it just became a matter of the fact that Rush just could not find a way to stop it up until they won one fight, and then you had the teleport from the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, as we are getting ready for our next map, we've got it all ready to go already, so we can tell you about it right now. Yggdrasil's Path is going to be our next map of the afternoon, and well, evening now. I'm interested to see how what these two teams decide to how they decide to attack this. Saw some dive the other day when I was casting my game. We'll see how these two teams like to decide to go.
The first time we've seen Yggdrasil, by the way, as the convoy map of choice. Typically, it has been the Museum of Contemplation, to be fair, for most of the series so far, or for most of the matches so far we've seen. However, Yggdrasil is such an interesting one because that first initial choke, the first corner, in fact, of the defenders, you have a really good just initial corner to hold for such a long time, and you can play a plethora of Vanguard specifically on that corner, depending. Penny Parker being the first one that I think of always. I always think of Penny Parker when I think of holding certain corners, especially on first points. Usually the what's it called? The appeal of Penny Parker tends to go away once you get to point B and point C 9 times out of 10. So we get into the ban phase for Yggdrasil and Yggdrasil's Path, and we are going to ban out the Venom once again. So very similar first and second bans, respectively, between Rush and Hellstar. Oh my god, I keep wanting to say Hellraiser, and it's like, it's so ingrained in me to say Hellraiser.
And the Gambit Protect coming in yet again here from Hellstar. So again, gonna keep seeing this Gambit, and we'll see if we see that Rogue Protect again from Rushed here. I was gonna say Venom getting, it's the Penny Parker Protect this time. So yeah, I think you were onto something there, with Penny Parker being something we'll see there, and a Rogue ban now coming in from Rush.
So I will say, watching Rushed in their lower finals match, they had the Museum of Contemplation map, of course, and they played Penny Parker, and they played a triple Vanguard line, and we were able to hold the cart at 3 meters on first point, meaning it did not go anywhere. It was just stuck there at the spawn room for the attackers. So I do think Rush do feel confident going to a convoy map like this and having Penny Parker in play. The Rogue being banned out is again a given, having the Gambit be protected once again from Hellstar. In the response for Hellstar, they do ban out their Iron Man, which was played from Rush a couple of times in the previous series, as well as having the Star-Lord once again for Kai to utilize once more in the mirror match, ideally against Kami.
It looks like we're going to get Mantis protected there as well. Both teams liking it as the Vanguard pool is taken out of rotation yet again by Rush. We'll see what our final ban is going to be from Hellstar here. And again, then we'll be able to head in to Yggdrasil's path and see, well, are we going to see a 2-0 lead from Hellstar here? Is the Rocket Raccoon going to be the final ban?
They were thinking for a long time too what the worthy ban was. I mean, I think Rocket is definitely warranted, especially in the light of the Penny Parker team up with him, allowing us to have 2 Spider Nests, also allowing the BRB machine to have a Spider Nest on top of it, or at least a web around it. So it definitely makes sense. You want to mitigate that as much as possible. Just kind of give Penny Parker the weaker version of the team up without Rocket attached to it. However, I'm still a little worried having the Mantis still online here for both sides, especially for Rushed, as that's kind of their preferred backline to play, is having a triple strategist backline with a Mantis in tow, maybe a Gambit, maybe an Ultron, or you just have a Gambit and Mantis from both sides, which like we had seen previously, which is, I think, the next best case scenario for your most offensive strategist you can possibly have.
Yeah, and as right now, it does seem that we're going to be seeing that Gambit and Mantis backline too. And then from there on, right, Hellstar are going to be running out that triple Vanguard lineup with the Penny Parker and Magneto and Captain America.
So to play triple Vanguard here means you are willing to have somebody, if one of your Vanguards dies, ideally it might be Search first on the Captain America. That might happen first, and what Search is going to do is just go over to the Doctor Strange, TP back in, and you basically have another fight for free, very close to where you're initially holding anyway. Now that's the idea between triple Vanguard. Rush, however, running a 2-2 composition here with the Captain America and Magneto, very much definitely a really good comp to run for sure in general. However, it comes down to your duelists, and it's 1 duelist versus 2. I do think that Kai has to be a little bit careful how we approach anything with our backline. Torn Array going half HP, but Kai finds 1 up against Kami, as usual, I will say.
Yeah, they're going to get that rebirth, though, coming in from that team up with Akami there. And they're going to still stick into this fight for the moment. But in the backline is Kai for the moment. Way to get Soul Resurge is about to be online for Akami. This is going to be the go sign, I would think, for Rush. He's going to get slept up the back line there for the moment. Surge has to get back now. There comes the Soul Resurges now, and you're going to go forward. Pernas gets a nice stun up on to Kovacs. Now you're going to fully back away, and you're going to finally find all the picks needed. Coming through a slash finding 2.
Yeah, but you made the fight win, but there's no card progression, right? And again, Cammy, I keep saying their name wrong, excuse me. But Cammy almost having the Galactic Legend, and like I said, you have Triple Vanguard. 1 person can go over to Strange, whoever dies first, of course, and you get such an easy teleport right back to the objective in seconds. They come in from the back, protect them a little bit from the Wolverine and from any frontline damage. We whiff the Snatch. However, we lose out on Search easily as we all come out from the entryway of the portal. Karma's Resurgence comes through, double kill in favor of Hellstar. That's a really great way to reset your defenses.
It really is. It really is indeed. And Steckful, the only one to have to invest in that fight as well. You can save up. Now you've got your own Galactic Legend ready to go. Meteor M, really a great tool to mitigate any push coming in now from Rushed as well. And you've got Eye of Agamotto, too, after a kind of just a throw-off switch to get back to the point. A very quick Eye of Agamotto. Now there's the Raged ultimate coming in from Thor here. Galactic Legend coming through as well, and you're going to still invest everything. Meteor M comes through from Kovacs. All these ultimates being invested here by Hellstar, but you haven't found anything. Kai and Torn are down. The picks keep coming through. Freedom Charge now has to be invested by Search, and you've already lost 3. Is it going to be enough? Eye of Agamotto going to come through, but it looks like you get stunned up there by Pernas, and it looks like Rushed will be able to take this fight and open up point number 2.
The reaction to use the last stand against the Eye of Agamotto was absolutely, like, that was just insane to watch. Really good fight there for Rushed, honestly. They were able to get over to point B. They get a refresh of 2.5 minutes back to the time bank, so they do have a little bit over 3 minutes to get to point C and get through point B with as much time as possible, because you don't really get much time when you do get over to the last objective of a map. Only a minute and a half, if that. Of course, we are just going to kind of wait for the Freedom Charge coming from the reversal side of that. The Sir Cantaloupe Freedom Charge is here, and they're going to push right in here, but they've lost, again, the objective. It's not moving anymore.
Yeah, again, you could get all aggressive as you want, but if you're not pushing the cart, it's kind of worthless, because then you get pretty much allow Hellstars to get that free fight in response, and now you've got so low you have to fully back away. Clobbering Time is going to stun up 4-2. This is the perfect opening here for Hellstar. Soul Resurge is going to have to be invested by Akami, and well, it looks like it's going to help. Crazy Wet Axe going to go down early on in this fight again. Furnace opening it up with that Wolverine, and now finally Rush are going to make some progress.
They sure are. I mean, Kovacs goes over to Bucky, has the Kraken's Impact in the back pocket. Stack full, barely teetering on the between life and death there. Same thing with Torn. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they do have the Raging Royal Flush. They're going to use it. Search does not get the benefits of it, but you know who does? Kovacs. That's all that matters. Here's the Kraken's Impact. Doesn't really find much, but Kai also is going to layer over those ultimates with yet another Galactic Legend and... Or not even Galactic Legend, but you're gonna get killed there, sorry. It looked like it was Galactic Legend for a second, but it wasn't. That's my bad.
Yeah, I completely get why you thought that.
Yeah.
I also thought it because it showed that ultimate kill icon on our kill feed there. But we'll see here now. As we go forward, Rush definitely have an opportunity to come back into this, but this Galactic Legend from Kai could be the difference maker yet again. We've seen huge ones throughout this matchup so far, and Kovacs already finding Red Blaster out, who had Meteor M all ready to go, and you might have just won a fight without having to invest anything into that engagement.
Yeah, I want to touch on this real quick. Red Blaster is not going to have a fun time against Kovacs on that Bucky, so that's why we're going to actually see a combination of both the Raging Royal Flush and the Galactic Empire, the Galactic Legend. Of course, we use the Karmic Resurgence as a response, and we also respond with our very own Galactic Legend. The Meteor M clips against the wall.
Oh, what a...
But we're, of course, going to steal them out of the air.
What a shot coming in from Burnus. Now going to go in with the ultimate of their own. Kai going to come back in respawn, but still falls nonetheless. Kovacs still has Kraken Impact ready to go and could still invest it, and they are going to. Don't find the kills, however, and it looks like they won't get the cooldown kill that they were looking for either to get that back in, but a nice hook into him. Now comes through. There's the Emma ult out from Rushed, as well as Cantaloupe finally moving things forward for Rushed into their favor, and it looks like we'll be able to hope for. There's Raging Royal flushed out, comes in from Torn. You might be able to get Clobbering Time up here from Crazy Wet Axe to turn the fight back in their favor. Stackful finding Pernas out, and now you've got Clobbering Time in, drops up Sir Cantaloupe, and there's the pick coming through with the swap over to this Strange to get onto the point. That looks like Hellstar will be able to hold on here before point number 3. As, well, now they've got their win con set for map number 2.
I'm going to give a big shout out to Crazy Wet Axe for that one. Because of the fact that we have the Raging Royal Flush in our the buff added to Crazy Wet Axe, you were able to get increased ult charge towards that Clobbering Time, which of course landed on both the Mantis and I believe at the time the Emma from Sir Cantaloupe. And listen, I just saw a Mantis explode and go back to spawn. I didn't even see the health bar go down. I just saw Mantis is gone. I don't know where she went. But then the Emma was also taken down thereafter after being stunned out by the clobber time that again got proc so quickly there after the Raging Royal Flush. Otherwise, I do wish that I think Hellstar do wish that they were able to hold that entire first corner with the triple Vanguard, but they're going to swap over to a couple of things that we haven't really seen much of, notably the Phoenix, funnily enough, as well as the Angela from Crazy Wet Axe and Kovacs. And this is going to be really interesting, having the Phoenix maybe to put some more pressure onto Cammy on that Star-Lord will in fact be the name of the game, just to be like, hey, you want to keep flying around me? Well, I have burst damage potential out the wazoo, and again, everything else is going to stay mostly and largely the same. Defenders are once more, or not defenders, but yeah, no, the defenders are going to be going in for a triple Vanguard approach, similarly to what Hellstar did try on their first attack, or for their first defense.
Yeah, we'll see now what is going to be Kai over on to the Bucky yet again. As Crazy Wet Axe on the Angela's Kami are already finding that opening there for Rush early on in this fight. Sorry, Cammy. This Kai though trading it back pretty instantly though, but it still looks good for Rushed at the moment, but again, you're gonna always favor the offense in these traded fights as you get back so much quicker, and Kovacs finding another pick and more looking to come through off the back of the Star-Lord here. So they're gonna push Rushed back to first point.
They really are, and they're waiting for the Vanguard. They're kind of leaving the Vanguards for last, so no one can really swap over to Strange and Teleport. You don't want 4 Vanguards on the team. Pernus will be the first one to go. Likely going to swap over to that aforementioned Strange for a teleport for a retouch of the defenses. Only 3 minutes left on the clock here. Not too shabby, as the rest of the team of Rush are kind of being pushed into these itty-bitty corners and not having any ultimates in their disposal to utilize just to break out of that. Can get a little bit weary, a little bit worrisome for them, especially as you walk out, you are just getting shot down by Kovacs over and over and over again. And on the off angle, well, there's the Angela right there, snatches one elimination onto Cammy, goes into interrupt the Captain America. The Soul Resurgence is there from Akame. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but I don't really think it will be.
Yeah, the Kraken's in fact invested by Kai, and Akami down for the count, and the picks just keep coming through now. They do have the touch coming in with the Strange portal onto the point, but for how much longer, right? They've got the numbers advantage still in the favor of Hellstar. You desperately need a pick, and now they're going to have to invest Galactic Legend into this fight to really seal the deal. If you are Hellstar, you don't find the kills that you were maybe hoping for off the back of it, but finally the picks come through in your favor, and now Hellstar have opened up point number 2.
Well, the idea is that even though Kovacs did not really exactly find like a bajillion kills with the Galactic Legend, especially onto a backline like Mantis and Gambit, you still pulled not just one but both strategists' attention away from your front line, which opened up the rest of your team to getting those eliminations and getting that point cap and getting 4 minutes back in your favor in the time bank. You only have to go another, 50 meters to finish the objective and get that win under your belt. They're about to turn the first corner here. They do have both the Angela and the Mantis ready to go for their ultimates. I'm very excited to see how Spectral having that advantage will be will be good for Hellstar, especially as Pernus on the exit finds himself back in the spawn room.
They're going to come through already. Search finding Cammy already. Soul Resurgence now coming through from both sides. And, well, we'll see who can get that upper hand. Meteor M ready to go from Red Blaster. But there's the freedom charge in from Pernus. It's going to matter. Who is going to find the upper hand? Finally, it looks like Rushed have that upper hand that they've been looking for all defense long. And now they can start their hold.
I'm so shocked that they actually won that fight because of the loss of Pernus earlier, but then you do have the safety of 2 other Vanguards in the triple Vanguard lineup. So you know what? It worked out to have that big old shield and the bubble and the mag shield all together to stop the damage output of the other side of Hellstar. Now, of course, we are going to be walking in with the Kraken's Impact as well as a Star-Lord Ultimate and the Meteor M from Search, all of which are going to be very impactful one by themselves or all in tandem with one another. It all comes down to who is going to be the first one to go down down. They're all looking towards this Star-Lord, and oh, a Red Blaster, sorry, that was Red Blaster, forcing out the Meteor M first from Surge. I know, it just gets completely eaten up by that shield from Red Blaster.
Not what you wanted to see from your Meteor M there. Now you're going to get that Raging Royal Flush in. Kovacs dropping their Galactic Legend as well. Another whiff coming in from Meteor M, and Kovacs finding Flash out. Kraken Impact comes through and doesn't find the damage you were hoping for. Isn't going to get the follow-up either. With that elimination coming in onto Kami, but you don't really need it. It's almost all over now. You're going to see some swaps over to the Strange to get back to touch the point, but is it going to matter? Is it enough to really turn it? No. Well, okay, I thought that was all over, but then, well, it wasn't. But it looks like it's almost finished here now as the picks are all blue here, Mott and Will. Well, when they finally take down that last person and Cammy, Hellstar are up 2-0 in the series.
They sure are, and unfortunately, Rush did not actually have access to the Strange portal because there was a Strange during the fight. You know, Sir Campbell was still in the fight way before they ever needed the portal, and by the time he died, he had a 10-second respawn. He swapped over to Devil Dinosaur to see if anyone else can, like, swap over to the Doctor Strange, but I don't think they could have. So, unfortunately, it just comes down to the fact that, hey, we're going to lose this one. It's 2-0 in favor of Hellstar so far. A very, very, very good second game, but again, it is just a Hellstar, the Hellstar world right now. We truly are living in it. We have 12 final eliminations from Surge on the Magneto, and following that is, of course, going to be 9-9 between Crazy White Axe and Kai. Shout out to Kai going over to the Bucky instead and just really running rampant. Even though they did not really get many Kraken's Impact refreshes, was still able to just force so much attention, so much space, just off of the fear of the Kraken's Impact by itself, as well as getting a lot of one-off eliminations and helping these fights domino effect in favor of Hellstar.
Yeah, I think you can really tell the story of that matchup with those final hits, right? Very, very in the favor of Hellstar, as we saw there. Like you said, 12 and then 9-9. In general, no one even close to that. I think the highest from Rush was 6. So it definitely tells the tale of that map going forward. And we'll see. It might help tell us the finished story and the final story of this series as we head into our third and final map.
It's gonna be a banger, because these have been really good series anyway. Map 1 and Map 2 are both really fun to watch and just really impactful, but again, it just feels like Hellstar have just been in the lead. They've been so together, so synergistic, just everything has worked out for them in the long run anyway. So wherever we go for round number 3, you have to get a reverse sweep here for Rush, and that's the only way to even get a glimmer of hope of winning out the NA Grand Finals of the Summer Showdown, Splashdown, excuse me. But we are going to go to a very quick break, give our teams a tiny bit of time to think about where to go next, and of course, give us some time to get some water and be seated for map number 3 between Hellstar and Rushed. Welcome back for map number 3, for Grand Finals map 3 between Hellstar and Rush. We're here after an insane map 1 on Krakoa, after an insane 2-1 on the Ujiso Path Convoy map. Now we move to the third and other map type in the game. We go over to Convergence here, Joker, and it is going to be Lower Manhattan, one of the newer, not new, but newer Convergence maps added to the game. The gimmick, of course, being one scan comes all across online, and you can see everybody's ultimate.
I wanted to ask why you skull reacted our observer.
Because I think Lower Manhattan is a bad map.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
It's not a favorite map for a lot of people. The defense, especially if you don't ban, again, Penny Parker, is really, really a hassle to get through. You've seen it, right? It's a hassle.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Drake laptop. Well, you'll see what I mean. It's like this. Yo, it's not fair. I'm tired. I'm getting mad. It's not a fair map. It's not a fair map for the attackers. You just go down this big old long area, and you're being looked at from a bajillion meters away, and then you go to the point, and it's inside like this, and it's just.
Well, but we got a Penny Parker ban, so
they
don't have to worry. They know, and
they know.
Finally, it looks like Rush has took it into their hands to ban out the Gambit this time as well, and we'll see here. Oh, and they bring their Iron Man back into the thick of things.
They've been banned. Well, to be fair, it was actually Hellfire who kept, or Hellfire. I keep getting y'all new names. I'm so sorry. Hellstar kept banning Iron Man pretty much first. This ban would right now be the Iron Man ban, I think. I think, but it's just like now they ban Black Cat. They're like, oh wait, we're safe. We can just see. It's like they're realizing they can just use their first bans later because they're not really that. I don't think they're that important in the grand scheme of bans versus map specific bans like Penny Parker here and a Gambit ban who is just it's Gambit, bro.
Oppressive.
Get him out here. Yep.
Ooh, and then we get the Vanguard Protect on the Deadpool. Finally gonna be seeing the Merc with a mouth coming through, most likely an Ultron coming in as well for us today. And see, definitely a wholesale change of compositions from these two teams on our maybe third and final map with a Hella ban coming through from Rushed.
Yeah, no, Rush wants to just play some sort of flyers. They want to play that Ultron and the Iron Man together. They want to play maybe just flyers in general. If they want to get rid of also one of the best counters to flyers, which is always going to be Hela and Phoenix, of course, if you want to go with that route. Oh, we're also going to ban Mantis. Again, a character that we have been seeing be played at the high level for Hellstar, but without a Mantis, I think they're just kind of not enticed enough to play her and not allow the other team to have her in an Ultron triple strategist composition, ideally. So we might see some more traditional, or quote-unquote traditional supports and backlines like Invisible-Man, Luna Snow, things like that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what that looks like here as both teams currently locking the Vanguard Deadpool before we I'll give you a spoiler alert for the people because we aren't currently on our map screen quite just yet. Again, this is for all the marbles here. Hellstar are up 2-0 in our grand finals. Can they finish it off here and now? Or does Rushed have some momentum to be had? Take this map and maybe start bringing us back for a reverse sweep. We'll have to find out here now on Lower Manhattan.
Those are fighting words for Hellstar who are... Oh, we have a pause. All right, never mind. We have a pause coming in from Hellstar. I am assuming maybe just some dissension issues or something like that. So we're gonna go right back to the head-to-head real quick and just kind of yap about at least what we all have seen for 2 seconds. There is a triple strategist composition coming in from the defenders, from the attackers, excuse me, of Rushed. They have Luna Snow, Ultron, and White Fox all at the helm here. So White Fox and Luna Snow are likely gonna have that team up together. Ultron, Iron Man, and then of course the front line is the Magneto and the Daredevil, the Deadpool. Two of which are also being mirrored by Hellstar, so that's totally fair. And now we're back. Thank goodness. Oh.
Yeah, just was dead controller on the side of Hellstar. So quick plug in, and we're all ready to go here now. As already seeing some engagement start here, but you know, nothing really coming in quite just yet. Still some good damage out from Hellstar. You haven't really seen Rushed break out quite just yet, but that's what we're going to have to wait and see, right? Still waiting for it. Search already having their ultimate online to start us off. A big opening here. We'll see what they decide to do in a second, but we're still just waiting for really an opening from either of these two teams.
Well, that's the whole entire point of this map, is that you're trying to find a way to bypass this initial choke area from the defenders. Crazy Wet Axe barely slides away, kites out of safety, and in the meantime, Search walks out immediately with a Deadpool ultimate proc in the first minute and a half, and our defenders of Hellstar have done an impeccable job of just stopping the assault before it got too haywire.
Yeah, good hold coming in there, only having to invest the Deadpool ultimate into that fight. But Rushed, though, right? They've got ultimates to come through. Not to say that Hellstar doesn't as well, but could definitely open up something here, especially with the Rage of Ultron online from Slash. We'll see if that is the go sign for this Rushed squad, but right now it looks all everything coming through out from Hellstar. And Crazy Wet Axe with a 3K Meteor M to stop Rushed in the door on the doorstep.
Insane 3K Meteor M coming in from Crazy Wet Axe. This just feels like his character. It feels like his role really is the Vanguard role. He always pops off with the craziest shutdowns in the world, and Rush had to use a couple of things for that, notably the Ultron and the Vanguard pool ultimate as well. However, they are
to hold on. You've still got Fate of both worlds to hold on to stabilize your defense, and we're down to under 50 seconds.
Under a minute, not a lot of time to even get a singular tick on the objective here. You can just hear the scan is about to come through, and you can see everybody's ult charge is about to be revealed. Of course, our defenders are going to know they have 3 pretty impactful ultimates coming up online. Oh, what do you mean, Portal?
No
that pulls
way.
me jump through it! What? No Stegful. Whoa, wait. Okay, gets revived. Okay, I got scared. I got confused for a second. But Stegful has been revived by the Rocket Raccoon of Torn. Has fitted both worlds between themselves and Cammy. Who comes out on top?
We'll have to see here now. The Sia coming out from Torn. Is this enough to hold on? Meteor M now coming in from Crazy Wet Axe. They're going to drop it. Where are they going to find it? There it goes. Right onto Slash. Takes them down. Now you can do Fate of both worlds as Kai dropping their ultimate out of the point. And that should just be about it, as nothing is going right for Rushed on this offense as Hellstar have completed the full hold.
Insane. This has happened before, however. We've had this happen in EU. A full hold did happen on the Heart of Heaven, and we got a draw. So nothing is impossible. I don't believe it for a second that this is the end of the line for Rushed. However, it's getting real near it, so let's see what we can do here to get a defense going for the Rush crew. We have already hovering over so far the Thor, the Devil Dino, the Scarlet Witch. I think these are just fake swaps as we get into the round swaps here. But I don't know, the full hold, making sure that Stekla does not die. does not die, does not feel pressured to mirror the fate of both worlds. Like with the Kumiho of the White Fox, did not need to even use it for a while, up until the very last portion of the fight there. Shout out to Torn having the BRB machine ready as well to bring Stekful back into the fight after having died one time. Just one time. Everyone else, though, no deaths besides Kovacs and Stekful, both just kind of like, I think they kind of got called out early in the fight or something like that. It is what it is and ain't what it ain't, but really well done from defending wise for Hellstar. Rush, they have a couple of different ideas. They're gonna go for a we're going look at where they are, Joker. Where are we? I have never seen this part of the map before. Never seen this part of the map.
They're gonna try to do they're trying to catch him off guard here, right? They've got to do something, anything, and while they find Stekful early on, Pernas finding that opening, but the BRB machine gonna find Stekful back early on. Now we might see some swaps. Yep, we're going to see Crazy Wet Axe go over to the thing to try to catch out Slash early on. That's a huge opening here now. And
whoa, go back!
Who went there?
Who went to the point? Go back! I need a replay. Who was at the point?
I have no idea. Production,
oh my God.
Reload it.
Production, I need a replay. Go to the replay code. Immediately.
Yeah, can we like actually go to the replay code? Because
no, I actually need like a quick replay. I need to see like if you we're gonna get a little. We're always gonna get end of match replays, right? So we're gonna see somewhere in the background a blue outline from Hellstar. Whoever went over to the point, I bet. See how slow the GGs came in. By the way, Rush was probably thinking, who the hell bypassed our choke, who bypassed us and went back to the point. And that's probably why the entire team backed up. I thought they were backing up personally, Joker, because, okay, we got one pick, let's reset, and let's go to our defensive positioning near the objective, of course. That's what I thought they were backing up for. Odds are, they were probably backing up because somebody was forcing the point. I don't know who, but somebody was.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused, because they did get some picks in that engagement with Rushed, because but then Hellstar went back to their spawn, right? So that was another confusing thing as well, and we'll see if we have a replay of who was even who went where in that last map or last fight.
That was crazy. That was really good from Primus. Like I said, I think as long as I see a blue outline of somebody in the background, I'll know exactly who it is, and it's just so funny.
It looks like we have the replay code after highlights are up, so
yes,
we will get a definitive answer to see how this happened.
I had to see it because you and I we were like, oh, this I would thought because Rush did something very similar on the Museum of Contemplation. They held 3 meters. Right in the face of their opponent. Forgive me for not remembering the name right at the current moment, but Vitality, there we go. They held 3 meters. They could not leave the spawn doors. It was a beautiful spawn hold. However, it was just insane. And I was like, oh, they're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna hold really far up. We're gonna hold super confidently, and then the map was over. Oh, here it is. Well, not here it is, but here's one of the first holds they had. You can see someone's on the point as we speak.
Yeah, I don't know who it was. It the Deadpool?
Trying to see. It's Yo, it'd be really fun. It was the rocket. I'll start laughing. It was the rocket that just went right over there. Here it is.
Oh, wait.
No way! No way! No way! No way! No way! Do not tell me it is so. No way! No way! It was not.
Insane.
It was not. It was not. Are you kidding me?
No way. That was so close.
Way.
That was so close too. The Devil Dinosaur literally was a step off the point too. Oh my goodness.
No way. Wow. Wow. First of all, the grapple going that far. Impressive.
It was a great grapple.
That probably was one of the game-winning grapple right there. Cannot lie. And here's, of course, sorry, we're so distracted. It was impressive. But this is, of course, the recap of our 3 maps. We just had Krakoa into Utraso, into Lower Manhattan, 3-0 for Hellstar. Not quite as close as we had it over in the EU side of things, but definitely just as fun to watch.
Yeah, that was incredible. Probably one of the grapples of all time to finish it off there. And now Hellstar had a very, very clean series, only dropping 1 map to Rush in that winners finals. And other than that, just a clean decimation of the rest of the field.
I'm still not over it. It's now I've gone, you know, you have like phases of like grief and whatever, and like you have I'm at the laughing phase, like the acceptance phase of if that happened to me, that's fantastic. You gotta shake your hand and go. That was fantastic. And this bracket was so fun. Top 8 bracket over the entire weekend, Friday into today. Has been such a fantastic time, but we're not going to go anywhere quite yet. We're not going to log off quite yet. We're going to go to a very quick break because we have to get you guys some interviews with both the captains of the second place team and the first place team. So we'll be right back with those interviews.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is time for an interview here with Pernus from Rushed. First of all, congratulations on second place there, Pernus.
Thank you, thank you.
So I want to first talk about this first CGL tournament as a whole. Well, first off, thank you for competing in the first CGL tournament. Did you enjoy this first CGL tournament for Marvel Rivals?
I did. This is probably one of my favorite tournaments I've ever done. The format was really nice. Everything was set up pretty well for the most part. This isn't the first like tournament I've ever done, like community-wise or even in CGL. I played in a CGL tournament for Overwatch one time, and this went really smoothly. I enjoyed it.
Well, I'm really happy to hear that, and of course, we hope to have more in the future. And now I kind of want to focus a little bit towards your match or your matches. You know, you guys were dropped down to the lower side very early on, giving you guys pretty much a run, right, or the run of all time up back into the grand finals. I would love to really just dive into how you guys adapted from that first loss in the winners down to losers side, and then what you guys may have adapted from that point forward to get back to the grand finals.
Right off the start, you could look at who signed up for the tournament, and looking throughout all the teams, Hellstar was immediately the main team we were worried about, and they were the one team we lost to all 3 games we played against them.
Yes.
They have a lot of very good players. A lot of them have won MRCs. I know Crazy White Axe was on the winning team for last season's MRC. We didn't expect to win against their team, but we felt pretty confident against every other team. Losing 2-0 to Hellstar the very first time we played against them was not the greatest feeling ever. But when we rematched them again, it felt really nice. The games were fun. We took a map off of them, and we even had our final map that we lost against them was also close.
No, it was. I can see. Oh, go on. I'm so sorry.
But yeah, no, that's about it.
Yeah, and I also want to touch on your other 3 mapper you had against the Saints, which was unfortunately off stream, but I would love to also kind of, again, I want to know about everything that went on in this bracket. We didn't get to see that one, of course. Can you give us a little bit of insight onto how that game went? Clearly, you guys won, but there was one map loss, and did that map loss affect you guys in any way going into, or even kind of showcase a weakness that you guys had to fix before going into that grand finals?
We were missing our IGL. He was out doing things with his family, so we had to get a sub in, and a lot of our coordination was off because of that. But even we finished the series with the sub, and it worked out anyway. It was just first map was a little rough. We didn't play the way we wanted to. We didn't swap as fast as we would have normally. The whole feeling was off, but yeah. There's nothing too problematic in them.
Now, I hate to be the person to bring it up because I think it needs to be talked about. The elephant in the room, the way you guys lost map number 3.
Map number 3. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Yeah, sorry. What was going through your head when after you guys realized that the Punisher was able to zip line to the point and kind of just bypass your entire position?
By the second round of map 3, we kind of knew it was over. We only netted, I think, 2 final blows in the first round, and they full held us.
Yeah.
So we were like, well, if we're gonna lose, let's at least do something funny. Let's make it entertaining. So we walked out on the Storm and the Dino and sat in their spawn. We didn't know that their Punisher went over. None of us saw him. But you know, it's what it is.
To be fair, neither Mott or I.
We didn't see him either. He bypassed the observers, the casters. He bypassed like 10 other AIs. Don't worry, it's not just you guys. He was invisible to 10 other people. Don't worry.
I will say you guys made it entertaining. Probably not the way you were hoping for, but it was entertaining nonetheless. So again, thank you for participating in the first CGL Marvel Rivals Tournament. Again, congratulations on second place.
Yeah, thank you. If there's ever any CGL tournaments for Marvel Rivals in the future, we will definitely be showing up again, and hopefully getting first place next time.
That's the thing we love to hear. Again, thank you for participating, and you can head on out and go do whatever you want for the rest of your day.
All right, have a great day.
Have a good
You're gonna have
one.
to disconnect me from VC. My PlayStation's like buggy with the moving thing.
Don't.
All right.
Of course,
I got
you.
you.
Don't
I got
worry.
you. All right,
And he's
there.
gone.
I got it. I have the
That's actually so real.
permissions.
I've used Discord on my PS5 before, and it's just like not the experience you're looking for. And of course, we do have our next interview set up and ready. I think they are having joined the VC.
Yes.
I do. Yes, I have Torn coming in here from the winners of Hellstar. Of course, Joker, please feel free, take it over.
Yes, Torn, congratulations on your CGL Summer Splashdown victory.
Thank you.
All right, I asked the same question to oh my goodness, I've already blanked on their name. Pernus earlier on. Now I'm going to ask you the same question. How did you feel about this first CGL Marvel Rivals tournament?
I liked it a lot. Could be some better teams, but I really liked it a lot since this is your first CGL.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think with it being the first one, hopefully going forward, we'll have a wider range of skill pools going forward, and hopefully we can get maybe some better opponents. Not to say that there weren't good opponents already, but maybe some better bangers for you guys in the future.
And absolutely. And now I can kind of talk more about your series. We were able to cover you guys in your winners finals and of course clearly the grand finals. And I think you guys played absolutely out of your minds in general. So I want to give you guys a big congratulations for winning like the 13 or 14 man overall tournament for the NA region. And again, coming out for the first one as an interest check, clearly everyone's interested. I'm really happy to hear that. So on your perspective, of course, the entire tournament, you guys were basically undefeated, unable to be stopped. What would you say was probably the most adaptation you had to make against a certain team? What was some things you had to change between certain maps or certain rounds?
The team we had the most problem with was Rushed. We had to start banning the Penny, banning the Iron Man. Had to ban the Black Cat some more times. Had to play different routes and just don't walk down main all the time. We just had to adjust to their playstyle. Once we did that, we were fine.
Oh, for sure. And it shows. It's right here. You guys got the 3-0 victory. And honestly, even the points were very much skewed in your favor. I believe 2-0 on Krakoa, I think a 1-0 or 1-2 victory on your convoy map. And really, it comes down to your team. I know you guys had to get us a couple of subs in there. And I was a little bit worried, of course. The synergy you guys had in your winners finals match was absolutely amazing. And you guys had about an hour and a half, 2-hour break as we were going into losers finals, right? And then you get a whole new subs for your grands. Was there any worry, or how long have you guys been playing together with and without with your main team and with your subs? Did it feel like home once again?
We haven't been. We all known each other and talked to each other, but we haven't been playing together. This is like our first tournament together as like a complete team. But sometimes we all queue with each other and this and that. But this is our first tournament together. We're all
my
cool,
goodness,
though.
you guys played. Yeah, y'all really are cool. You guys really did play so well, and I was again so distracted by the fact that the subs had to come in, and I was like, oh, maybe that's gonna disrupt you guys a little bit, but no, it felt like another walk in the park for you. And one final, well, I'll let Joker. I think Joker wants to ask this question for sure, so I'll throw it back over to Joker.
Yeah, I mean, I brought it up to Purtis as well. The end of map 3, was that your entire was the Punisher play the the idea the entire time, or was that an adaptation after you saw it? You didn't see the opposition.
We knew they were gonna play Flyers. We just ran Punisher team up with Rocket and Punisher combo, and we ran Mag and Think Pulsa, and that was really it.
Did Kai, when Kai saw, real quick, because I do want to dive into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
When Kai saw they were trying to spawn hold you guys, did he pivot to just grappling right to the point and just going over there? Did y'all know it was gonna happen? Did he just make that call by himself, or y'all were just chill with that?
No, we didn't know anything that he was doing that until like
Yo!
the very end where he said, "I'm on point." And then we all just saw the point was over.
Yo, he sound going for it? Did he really say that?
Okay, because again, it looked like you guys were confused, we were confused, Rushed was confused, everyone was confused, and then the map was over.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, he's on the point and said, "Yo, I'm on point."
Yo, shout out to Kai for that one, because you were saying earlier he missed the everyone from Rush did not know, us two didn't know, my observer I don't think that knew, but no one knew. He just slicked on over there and got the point, and y'all got the 3-0 victory. So again, big congratulations to you guys once more, Torn. And again, I really do hope to see you guys come back. We will definitely, if you've been seeing some of the messages, we do want to kind of invest in ranked tiers like we usually do for our Overwatch tournaments. So that is in the works for hopefully the next Marvel Rivals tournament.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yay! Perfect. All right.
All right,
Torn. Karen, he's the first Overwatch CGL winner and Marvel Rivals CGL winner.
Ooh, wait, the first CGL winner, like the first tournament winner?
No, the first winner of both the games.
First winner.
Ah,
He was on spell then. So again, congratulations on your victory, Torn. You can go celebrate with the rest of your squad. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, Matt. We are pretty much over and done with. Before we head on out, though, we've got to say a huge shout out to our official co-streamers that stuck with us this weekend, Weasel Cake and Beeman Bandit. We were going to raid Beeman Bandit, but it looks like Bandit did finish her stream early, so no raid for you today. But again, thanks for them sticking with us throughout this tournament, right? As it really helped bring a spotlight into our summer splashdown for CGL Marvel Rivals.
Absolutely. It has been a very fun time. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday were all full of bangers. And again, big shout out to Hellstar for their win. Mostly off of Kai's back, just going straight to the point. That was beautiful to watch. I'm going to watch that right back and see if we can spot him in the replay. But otherwise, that's all we have for you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, supporting CGL in stepping into the Marvel Rivals tournament scene. And clearly, it was a massive success from the team side of things. So hopefully, we will have more. So definitely tune in or at least keep an eye out for any announcements regarding that. But otherwise, we'll let you guys go. It's been a long weekend, a longer day, and it's time to take a little break. Have a good one.
I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem.